Chapter 1 of The Disciplinary Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Disciplinary Circuit by Murray Leinster. This story was first published in Thrilling Wonder Stories, Winter 1946. Chapter 1, Victim of Tyrants. Ken Rendell stood by the propped-up starshine in the transport hall of the primary museum on Alphen 3. He regarded a placard under the spaceship with a grim and entirely mirthless amusement. He was unshaven and hollow-cheeked. He was even ragged. He was a pariah because he had tried to strike at the very foundation of civilization. He stood beside the 100-foot tapering hull, his appearance marking him as a blocked man, and he reread the lone placard within the railing about the exhibit. Citizens, be grateful to Ken Rendell, who shares with you the pleasure of contemplating this heirloom. This is a spaceship like those which for 10,000 years were the only means of travel between planets and solar systems. Even after matter transmitters were devised, spaceships continued to be used for exploration for many years. Since exploration of the galaxy has been completed and all useful planets colonized and equipped with matter transmitters, spaceships are no longer in use. This very vessel, however, was used by Sten Rendell when the first human colonists came in to Alphen 3, bringing with them the matter transmitter, which enabled civilization to enter upon and occupy the planet on which you stand. This ship is private property, lent to the people of Alphen 3 by Ken Rendell, great-grandson of Sten Rendell. Ken Rendell read it again. He was haggard and hungry. He had been guilty of the most horrifying crime imaginable to a man of his time. But the law would not, of course, allow him or any other man to be coerced by any violence or threat to his personal liberty. Freedom was the law on Alphen 3, a wryly humorous law. No man could be punished. No man could have any violence offered him. Theoretically, the individual was free as men had never been free before in all of human history. Despite Ken's crime, this spaceship still belonged to him, and it could not be taken from him. Yet he was hungry, and he would remain hungry. He was shabby, and he would grow shabbier. This was the only roof on Alphen 3 which would shelter him, and this solely because the law would not permit any man to be excluded from his rightful possessions. A lector came up to him and bowed politely. "Citizen," he said apologetically, "may I speak to you?" "Why not?" asked Ken grimly. "I am not proud." The lector said uncomfortably, "I see that you are in difficulty. Your clothes are threadbare." Then he added with unhappy courtesy, "You are a criminal, are you not?" "I am blocked," said Ken in a hard voice. "I was advised by the Prime Board to leave Alphen 3 for my own benefit. I refused. They put on the first block. Automatically after that, the other blocks came on, one each day. I have not eaten for 3 days. I suppose you would call me a criminal." "I sympathize deeply," the lector answered unhappily. "I hope that soon you will concede the wisdom of the advised action and be civilized again. But may I ask how you entered the museum? The third block prevents entrance to all places of study." Ken pointed to the loan card. "I am Ken Rendell," he said dryly. "The law does not allow me to be prevented access to my own property. I insisted on my right to visit this ship, and the disciplinary circuit for this building had to be turned off at the door so I could enter." He shivered. "It is very cold out of doors today, and I could not enter any other building." The lector looked relieved. "I am glad to know these things," he said gratefully. "Thank you." He glanced at Kim with a sort of fluttered curiosity. "It is most interesting to meet a criminal. What was your crime?" Kim looked at him under scowling brows. "I tried to nullify the disciplinary circuit." The lector blinked at him, fascinated, then walked hastily away as if frightened. Kim Rendell stooped under the railing and approached the starshine. The entrance port was open, and a flush ladder led up to it. Kim, hollow-cheeked and ragged and defiant, climbed the steps and entered. The entry port gave upon a vestibule which Kim knew from his grandfather's tales to be an airlock. Kim's grandfather had once gone off into space in the starshine with his father. It was, possibly, the last space flight ever made. For 100 years now, the ship had been a museum piece open to public inspection. But parts had been sealed off as uninstructive. Kim broke the seals. This was his property, but if he had not already been a criminal under block, the breaking of the seals would have made him one. At least, it would have had to be explained to a lector who, at discretion, could accept the explanation or refer it to a second-degree counselor. The counselor might deplore the matter and dismiss it, or suggest corrective self-discipline. If the seal breaker did not accept the suggestion, the matter would go to a social board, whose suggestion, in turn, could be rejected. But when it reached the prime board, and any matter from the breaking of a seal to mass murder would go there if suggested self-discipline was refused, there was no more nonsense. Kim's case had reached the prime board instantly, and he had been advised to leave Alphen 3 for his own good. His crime was monstrous, but he had, ironically, refused exile. Now he was under block. His psychogram had been placed in the disciplinary circuit, the principal instrument of government during the so-called era of perfection in the first galaxy. In early ages, all the functions of government were performed by human beings in person. The electric chair, QV, was possibly the first mechanical device to perform a governmental act, that of the execution of criminals. The disciplinary circuit was a device based upon the discovery of the psychographic patterns of human beings, which permitted the exact identification of any person passing through a neurotic field of type IX2H, a development which permitted the induction of alternative electric currents in any identified person made the disciplinary circuit possible. It was first used in prisons, permitting much less supervision of prisoners, see Prisons and Prisoners, with equal security. Later, because it allowed of an enormous reduction in the personnel of government, all citizens were psychographed. Circuits were set up in all cities of the first galaxy. When a broadcast adaptation became possible, the system was complete. Every citizen was liable to discipline at any time. No offender could hide from the government. Wherever he might be, he was subject to punishment, focused upon him because of his completely individual psychographic pattern. Worship of efficiency and the obvious reduction in taxes, see taxes, at first obscured the possibilities of tyranny inherent in such a governmental system. See 1. Era of Perfection, 2. Revolts, 3. Ades, 4. First Galaxy, Reconquest of, for typical developments of government based upon the disciplinary circuit. See articles on Sirius 8, Argyll 2, Norton 5, and the almost unbelievable but authenticated history of government on Vortin 2. Encyclopedia of History, Volume 24, Cosmopolis, Second Galaxy. On the first day he was blocked from the customary complete outfit of new garments, clean, sterile, and of his own choice. These garments normally arrived by his bedside in the carrier which took away the old ones to be converted back to raw material for the garment machines. On the second day he could enter no place of public recreation. An attempt to pass the door of any sports field, theater, or concert stadium caused the disciplinary circuit to act. his body began to tingle. He could turn back then. If he persisted, the tingling became more severe. If he was obstinate, it became agony which continued until he turned back. On the third day he found it impossible to enter any place of study or labor. The fourth day blocked him from any place where food or drink was served. On the fifth day his own quarters were barred to him. After 7 days the city and the planet would be barred. Anywhere he went, his body would tingle gently in the morning, more and more strongly as the day went on, until the torment became unbearable. Then he would go to the matter transmitter, name his chosen place of exile, and walk off the planet which was Alphen 3. But it happened that Kim was a matter transmitter technician. It happened that he knew the disciplinary circuit was tied in to the matter transmitter, and blocked men were not sent to destinations of their own choosing. Blocked men automatically went to Ades, and they did not come back. Ever. Behind the sealed-off parts of the spaceship, Kim searched hungrily and worked desperately, not for food, of course. He had determined to attempt the impossible. He had accomplished only the first step toward it when he felt an infinitesimal tingling all over his body. He stood rigid for a second, and then smiled grimly. He closed the casing of the catalyzer he had examined and worked on. "Just in time," he said. "The merciless brutes." He moved from the catalyzer. A moment later he heard footsteps. Somebody came up the flush ladder and into the spaceship. Kim Rendell turned his head. Then he bent over the fuel register, which, amazingly, showed the tanks to be almost 1/12 full of fuel, and stood motionless. The footsteps moved here and there. Presently they came cautiously to the engine room. Kim did not stir. A man made an indescribable sound of satisfaction. Kim, not moving even his eyes, saw that it was the lector who had spoken to him outside the ship. He did not address Kim now. With a quite extraordinary air of someone about to pick up an inanimate object, the lector laid hands upon Kim to lift him off his feet. "Citizen," Kim said severely, "what does this mean?" The lector gasped. He fell back. His mouth dropped open, and his face went white. I thought you were paralyzed." "I do not care what you thought," Kim said. "It is against the law for any citizen to lay violent hands upon another." By an effort, the lector babbler regained his self-control. The circuit failed to work." "You reported that I had entered this ship," Kim said dryly. "There is some uneasiness about what I do because of my crime. So the circuit was applied to paralyze me, and you were ordered to bring me quietly to the matter transmitter. As you observe, it is not practical. Go back and report it." The lector said something incoherent, turned and fled. Kim followed him leisurely to the entry port. He turned the hand power wheels which put a barrier across the entrance. He went back to his examination of the ship. The first part of the impossible had been achieved, but there was much more, too much more, which must be done. He worked feverishly. His grandfather had told him many tales of the Starshine. She had made voyages of as long as 2 years in emptiness at full acceleration, during which she had covered 400 light years of space, had purified her air, and fed her crew. Her tanks could hold fuel for 6 years' drive at full acceleration, and her food synthesizers, primitive as they were by modern standards, could yet produce some 400 foodstuffs from the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and traces of other elements into which almost any organic raw material could be resolved. She was, in fact, one of the last and most useful spaceships ever constructed at the last spaceship yard in existence. She was almost certainly the last ever to be used. But she was only a museum piece now, and her switches were opened and her control cables severed, lest visitors to the museum injure her. But Kim's grandfather had lectured him at great length upon her qualities. The old gentleman had had an elderly man's distaste for modern perfectionism. Kim threw switches here and there. He spliced cables wherever he found them cut. He was hungry and he was gaunt, and he worked with a bitter anticipation of failure. He had been in the museum for almost an hour, and in the ship for half of that, when voices called politely through the barrier grill, "Citizen Kim Rendell, may we enter?" He made sure it was safe, then opened the way. "Enter and welcome, citizens," he said ironically, in the prescribed formula. But his hands were clenched, and he was all ready to fight for his life. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Disciplinary Circuit by Mary Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Break for Freedom. Slowly, the Prime Board of Alphen 3 filed up the flush ladder and into the cabin of the Starshine. There was Malby, who looked like an elderly sheep. There was Ponter, who rather resembled an immature frog. There was Shimlow, who did not look like anything but an advanced case of benevolent imbecility, and Bert, who at least looked intelligent, and whom Ken Rendell hated with a corrosive hatred. "Greetings, citizen," Malby said. Even his voice had a bleating quality. "Despite your crime, we have broken all precedent to come and reason with you. You are not mad, yet you act like a madman." Kim grinned savagely at him. "Come now, I've found a material that changes a man's psychogram, so he's immune to the disciplinary circuit. I was immune to discipline, so you four had me seized and my little amulet taken away from me. And then you sealed up every other bit of that material on the planet. Not so?" "Naturally," Bert said pleasantly. "The disciplinary circuit is the basis of civilization nowadays. All discipline and hence all civilization would cease if the circuit were nullified. Naturally, you must be disposed of. But carefully, so if there is anyone who shares my secret, he'll be betrayed by trying to help me," said Kim. "And quietly, too, so those amiable sheep, my fellow citizens, won't suspect there's anything wrong. They don't realize that they're slaves. They don't know of your pleasure palaces on the other side of the planet. They don't realize that when you take a fancy to a woman and she's blocked in her quarters until she's hysterical with fear and loneliness, you advise her to take psychological treatments which make her a submissive inmate of the harems you keep there. They don't know what happens to men you put under block for being too inquisitive about those women, and who enter the matter transmitter for exile." Bert looked mildly inquiring. "What does happen to them?" "Ades," Kim said furiously. "They go to the transmitter and name their chosen place of exile, and the transmitter clerk dutifully pushes the proper buttons, but the circuit takes over. They go to Ades, and no man has ever come back." There was a sudden tension in the air. Bert looked at his fellows. Shimlow was the picture of benevolent indignation, but his eyes were ugly. Ponter opened his mouth and closed it absurdly, looking more than ever like a frog. "This is monstrous," Malby bleated. "This is monstrous." Bert held up his hand. "How did you get this strange idea?" he asked. "I'm a matter transmitter technician, 4th grade," Kim said coldly. "I worked on the transmitter when it gave trouble. I found the disciplinary circuit tie-in. I traced it. So I knew there was something wrong about all personal freedom on Alphen 3, and I started to look for more things wrong. I found them. I started to do something about them. Then I got caught." Bert nodded. "So," he said thoughtfully, "we underestimated you, Kim Rendell. It is much pleasanter to rule Elfin 3 as beloved citizens than as admitted tyrants. There are times when we have to protect ourselves. Naturally, we would rather not show our hands. It is clear that you must be sent into exile. Frankly, to Ades, whatever it may be like there. Apparently you did not have any friends?" "I dared not trust any of the sheep you rule," Kim said angrily. "But I did know there was more hafnium on this ship. I didn't dare come at first, or you'd have guessed. But after I'd starved a bit and was convincingly cold, I risked the venture. You guessed my intention too late. I can defy you again, even if you did take away my first protection from the circuit. You know that?" Bert nodded again. "Of course," he admitted. "Yet we do not want a scandal. We will make a bargain within limits. You must be disposed of, but we will promise that you can go wherever you choose via the matter transmitter." "Your word's no good," Kim snapped. "You will starve," Bert said mildly. "Of course, you can seal yourself in the ship, but we will have lectors, special lectors, waiting for you when you come out again." Kim scowled. "Yes," he said. "I've been here half an hour. The ship's circuits were cut, but I've put the communicator back in working order. I can broadcast over the entire planet telling the truth. I won't destroy your power, but I'll make your slaves begin to realize what they are. Sooner or later, one of them will kill you." Malby bleated. It was not necessarily panic, but there are some minds to whom public admiration is necessary. Such persons will commit any crime to get admiration, which they crave with a passionate desire. Bert held up his hand again. "But why tell us?" he asked pleasantly. "Why didn't you simply broadcast what you've learned? Possibly it was because you wished to bargain with us first. You have terms?" Kim ground his teeth. "That's right," he said. "There is a girl, Donna Brett. She was to marry me, but one of you saw her. I think you, Bert. She's now blocked in her quarters to grow hysterical and terrified. It was on account of her that I acted too soon and got caught. I want her here." Bert considered without perceptible emotion. "She is quite pretty, but there are others," he said in his detached way. "If we send her, you will not broadcast?" "I'll kill her and myself," Kim said. "It's apparently the only service I can do her. Get out now. It will take your best technician at least 40 minutes to make a scrambler which will keep me from broadcasting. I'll give you 20 minutes to get her to me. I'll talk to all the planet if she isn't here." Bert shrugged. "Almost I overestimated you," he said mildly. "I thought you had an actual plan. Very well, she will come. But if I were you, I would not delay my suicide." Bert's eyes gleamed for an instant. Then he went out, followed by the others. Kim worked the controls which sealed the ship. He got feverishly to work again. From time to time he stared desperately out of the vision ports and then resumed his labors. His task seemingly was an impossible one. The starshine had been made into a mere museum exhibit. It was complete, but Kim's knowledge was inadequate, and his time far too short. 18 minutes passed before he saw Donna. She stood quietly beside the railing outside the spaceship, alone and quite pale. He opened the outer airlock door. She came up. He closed the outer door and opened the inner. She faced him. She was deathly white. As she saw him, hollow-cheeked and bitter, she managed to smile. "My poor Kim, what did they do to you?" "Blocked me," Kim cried. "Took away my hafnium gadget and put me on the circuit. They locked up every scrap of hafnium on the planet behind an all-citizen block. They just didn't know that it was used in spaceships in the fuel catalyzers. I've found enough to make 2 of us safe, though. Here." He thrust a scrap of metal into her hand. "Hold it tightly. It has to touch your skin." She caught her breath. "I was blocked in my quarters, and I couldn't come out," she told him unsteadily. "I was going crazy with terror because you told me what it might mean. I tried so hard to break through, but flesh and blood can't face the circuit. I hadn't any reason to hope that you'd be able to do anything, but I did hope." "I told them I'd kill both of us," he said fiercely. "Maybe I shall. But if I can only find the right cable, we'll both be doomed." Suddenly every muscle in his body went rigid and a screaming torment filled him. It lasted for part of a second. His face went gray. He wetted his lips. "Bert," he said thickly. "He had a psychometer under his robe. They came here, and he knew my psychogram was changed by the hafnium I'd found. So while they talked, he stole the new pattern. It's taken them this long to get it ready for the circuit. Now they're putting it in." With a sudden convulsive jerk, he went rigid once more. His muscles stood out in great knots. He was paralyzed, with every nerve and sinew in his body tensed to tetanic rigor. Agony filled him with an exquisite torment. It was the disciplinary circuit. It was those waves broadcast, focused upon him at full power. They would have found him anywhere upon the planet, and their torment was unspeakable. There was a stricken silence in her face as white as his own. She sobbed suddenly. "Kim," she cried desperately, "I know you can hear me. Listen, they must have me on the circuit too, only what you gave me has thrown it off. They expect to hold us paralyzed while they cut in with torches and take us, but they mustn't. So I'm going to give you the thing you gave me. If it changed my pattern, it will change yours again to something they can't guess at." She sobbed again. "Please, Kim, don't give it back. Go ahead and do what you planned, whatever it is. And if you don't win out, please kill me before you give up. Please. I don't want to be conditioned to do whatever they want in their pleasure palaces." She took the tiny sliver of metal in her shaking fingers. She pushed aside the flesh of his hand to put it in his grip. Courageously, she released it. The agonized paralysis left Kim Rindell, but now Donna was a pitiful figure of agony. Kim groaned. Rage filled him. His anguish and fury were so terrible that he would have destroyed the whole planet had he been able. But he could not permit her gift, which she had given at the price of such torment, to go without reward. He must struggle on to save them both, even though now he had no hope. He sprang to the control board. He stabbed at buttons almost at random, hoping for a response. He tried to get the ship into some sort of operating condition, but now there was no time. Frenziedly, he attempted to find some combination of controls which would make anything happen. He slipped the second bit of hafnium into his mouth to have both hands free. In desperation, he ripped the control board panel loose. He saw clipped wires everywhere behind it. Seizing the dangling ends, he struck them fiercely together. A lurid blue spark leaped. He cried out in triumph, and the morsel of metal Donna had sacrificed to him dropped from his lips. His muscles contorted, and agony filled him. There was a roaring noise. The starshine bucked violently. There were crashes, and there was a feeling of intolerable weight which he could feel despite his agony. The ship reeled crazily. It smashed through a wall. It battered into a roof. It spun like a mad thing and went skyward, tail first, with Kim Rindell in frozen, helpless torment, holding two cables together with muscles utterly beyond his control. It went up toward empty space in which no other vessel was navigating anywhere. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Disciplinary Circuit by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Rays of Destruction. Eventually, the Starshine, alone in space as no other spaceship had been alone in 20,000 years, behaved like a sentient thing. At first, of course, her actions were frenzied, almost insane, as if the disciplinary circuit waves, which made Donna a statue of agony and kept Kim frozen with contorted muscles, could affect the spaceship too. Wildly, the little vessel went upward through air which screamed as it parted for her passage. She yawed and swayed and ludicrously plunged backwards. The screaming of the air rose to a shriek, and then to a high, thin whistle, and then ceased altogether. Finally, she was free of the air of Alphen 3. After this, she really made speed, backing away from the planet. Her meteor detectors had been turned on in one of Ken's random splicings, and when the current reached them, they reported a monstrous obstruction in her path and shunted in the meteor-repelling beams. The obstacle was the planet itself, and the beams tried to push it away. Naturally, they pushed the ship itself away, out into the huge chasm of interplanetary space. It kept up for a long time, too, because Kim was paralyzed by the broadcast waves. They were kept focused upon him by the psychographic locator. So long as those waves of the disciplinary circuit came up through the ionosphere, Kim's spasmodically contracted muscles kept together the two cables which had started everything. But the Starshine backed away at 4 gravity's acceleration, faster and ever faster, and ordinary psychographic locators are not designed for use beyond planetary distances. After all, there had been no human beings in space for generations. Ultimately, the tormenting radio beam lessened from sheer distance. At last, the influence broke off suddenly, and Kim's hands on the leads dropped away. The beam fumbled back to contact and wavered away again, and presently was only a tingling sensation probing for a target the locators could no longer keep lined up. Then the Starshine seemed to lose her frenzy and became merely a derelict. She sped on, giving no sign of life for a time. Then her vision ports glowed abruptly. Kim Rendell, working desperately against time, and with the chill of outer space creeping into the ship's unpowered hull, had found a severed cable which supplied light and heat. An hour later still, the ship steadied in her motion. He had traced down the gyro's power lead and set them to work. 2 hours later yet, the Starshine paused in her flight. Her long pointed nose turned about. A new element of motion entered the picture she made. She changed course. At last, as if having her drive finally in operation gave her something of purposefulness, the slim spaceship ceased to look frenzied or frowsied or bemused, and swam through space with a serene competence, like something very much alive and knowing exactly what she was about. She came to rest upon the almost but not quite airless bulk of Alphen 2, some 30 hours after her escape from Alphen 3. Kim was desperately hungry. But for the lesser gravity of the smaller inner planet, which was responsible for its thinned-out atmosphere, he might have staggered as he walked. Certainly a normal spacesuit would have been a heavy burden for a man who had starved for days. Donna also looked pale and worn out when she took from him the things he brought back through the airlock. They put the great masses of spongy, woody stuff in the synthesizer. It was organic matter. Some of it, perhaps, could have been consumed as food in its original state. But the synthesizer received it and hummed and buzzed quietly to itself, and presently the man and woman ate. The synthesizer was not the equivalent of those magnificently complex food machines which in public dining halls provided almost every dish the gourmets have ever invented from raw materials. But it did make a palatable meal from the tasteless vegetation of the small planet. Kim said quietly when they had finished eating, "Now we'll find out for certain what Bert intends to do about us," he grimaced. "He's dangerously intelligent. He underestimated me before. He may consider us dead, or he may overestimate us. I think he'll play it safe. I would in his place."
"What does that mean?" Donna asked wistfully. "We will be able to go to some other planet, won't we, Kim? As if we'd gone in the matter transmitter in a perfectly normal fashion, simply to take up residence on another world?" Kim shook his head. "I'm beginning to doubt it," he said slowly. "The discovery that with a bit of hafnium a man can change his psychographic pattern is high explosive. If the disciplinary circuit can't pick him out as an individual, any man can defy any government which depends on the circuit, which means that no government is safe. I've got to be gotten rid of for the sake of government everywhere in the galaxy." "But they can't touch us here," said Donna. "We're safe now." Kim shook his head. "No, I was too hungry to think before. We're not safe. I've got to work like the devil. Do you remember your galactic history? Remember what the disciplinary circuit was built up to? Remember the last war? It's not only the spaceship which went into museums. I'm suddenly scared stiff." He stood up and abruptly began to put on the spacesuit again. His face had become haggard. "In the last war, there were no battles, only massacres," he said curtly as he snapped buckles. "There was no victory. They used a beam which was a stepped-up version of the disciplinary circuit. They called it a fighting beam then, and they thought they could fight with it. But they couldn't. It simply made war impossible. So ultimately they hooded over the projectors of the fighting beams, and most of them probably fell to rust. But there are some in museums. If Bert and the others want to play safe, they'll haul those projectors out of the museum and hook them up to find and kill us. And there's no question but that they can do it." He stepped into the airlock and closed the door, still fumbling with the last adjustments to his spacesuit. Donna was puzzled by his gloomy forebodings. She heard the outer door open. As she stood there, bewildered, she heard him bringing more raw foodstuff to the airlock with a feverish haste. He made 2 trips, 3, and 4. She found herself screaming shrilly because of an agony already past. It had been a bare flash of pain. It had gone in the fraction of a second, in the fraction of a millisecond. But it was such pain! It was the anguish of the disciplinary circuit, 1,000 times multiplied. It was such torment as the ancients tried vainly to picture as the lot of damned souls in hell. Had it lasted, any living creature would have died of sheer suffering. But it flashed into being and was gone, and Donna had cried out in a strangled voice. She was filled with a horrible weakness from the one instant of anguish, and she felt stark panic lest it come again. The outer airlock door slammed shut. The inner opened. Kim came staggering within. He did not strip off the spacesuit. He ran clumsily toward the now-repaired control panel, his face contorted. "Lie down flat," he shouted as he opened his faceplate. "I'm taking off." The starshine roared from the almost barren world, which was an inferior planet of the sun Alphen, not worth colonizing by men. Acceleration built up and built up and built up to the very limit of what the human body could stand. After 20 minutes, it dropped from 4 gravities to 1. "Donna!" Kim called hoarsely. She answered faintly. "They've got the ancient projectors hooked up," he said as hoarsely as before. "They're searching for us. We're so far away that the beam flashed past. It won't record finding us for minutes, as it'll take time for the response to get back. That's what will save us, but they're bound to touch us occasionally until we get out of range." The starshine swung about in space. The brutal acceleration began again, at an angle to the former line of motion. 10 minutes later, there was another moment of intolerable pain. Every nerve in their bodies jumped in a tetanic convulsion. Had it continued, their muscles would have torn loose from their bones, and their hearts would have burst from the violence of the fearful contraction. The starshine would have gone on senselessly as a speeding coffin. But again the searing torment lasted for only the fraction of a second. Back on Alphen 3, great projectors swept across the sky. They were ancient devices, those projectors. They were quaint, even primitive in appearance. But 1,000 years before, they had been the final word in armament. They represented an attack against which there was no defense. A defense which could not be breached. Those machines had ended wars. They poured forth tight beams of the same wave frequencies and forms of which the disciplinary circuit was a more ancient development still. But where the circuit was an exquisitely sensitive device for the exquisitely graduated torment of individuals, these beams were murderers of men. They were not tuned to the psychographic patterns of single persons, but coarsely, in irresistible strength, to all living matter containing given amino chain molecules. In short, to all men. And they had made the last war the last. There had been one battle in that war. It had taken place near Canis Major, where there had been 40,000 warships of space lined up in hostile array. The two fleets were almost equally matched in numbers, and both possessed the fighting beams. They hurtled toward each other, the beams stabbing out ahead. They interpenetrated each other and went on, blindly. It was 100 years before the last of the runaway derelicts blundered to destruction or was picked up by other spaceships, which then still roved the spaceways. Because there was no defense against the fighting beams, which were aimed by electronic devices. A ship did not cease to fight when its crew was dead. And every crew had died when a fighting beam lingered briefly on their ship. There was not one single survivor of the Battle of Canis Major. The fleets plunged at each other, and every living thing in both fleets had perished instantly. Thereafter the empty ships fought on as robots against all other ships, so there were no more wars. For 200 years after that battle, the planets of the galaxy continued to mount their projectors and keep their detector screens out, but war had defeated itself. There could be no victories, but only joint suicides. There could be no conquests, because even a depopulated planet's projectors would still destroy all life in any approaching spaceship for as many years as the projectors were powered for. But in time, more especially after matter transmitters had made spacecraft useless, they were forgotten. All but those which went into museums for the instruction of the young. These resuscitated weapons were now at work to find and kill Kim and Donna. In a sense, it was like trying to kill flies with a 16-inch gun. The difficulties of aiming were extreme. To set up a detector field and neutralize it would take time and skill which were not available. So the beams swept through great arcs, with operators watching for signs of contact. It was long minutes after the first contact before the instruments on the projectors recorded it, because the news could only go back at the speed of light. Then the projectors had to retrace their path, and the starshine had moved. The beams had to fumble blindly for the fugitives, and they told of each touch, but only after it occurred. And Kim struggled to make his course unpredictable. In 10 hours, the beam struck 4 times only, because Kim changed course and acceleration so fiercely and so frequently that a contact could only be a matter of chance. Then, for a long time, there was no touch at all. In 2 days, Alphen, the sun, had dwindled until it was merely the brightest of the stars, with a barely perceptible disk. On the 3rd day, the beam found them yet again, and Donna burst into hysterical sobs. But it was not really bad this time. There is a limit to the distance to which a tight beam can be held together in space by technicians who have not space experience and instinctive know-how. Within hours after this 5th contact, Kim Rendell found the last key break in the control cables of the ship and was able to throw on the overdrive, by which the starshine fled from Alphen at 200 times the speed of light. Then, of course, they were safe. Even had the beam of agony been turned directly upon the ship, it could not have overtaken them. But Donna was a bundle of shrinking nerves when it was over, and Kim raged as he looked at her scared eyes. "I know," she said unsteadily when he had her in the control room to look at the cosmos as it appeared at faster-than-light speed. "I know I'm silly, Kim. It can't hurt us any more. We're going to another solar system entirely. They won't know anything about us. We're all right, quite all right, but I'm just all in little pieces." With somber brow, Kim stared at the vision plates about him. The universe, as seen at 200 light speeds, was not a reassuring sight. All stars behind had vanished. All those on either hand were dimmed to near invisibility. Ahead, where the very nose of the spaceship pointed, there were specks of light in a recognizable star pattern, but the colors and the magnitudes were incredible. "We're heading now for Cetus Alpha," Kim said slowly after a long time. "It's the next nearest solar system. Our fuel tanks are 1/12 full. We have power to travel a distance of 50 light years, no more, and it would take us 3 months to cover that. Cetus Alpha is 7 light years away, or it was." "We're going to settle on one of the planets there?" Donna asked hopefully. "What are they like, Kim?" "You might look them up in the pilot," Kim said rather glumly. "There are 6 inhabited ones." "You sound worried," she said. "What is it?" "I'm wondering," Kim admitted, "if Bert and the Prime Board should send word ahead of us by matter transmitter to these 6 planets and all the other inhabited planets within 50 or 100 light years. It would be awkward for us. Transmission by matter transmitter is instantaneous, and it wouldn't take too long for the governments on the Cetus Alpha planets to set up detectors and remount the projectors which could kill us. Bert would call us very dangerous criminals. He'd say we were so dangerous we had better be killed before we land." He paused and added, "He's right." "I don't see why they should do anything so cruel." "We've struck at the foundation of government," Kim said savagely. "On Alphen 3 there's a pretense that all men are free, and we know it's a lie. But on other planets they don't even pretend. On Lore 4 they have a king. On Markab 2 the citizens wear collars of metal, slave collars, and members of the aristocracy have the right to murder social inferiors at pleasure. On Andromeda 9 the disciplinary circuit, and so the government, is in the hands of a bloodthirsty lunatic. The circuit backs all governments alike, the supposedly free and the frankly despotic governments impartially. We're a danger to all of them. Even a decent government, if there is one, would dread having its citizens able to defy the circuit. Yet, in 10 words, I can tell how to nullify the one instrument on which all government is based. Once that knowledge gets loose, nothing can suppress it." Donna sighed. "I was hoping we could go someplace where we would be safe," she said. "Isn't there any such place?" Kim's laugh was bitter. "I wonder if there's any place where we can be free," he said. "I planned big, Donna, but it didn't work out. There wasn't another man on Alphen 3 who wanted to be free as much as I did. I'd about decided that just the 2 of us would put on projectors and journey from one planet to another in search of freedom. But then Bert saw you, and you were locked up, so you'd go frantic with fear and loneliness. Later, they'd have given you a psychological conditioning to cure you of terror and send you away to Bert's pleasure palace." "Why didn't you take me away before Bert saw me?" she asked. "Why did you wait?" Kim groaned. "Because I wasn't ready. When I realized the danger, I tried to get you, and I was caught. They found out what I had, and everything became hopeless. They put me on block to see if anyone would try to befriend me, but I hadn't any friends. I didn't know anyone else who wouldn't have been frightened if I'd told him he was a slave. I threatened the Prime Board with a broadcast, but I'm afraid nobody would have believed me." "It all happened because of me," Donna said. "Forget what I said about wanting to be safe, Kim. I don't care any more. Not if I'm with you." Kim scowled at the weird pattern of strangely colored stars upon the vision plate. "We're using a lot of our fuel in trying for Cetus Alpha's planets. I'd like to, well, have a marriage ceremony." Despite her anxiety, Donna burst out laughing. "It's about time, you big lug," she cried. "I was beginning to lose hope." Kim laughed too. "All right, I'll see if it can be arranged. But if warnings have been sent ahead of us, marriage may be difficult." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Disciplinary Circuit by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Outcasts of Space. Like a silver arrow, the sunshine continued to bore on through a weird synthetic universe, 200 times faster than light. In the spaceship, Kim worked angrily, making desperate attempts to devise a method of nullifying the non-individualized fighting beams with which, now that he was in free space in a spaceship, any attempt to land upon an inhabited planet might be frustrated. In the end, he constructed 2 small wristlets, one for himself and one for Donna to wear. If tune waves of the circuit struck them, the wristlets might nullify them. But if the fighting beam struck, that would be another story. 12 days after turning on the overdrive, which by changing the constants of space about the spaceship made 200 light speeds possible, Kim turned it off. He had previously assured that Donna was wearing the little gadget he had built. As he snapped off the overdrive field, the look of the universe changed with a startling suddenness. Stars leaped into being on every side, amazingly bright and astoundingly varicolored. Cetus Alpha loomed almost dead ahead, a glaring globe of fire with enormous streamers streaming out on every side. There were planets, too. As the starshine jogged on at a normal interplanetary rather than interstellar speed, Donna focused the electron telescope upon the nearest. It was a great round disk with polar ice caps and extraordinarily interconnected seas, so that there were innumerable small continents distributed everywhere. Green vegetation showed and patches of clouds, and when Donna turned the magnification up to its very peak, they were certain that they saw the pattern of a magnificent metropolis. She looked at it hungrily. Kim regarded it steadily. They did not speak for a long time. "It would be nice there," Donna said longingly at last. "Do you think we can land, Kim?" "We're going to try," he told her. But they didn't. They were 40 million miles away when a sudden, overwhelming anguish smote them both. All the universe ceased to be. 6 weeks later, Kim Rendell eased the starshine to a landing on the solitary satellite of the red dwarf sun, Thanis. It was about 4,000 miles in diameter. Its atmosphere was about 1/4 the density needed to support human life. Such vegetation as it possessed was stunted and lichenous. The terrain was tumbled and upheaved, with raw rock showing in great masses which had apparently solidified in a condition of frenzied turmoil. It had been examined and dismissed as useless for human colonization many centuries since. That was why Kim and Donna could land upon it. They had spent half their store of fuel in the desperate effort to find a planet on which they could land. Their attempt to approach Cetus Alpha 6 had been the exact type of all their fruitless efforts. They came in for a landing and, while yet millions of miles out, recently reinstalled detector screens searched them out. Newly stepped-up long-distance psychographic finders had identified the starshine as containing living human beings. Then projectors, taken out of museums, had hurled at them the deadly pain beams which had made war futile 1,000 years before. They might have died within 1 second from the bursting of their hearts and the convulsive rupture of every muscle anchorage to every bone, except for one thing. Kim's contrived wristlets had saved them. The wristlets, plus a relay on a set of controls to throw the starshine into overdrive travel through space. The wristlets contained a morsel of hafnium, so that any previous psychographic record of them as individuals would no longer check with the psychogram a search beam would encounter. But also, on the first instant of convulsive contraction of muscles beneath the wristlets, they emitted a frantic, tiny signal. That signal kicked over the control relay. The starshine flung itself into overdrive escape faster than light, faster than the pain beams could follow. They had suffered, of course, horribly. But the pain beams could not play upon them for more than the 10th of a millisecond before the starshine vanished into faster-than-light escape. They had tried each of the 6 planets of Cetus Alpha. They had gone rather desperately to Cetus Gamma, with 4 inhabited planets, and Serene with 3. Then the inroads of their scant fuel supply and their dwindling store of vegetation from Alphen 2 made them accept defeat. The massed volumes of the galactic pilot for this sector, age-yellowed, brittle volumes, now had told them of vegetation on the useless planet of the dwarf star Phanis. They came to it. Kim was stunned and bitter, and they landed. After the ship had settled down in a weird valley with fantastic overhanging cliffs and a frozen, small waterfall nearby, the two of them went outside. They wore spacesuits, of course, because of the extreme thinness of the air. "I suppose we can call this home now," Kim said bitterly. It was night. The sky was cloudless, and all the stars of the galaxy looked down upon them as they stood in the biting cold. His voice went by space phone to the helmet of Donna by his side. "I guess I can stand it if you can, Kim," she said quietly. "We've got fuel for 6 weeks' drive," he said ironically. "That means we can go any place within 25 light years. We've tried every solar system in that range. They're all warned against us. They all had their projectors in operation. We couldn't land. And we'd have starved unless we got some new material for the synthesizer. This was the only place we could land on. We'll have to stand it if we stand anything." Donna was silent for a little while. "We've got each other, Kim," she said slowly. "For a limited time," he said. "If we use our fuel only for heat and to run the synthesizer for food, it will probably last several years. But ultimately it will run out and we'll die." "Are you sorry you threw everything away for me, Kim?" asked Donna. "I'm not sorry I'm with you. I'd rather be with you for a little while and then die. Certain death is better than what I faced." Kim made a furious gesture. "It's recognized everywhere that the population of a planet has the right to make all the laws of that planet. We are the population here. We could be married by our own act. But suppose we had children. When our fuel gives out, they'd die with us. I think you'd go mad anticipating that. We can't even have each other. We're imprisoned here as they used to imprison criminals, for life. We can have no hope. There is nothing we can work at. We can't even try to do anything." He clenched his hands inside his space gloves. Donna looked at him. "Are you going to give up, Kim?" "Give up what?" Then he said bitterly, "No, Donna. I'm going to find some excuse for hoping. Some lie I can tell myself. But I'll know I'm simply trying to deceive myself." There was a long silence. Hopelessness, futility. "I've been thinking, Kim," Donna said softly at last. "There are 300 million inhabited planets. There are trillions and quintillions of people in the galaxy. If they knew about us, some of them at least would want to help us. There are some probably who'd hope we could help them. If we were to think of a new approach to the problem we face and reach the people who would want to help us, it might mean eventual rescue." "Signals travel at the speed of light," Kim said. "We'd be dead long before even a tight beam signal could reach another star cluster, if there were anybody there to receive or act on it. But there aren't any spaceships except the Starshine. It was the last ship used in the galaxy." We've been regarding our predicament as if it were unique, as if nobody else in the universe wanted to be free, as if there was only one problem, ours. I heard a story once, Kim. It was about a man who had to carry a certain particular grain of dust to another place. A silly story, of course. But this was the top grain in a dust pile. The man tried to find something that would pick up the one grain of dust and something that would hold it quite safe. But he couldn't solve the problem. There wasn't any box that would hold a single grain of dust. He couldn't even pick up a solitary dust grain, and how could he carry it if he couldn't pick it up? "That's a fable," Kim said harshly. "There's a moral?" Donna smiled. "Yes," she said, "there is. He picked up the dust grain with a shovel. He picked up a lot of others, too, but that didn't matter. And he could find a box to hold 100,000 dust grains when he couldn't find a box to hold one." Kim was silent. Donna nodded and smiled at him. "If you want a new way to think, how about thinking not just of us and our problem, but the problem of all the people like us who have gone into revolt?" she said. "How about all the people who've been sent to Adaz? How about all those who will go in years to come? I don't know the answer, Kim, but it's another way to think. Since we failed to solve a little problem by itself, suppose we look at it as part of a big one. As a new approach, anyhow." There was silence. The bright, many-colored stars overhead moved perceptibly toward what would be called the west by age-old custom. Weird shapes of frozen rock loomed above the spaceship, and the starlight glimmered up on thin hoarfrost which settled everywhere upon this small planet in the dark hours. Kim stirred suddenly and was still again. Donna continued to watch him. She could not see his face, but it seemed to her that he stood straighter somehow. Then suddenly he spoke gruffly. "Let's get back in the ship," he said. "Spacesuits are admirable inventions, Donna, but they have limitations. I can't kiss you through a space helmet." He did not wait until they were out of the airlock, and she clung to him. Then he grinned for the first time in many days. "My dear," he said contentedly, "not only are you the best-looking female I ever saw, but you've got brains. Now watch me." "What are you going to do?" she asked breathlessly. "Too much to waste time talking about it," he told her. "Want to help? Look up Adaz in the pilot. I had completely forgotten I was a matter transmitter technician." He kissed her again exuberantly and strode for the Starshine record room, shedding the parts of his spacesuit as he went. He pulled down the microfilm reels covering the ship's construction and zestfully set to work to review them, making notes and sketches from time to time. The reels, of course, contained not only the complete working drawings of the entire ship, showing every bolt and rivet, but also every moving part in stereoscopic relationship to its fellows, with full data so that no possible breakdown could take place without full information being available for its repair. Donna watched him furtively as she began the tedious task of hunting through the galactic pilot of this sector, 200-odd volumes, for even a stray reference to the planet Adaz. Ultimately, she did find Adaz mentioned, not in the bound volumes of the pilot, but in the microfilm abbreviated galactic directory. Adaz rated just 3 lines of type. Its space coordinates, the spectral type of its sun, a climate-atmosphere symbol which indicated that 3/4 of its surface experienced subarctic conditions, and the memo, its borderline habitability caused it to be chosen as a penal colony at a very early date. Landing upon it is forbidden under all circumstances. A patrol ship is on guard. The memorandum was quaint, now that no spaceline had operated in 5 centuries, no exploring ship in nearly 2, and the Space Patrol itself had been disbanded 300 years since. Kim said. "If we need it, not too bad. People could survive on Adaz. People probably have. And they wouldn't be sheep anyhow." "How far away is it?" Donna asked uneasily. "We have enough fuel for 25 light-years travel, you said." Andes is just about halfway across the galaxy, he told her. We couldn't really get started there if our tanks were full. The only way to reach it is by matter transmitter. But he did not look disheartened. Donna watched his face. It's ruled out. What did you hope from it, Kim? A wedding, he said, and grinned. But it isn't ruled out, Donna. Nothing's ruled out if an idea you gave me works. Your story about the dust grain hit my mind just right. I was trying to figure out how to travel 100 light years on 25 light years fuel, even though the Prime Board may have sent warnings 3 times that far. But if you can't solve a little problem, make it a big one and tackle that. That's what your story meant. It's a nice trick. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Disciplinary Circuit by Mary Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Super Science. Donna was greatly puzzled by what Kim had said. She stared at him, wide-eyed, trying to figure out his meaning. For a moment or two he made no attempt to explain. He just stood there, grinning at her. Listen, Donna, he said finally. Why did they stop making spaceships? Donna smiled uncertainly, only because he was smiling. Matter transmitters are quicker and spaceships aren't needed anymore. Right, Kim said. But why was the starshine used by my revered great-grandfather to bring the first colonists to Alphen 3? Because you have to have a receiver for a matter transmitter, and you have to carry it. Alphen 3 was almost the last planet in the galaxy to be colonized, wasn't it? Yes. Why do you have to carry a receiver? No, don't bother. But do answer this one. If 2 places are both too far to get to, what's the difference? Why, none. Oh, there's a lot, he told her. The next star cluster is too far away for the starshine with her present drive and fuel. To the next galaxy is no farther. But when I stopped trying to think of ways to stretch our fuel and started trying to think of a way to get to the next galaxy, I got it. She stared. Are we going there to live? She said submissively, but her eyes were sparkling with mirth. He kissed her exuberantly. My dear, I wouldn't put anything past the 2 of us together, but let me show you how it works. He spread out the drawings he had made from the construction records while she searched the pilot. He expounded their meaning enthusiastically, and she listened and made admiring comments, but it is rather doubtful if she really understood. She was too much occupied with the happy knowledge that he was again confident and hopeful. But the idea was not particularly complicated. Every fact was familiar enough. Spaceships in the old days, and the starshine in this, were able to exceed the speed of light by enclosing themselves in an overdrive field, which was space so stressed that in it the velocity of light was enormously increased. Therefore, the inertia of matter, its resistance to acceleration or its mass, was reduced by the same factor. Why? The kinetic energy of a moving spaceship, of course, had to remain the same when an overdrive field was formed about it. Thus, when its inertia was decreased by the field, its velocity had to increase. Mathematically, the relationship of mass to velocity with a given quantity of kinetic energy is, for normal space, mv equals e. In an overdrive field, where the factor y enters, the equation is m over y, yv equals e. The value of y is such that speeds up to 200 times that of light result from a spaceship at normal interplanetary speed going into an overdrive field. A matter transmitter field, as everyone knows now, simply raises the value of y to infinity. The formula then becomes m over infinity, infinity v equals e. The mass is divided by infinity and the velocity multiplied by infinity. The velocity in a planet-to-planet transmitter is always directed toward the receiver to which the transmitter is tuned. In theory, then, a man who enters such a transmitter passes through empty space unprotected, but his exposure is so exceedingly brief, across the whole first galaxy transit was estimated to require 0.0001 second, that not one molecule of the air surrounding him has time to escape into emptiness. Thus, the one device is simply an extension of the principle of the other. A matter transmitter is merely an enormously developed overdrive field generator with a tuning device attached. But until this moment, apparently, it had not happened that a matter transmitter technician was in a predicament where the only way out was to put those facts together. Kim was such a technician, and on the Starshine he had probably the only overdrive field generator of spaceship pattern still in working order in the universe. "All I've got to do is to add 2 stages of coupling and rewind the exciter secondary," he told her zestfully. "Doing it by hand may take a week. Then the Starshine will be a matter transmitter which will transmit itself. The toughest part of the whole job will be the distance gauge, and I've got that." Worshipfully, Donna looked up at him. She probably hoped that he would kiss her again, but he mistook it for interest. He explained at length. There could be, of course, no measure of distance traveled in emptiness. Astrogation has always been a matter of dead reckoning, plus direct observation. But at such immeasurably high speeds, there could be no direct observation. At matter transmitter speeds, no manual control could stop a ship in motion within any given galaxy. So Kim had planned a photo gauge, which would throw off the transmitter field when a specific amount of radiation had reached it. At thousands of light speeds, the radiation impinging on the bow of a ship would equal in seconds the normal reception of years. When a specific total of radiation had struck it, a relay would cut off the drive field. Among other features, such a control would make it impossible for a speeding ship to venture too close to a sun. Kim set joyously to work to make the 3 changes in the overdrive circuit and to build a radiation-operated relay. Outside the spaceship, the sky turned deep purple. Presently the dull red sun arose, and the white hoarfrost melted and glistened wetly, and most of it evaporated in a thin white mist. The frozen waterfall dripped, and presently flowed freely. The lichenous plants rippled and stirred in the thin chill winds that blew over the small planet, and even animals appeared, stupid and sluggish things which lived upon the lichens. Hours passed. The dull red sun sank low and vanished. The little waterfall flowed more and more slowly, and at last ceased altogether. The sky became a deep, dense black, and multitudes of stars shone down on the grounded spaceship. It was a small, starved world, this planet, swinging in lonely isolation around a burned-out sun. About it lay the galaxy in which were 300 million inhabited worlds, circling brighter, hotter, much more splendid stars. But the starveling little planet was the only place in all the galaxy, save one, where no disciplinary circuit held the human race in slavery. Nothing happened visibly upon the planet during many days. There were nights in which the hoarfrost glistened whitely, and days in which the frozen waterfall thawed and splashed valiantly. The sluggish, stupid animals ignored the spaceship. It was motionless, and they took it for a rock. Only twice did its 2 occupants emerge to gather the vegetation, which was raw material for their food synthesizer. On the second expedition, Kim seized upon an animal to add it to the larder, but its helpless, futile struggles somehow disgusted him. He let it go. "I prefer test tube meat," he said distastefully. "We've food enough anyhow for a long, long time. At worst, we can always come back for more." They went into the ship and stored the vegetable matter in the synthesizer bins. They returned then to the control room. "I think it's right," Kim said soberly, as he took the seat before the control panel. "But nobody ever knows. Maybe we have a spaceship now which makes matter transmitters absurd. Maybe we've something we can't control at all, which will land us hundreds of millions of light years away, so that we'll never be able to find even this galaxy again." "Maybe we might have something which will simply kill us instantly," Donna said quietly. "That's right, isn't it?" He nodded. "When I push this button, we find out." She put her hand over his. She bent over and kissed him. Then she pressed down his finger on the control stud. Incredible glaring light burst into the viewports, blinding them. Relays clicked loudly. Alarms rang stridently. The starshine bucked frantically, and the vision screens flared with a searing light before the light control reacted. There was a sun in view to the left. It was a blue-white giant, which, even at a distance which reduced its disk to the size of a water drop, gave off a blistering heat. To the right, within a matter of a very few millions of miles, there was a cloud-veiled planet. "At least we've traveled," Kim said. "And a long way, too. Cosmography's hardly a living science since exploration stopped, but that star surely wasn't in the cluster we came from." He cut off the alarms and the meteor repeller beams which strove to shear the starshine away from the planet, as they had once driven it backward away from Alphen 3. He touched a stud which activated the relay which would turn on overdrive should a fighting beam touch its human occupants. He waited, expectant, tense. The spaceship was no more than 10 million miles from the surface of the cloud-wreathed world. If there were an alarm system at work, the detectors on the planet should be setting up a terrific clamor now, and a fighter beam should be stabbing out at any instant to destroy the two occupants of the starshine. Kim found himself almost cringing from anticipation of the unspeakable agony which only an instant's exposure to a pain beam involved. But nothing happened. They watched the clouds. Donna trained the electron telescope upon them. They were not continuous. There were rifts through which solidity could be glimpsed, sometimes clearly and sometimes as through mist. She put in an infrared filter and stepped up the illumination. The surface of the planet came into view on the telescope screen. They saw cities. They saw patches of vegetation of unvarying texture, which could only be cultivated areas providing raw material for the food synthesizers. They saw one city of truly colossal size. "We'll go in on planetary drive," Kim said quietly. "We must have gone beyond news of us, or they'd have stabbed at us before now. But we'll be careful. I think we'd better sneak in on the night side. We'll turn on the communicator, by the way. We may get some idea of the identity of this sun." He put the little ship into a power orbit, slanting steeply inward in a curve which would make contact with the planet's atmosphere just beyond the sunset line. He watched the hull thermometers for their indications. They touched the air very high up and went down and down, fumbling and cautious. The vision screens were blank for a long time, but the instruments told of solidity 200 miles below them, then 100, then 50, 25, 10. Suddenly the communicator speaker spoke in a gabble of confusing voices. Donna turned it down to 1. All the galaxy spoke the same language, of course, but this dialect was strangely accented. Presently they grew accustomed and could understand. "We take pride in the perfection of our life," the voice said unctuously. 10,000 years ago, perfection was attained upon this planet, and it is for us to maintain that perfection. Unquestioningly, we obey our rulers, because obedience is a part of perfection. Sometimes our rulers give us orders which, to all appearances, are severe. It is not always easy to obey. But the more difficult obedience may be, the more necessary it is for perfection. The disciplinary circuit is a reminder of that need, as it touches us once each day to spur us to perfection. The destruction of a family, even to first and second cousins, for the disobedience of a single member, is necessary, that every seed of imperfection may be eliminated from our life. Kim and Donna looked at each other. Donna tuned to another of the voices. "People of Huvan." The tones were harsh and arrogant. I am your new lord. These are your orders. Your taxes are increased by 1/10. I require absolute obedience, not only to myself, but to my guards. If any man, woman, or child shall so much as think a protest against my lightest command, he or she shall writhe in agony in a public place until death comes, and it will not come quickly. Before my guards you will kneel. Before my personal attendants you will prostrate yourselves, not daring to lift your eyes. That is all for the present." Donna cut it off quickly. A dry, crisp voice came in on a higher wavelength. "This is Mattox speaking. You will arrange at once to procure from Camille 4 a shipment of fighting animals for the Lord Son's festival 4 days hence. Flyers will arrive at the matter transmitter to take them on board tomorrow afternoon, 2 hours before sunset. Lord Son was most pleased with the Geats in the last shipment. They do not fight well against men, but against women they are fairly deadly. In addition—" "Somehow I don't think we'll land, Donna," Kim said very quietly, but turned back to the first voice. Her hand shook, but she obeyed. The unctuous voice has somehow the air of ending its speech. "Before going on, I repeat, we are grateful for the perfection of our way of life, and we resolve firmly that so long as our planet shall circle Altair, in no wise will we depart from it." Kim turned the nose of the starshine upward. The stars of the galaxy seemed strangely bright and monstrously indifferent. The little spaceship drove back into the heavens. After a pause, Kim turned to Donna. "Look up Altair," he said. "We came a very long way indeed." There was silence, save for the rustling of the index volume as Donna searched for Altair in the Sun Index. Presently she read off the space coordinates. Kim calculated ruefully. "That wasn't space travel," he said dryly. "That was matter transmission. The starshine is a matter transmitter, Donna, transmitting itself and us. I wasn't aware of any interval between the time I pressed the stud and the time the altered field shut off, but we came almost a quarter across the galaxy." "It was horrible," Donna said, shivering. "I thought Alphen 3 was bad, but the tyranny here is ghastly." "Alphen 3 is a new planet," Kim told her grimly. "The one below us is old. Alphen 3 has been occupied for barely 200 years. Its people have relatively the vigor and the sturdy independence of pioneers, and still they're sheep. We're in an older part of the galaxy now, and the race back here has grown old and stupid and cruel, and I imagine is ready to die." He bent forward and made a careful adjustment of the light-operated distance gauge. He cut it down enormously. "We'll try it again," he said. He pressed the stud. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Disciplinary Circuit by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Haven at Last. An increasing sense of futility and depression crept over Kim and Donna during the next few days. They visited 4 solar systems, separated by distances which would have seemed unthinkable before the alteration of the overdrive. There was no longer any sensation of travel because no distance required any appreciable period of time. Once, indeed, Kim commented curtly on the danger that would exist if they went too close to the galaxy's edge. With only the amount of received light to work the cutout switch, under such circumstances, they might have plunged completely out of the galaxy and to unimaginable distances before the switch could have acted. "I'm going to have to put a limiting device of some sort on this thing," he observed. "With a limiting device, the transmitter drive can't stay on longer than a few microseconds. If we don't, we might find ourselves lost from our own galaxy and unable to find it again. Not that it would seem to matter so much." His skepticism seemed justified. The Starshine was the only vessel now plying among the stars. It had been of the last and best type, though by no means the largest ever constructed, and by 3 small changes in its overdrive mechanism, Kim had made it into something of which other men had never dreamed. For the first time in the history of the human race, other galaxies were open to the exploration and the colonization of men. It was probably possible for the cosmos itself to be circumnavigated in the Starshine, but its crew of 2 humans could find no planet of their own race on which they dared to land. They approached Vorten II and found a great planet seemingly empty of human beings. There were roads and cities, but the roads were empty and the cities full of human skeletons. Kim and Donna saw only 3 living beings of human form, and they were skin and bones and shook clenched fists and gibbered at the slim spacecraft as it hovered overhead. The Starshine soared away. It hovered over Macabre 6, and there were towers which had been powerhouses rusting into ruin, and human beings naked and chained pulling plows, while other human beings flourished whips behind them. The great metropolis where the matter transmitter should have been was ruins. Unquestionably, the matter transmitter here had been destroyed, and the planet was cut off from the rest of civilization. They came fearfully to rest above the planet's center upon Motek 7 and saw decay. The people reveled in the streets, but listlessly, and the communicator brought only barbarous, sensual music and howled songs of a beastliness that was impossible to describe. The vessel actually touched ground upon Zanen 5. Kim and Donna actually talked to 2 citizens, but those folk were blank-faced and dull. Yet what they told Kim and Donna apathetically in response to questioning was so disheartening that Donna impulsively offered to take them away. But the 2 citizens were frightened at the idea. They fled when Donna would have urged them. Out in clear space again, on Interplanetary Drive, Kim looked at Donna with brooding eyes. "It looks as if we can't find a home, Donna," he said quietly. "The human race is finished. We completed a job, we humans. We conquered a galaxy and we occupied it, and the job was done. Then we went downhill. You and I, we came from the newest planet of all, and we didn't fit. We're criminals there, but the older planets, like these, are indescribably horrible." He stopped and asked wryly, "What shall we do, Donna? I'd have liked a wedding ceremony, but what are we going to do?" Donna smiled at him. "There's one place yet. The Prime Board called us criminals. Let's look up the criminals on Ades. Maybe, and it's just possible, people who have mustered energy and independence enough to commit political crimes would be bearable. If we don't find anything there, why, we'll go to another galaxy, choose a planet, and settle down. And I promise I won't be sorry, Kim." Kim made his computations and swung the Starshine carefully. He was able to center the course of the spaceship with absolute precision upon the sun around which Ades circled slowly in lonely majesty. He pressed the matter transmission stud, and the alarm bells rang stridently, and there was the sun and the planet Ades, barely 500,000 miles from their starting point. It was not a large planet, and there was much ice and snow. The electron telescope showed no monster cities either, but there were settlements of a size that could be picked out. Kim sent the Starshine toward it. "Of course, I'm only head of this small city," said the man with the bearskin hat, "and my powers are limited here, but I think you'll find plenty to join us. I'll go, of course, if you'll take me." Kim nodded in an odd, grim satisfaction. "We'll set up the matter transmitters," he suggested. "Then there'll be complete and continuous communication with this planet from the start." "Right," said the man with the bearskin hat. He added candidly, "We've brains on Ades, my friend. We've got every technical device the rest of the galaxy has, except the disciplinary circuit, and we won't allow that. If this is a scheme of some damn despot to add another planet to his empire, it won't work. There are 3 empires already started, you know, all taken by matter transmitter. But that won't work here. If you build the transmitters yourselves, you'll know there's nothing tricky about the circuits, Kim said. My offer is to take a transmitter and an exploring party to the next nearest galaxy and pick out a planet there to start on. Adez isn't ideal. No, agreed the man with the bearskin hat. It's too cold, and we're overcrowded. There are 20 million of us, and more keep coming out of the transmitter every day. The galaxy seems to be combing out its brains and sending them all here. We're short of minerals, though, metals especially, so we'll pick some good sound planets to start on over in the second galaxy. Come to the communicator and we'll talk to the other men we need to reach. They went out of the small building which was the center of government of the quite small city. There was nothing impressive about it anywhere. It was not even systematically planned. Every citizen, it appeared, had built as he chose. Each seemed to dress as he pleased, too. To Kim and Donna, there was a startling novelty in the faces they saw about them. On Alphen 3, almost everybody had looked alike. At any rate, their faces had worn the same expression of bovine contentment. On the other planets, contentment had not been the prevailing sentiment. On some, despair had seemed to be universal. But these people, these criminals, were individuals. Their manner was not the elaborate, cringing politeness of Alphen 3. It was free and natural. The communicator station was rough and ready. It was not a work of art, but a building put up by people who needed a building and built one for that purpose only. The vision screens lighted up one by one, and faces appeared, as variegated as the costumes beneath them. They had a common look of aliveness which was heartening to Kim. The conference lasted for a long time. There was enthusiasm and there was reserve. The Starshine would carry a matter transmitter to the next galaxy and open a way for migration of the criminals of Adez to a new island universe for conquest. Kim would turn over the construction records of the spaceship so that others could be built. He would give the details of the matter transmitter alteration. No spaceships had been attempted by the inhabitants of Adez, because fighting beams would soon have been mounted on useful planets against them, and all useful planets contained only enemies. "What do you want?" asked a figure in one vision plate. "We don't do things for nothing here, and we don't take things without paying for them either." "Donna and I want only a place to live and a people to live among who are free," Kim answered sharply. "You've got that," the man in the bearskin hat said. "All right, we'll all call public meetings and confirm these arrangements." The heads of other cities nodded. "We'll pass on the news to other cities at once," another man said. He was one of those who had nodded. "Everybody will wish to come in on it, of course. If not now, then later." "Wait," Kim said suddenly. "How about the planets around us? Are we going to leave them enslaved?" "Nobody can free a slave," a whiskered man in a vision plate said dryly. "We could only release prisoners. In time we may have to take them over, I suppose, but on the planet I come from there aren't a dozen men who'd know how to be free if we emancipated them. They don't want to be free. They're satisfied as they are. If any of them want to be free, they'll be sent here eventually." "I am reluctant to desert them," Kim answered slowly. "Count, man," the man with the bearskin hat cried. "There are 300 million inhabited planets. All of them but Adez are ruled by disciplinary circuits. If we set out to liberate them, it would take 1,000 years, and there are only 20 millions of us. We'll designate just one of us to stay on each planet to teach the people to be free again. Otherwise, we wouldn't do a tenth of the job, and we'd destroy ourselves by scattering. Why, hang it all, we'd be tyrants. No, we go on and start on a new galaxy. That's a job worth doing. We'll keep a group of watchers here to receive the new ones who come here into exile and forward them. Someday, maybe, we'll come back and take over the old galaxy, if it seems worthwhile. But we've a job to do. How many galaxies are there, anyhow, for us and our children and our children's children to take over? It's a job that will never be finished, another voice said. That's good. There were trees visible from the window of the house that had been offered by a citizen for Kim and Donna's use. The sun went down beyond those trees with a glowing of many colors in the foliage. Kim had never watched a sunset before except upon the towers and pinnacles of a city. He had never noted quite this sharp tang in the air either, which he learned was the smell of fresh growing things. "I think I'm going to like living like this," he said to Donna. "Have you noticed the way people act? They don't behave as if I weren't important at all, in one way. They seem to think I'm commonplace, but I've never felt so definite that I matter." "You do, Kim, darling," Donna said wisely. She stood close beside him, watching the sunset too. She looked up at him. "You matter enormously, and they know it. But to themselves they matter too. And when they listen to you and agree with you, it's because they mean it instead of just citizen-like politeness. It is good. I think it must be a part of what we've been looking for. It's a part of freedom, I suppose." "And you," Kim said, "do you feel important too?" She laughed at him and pressed close. "My dear," she said, "could I help it? Can any woman help feeling important on her wedding day? Do you realize that we've been married 2 whole hours? End of Chapter 6 of The Disciplinary Circuit. This book recorded by Phil Chenevert in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Chapter 1 of the Manless Worlds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. Chapter 1 Empires in the Making. The speaker inside the house spoke softly. Guests for Kim Rindell asking permission to land. Kim stared up at the unfamiliar stars of the second galaxy and picked out a tiny winking light with his eyes. He moved to a speaker disc. "Land and be welcomed." To Donna he added, "It's a flyer. I've been expecting something like this. We need fuel for the starshine if we're not going to be stuck on this one planet forever. My guess is that someone has come through the matter transmitter from EDS to argue about it." He moved to the edge of the terrace to watch the landing. Donna came and stood beside him, her hand twisting into his. The night was very dark, and the 2 small moons of Terra Nova cast no more than enough light to outline nearby objects. The house behind Kim and Donna was low and sprawling, and on its polished outer surface, unnamed second galaxy constellations glinted faintly. The flyer came down black and seemingly ungainly, with spinning rotors that guided and controlled its descent, rather than sustaining it against the planet's gravity. The extraordinarily flexible vegetation of Terra Nova bent away from the hovering object. It landed, and the rotors ceased to spin. Figures got out. "I'm here," said Kim Rindell into the darkness. 2 men came across the matted lawn to the terrace. One was the colony organizer for Terra Nova, and the other was the definitely rough-and-ready mayor of Stedheim, a small settlement on Aids back in the first galaxy. "I am honored," said Kim, in the stock phrase of greeting. The 2 figures came heavily up on the terrace. Donna went indoors and came back with refreshments according to the custom of Aids and Terra Nova. The visitors accepted the glasses in which ice tinkled musically. "You seem depressed," said Kim politely, another stock phrase. It was a way of getting immediately to business. "There's trouble," growled the mayor of Stidham. "Bad trouble. It couldn't be worse. It looks like AIDS is going to be wiped out, for lack of spaceships and fuel." "Lack of spaceships and fuel," protested Kim. "But you're making them." "We thought we were," growled the mayor. "We've stopped. We're stuck. We're finished. And the ships aren't. The same with the fuel. There's not a drop for you and things look bad. But we can't make ships and we couldn't make fuel for them if we could. That's why we've come to you. We've got to have those ships." "But why not?" demanded Kim. "What's preventing it? You've got the record reels from the Starshine. They tell you everything, from the first steps in making a ship to the least item of its outfitting. You know how to make fuel." "Space," exploded the Mayor of Stideham. "Of course we know how. We know all about it. There are 50 useless hulks in a neat row outside my city, every one unfinished. We're short of metal on Aids, and we had to melt down tools to make them, but we did, and as far as we could go. Now we're stuck, and we're apt to be wiped out because of it." The Mayor of Stideham wore a bearskin cap, and his costume was appropriate to that part of Aids in which his municipality lay. He was dressed for a subarctic climate, not for the balmy warmth of Terra Nova, where Kim Rindell had made his homestead. He sweated as he gulped at his drink. "Tell me the trouble," said Kim. "Maybe—" "Hafnium," barked the Mayor. "There's no hafnium on Aids. The ships are done, all but the fuel catalyzers. The fuel is ready, all but the first catalyzation that prepares it to be put in a ship's tanks. We have to have hafnium to make catalyzers for the ships. We have to have hafnium to make the fuel. We haven't got it. There's not an atom of it on the planet. We're so short of heavy elements anyhow that we make hammers out of magnesium alloy and put stones in them to give them weight so they'll strike a real blow. We haven't got an atom of hafnium, and we can't make ships or run them either without it." Kim blinked at the colony organizer for Terra Nova. "Here? No hafnium here either," said the colony organizer gloomily. "We analyzed a huge sample of ocean salts. If there were any on the planet, there'd be a trace in the ocean, naturally. So what do we do?" Kim spoke unhappily. "I wouldn't know. I'm a matter transmitter technician. I can do things with power, and of course I understand the Starshine's engines, but there's no record of the early primitive types that went before them, types that might work on other fuel. Maybe in some library on one of the older planets. But at that, the fuel the Starshine used was so perfect that it would be recorded thousands of years back." "Take a year to find it," said the Mayor of Stideham bitterly, "if we could search, and it might be no good then. We haven't got a year. Probably we haven't a month." "We're beaten," mourned the colony organizer. "All we can do is get as many through the transmitter from Aids as possible and go on half rations, but we'll starve." "We're not beaten," roared the Mayor of Stideham. "We'll get hafnium and have a fighting fleet and fuel to power it. There's plenty of the blasted stuff somewhere in the galaxy, Kim Rindell. If I find out where it is, will you get it?" "The Starshine," said Kim grimly, "barely made it to port here. There's less than 6 hours of fuel left." "And who'd sell us hafnium?" demanded the colony organizer bitterly. "We're the men of Aids, the rebels, the outlaws. We were sent to Aids to keep us from contaminating the sheep who live under governments with disciplinary circuits and think they're men. We'd be killed on sight for breaking our exile on any planet in the first galaxy. Who'd sell us hafnium?" "Who spoke of buying?" roared the Mayor. "I was sent to Aids for murder. I'm not above killing again for things I believe in. I've a wife on Aids where there are 10 men for every woman. I've 4 tall sons. Do you think I won't kill for them?" "You speak of piracy," said the colony organizer distastefully. "Piracy? Murder? What's the difference? When my sons are in danger—" "What's this danger?" Kim said sharply. "It's bad enough to be grounded as we seem to be, but you said just now—" "Synab 2, snorted the Mayor of Stideham. "That's the danger we know. When a man becomes a criminal anywhere, he's sent to us. In the first galaxy, a man with brains usually becomes a criminal. A free man always does. So we've known for a long while there were empires in the making. You heard that, Kim Rindell?" "Yes, I've heard that," agreed Kim. So he had, but only vaguely. His own home planet, Alphen 3, was ostensibly a technarchy, ruled by men chosen for their aptitude for public affairs by psychological tests, and given power after long training. Actually, it was a tyranny, ruled by members of the Prime Council. Other planets were despotisms and oligarchies, and many were kingdoms these days. Every possible form of government was represented in the 300 million inhabited planets of the first galaxy. But every planet was independent, and in all, by virtue of the disciplinary circuit, the government was absolute, and hence tyrannical. Empires, however, were something new. On AIDS, Kim had barely heard that 3 were in process of formation. "One's the Empire of Greater Senab," snorted the mayor, "and we've just heard how it grows." "Surprise attacks, no doubt," said Kim, "through matter transmitters." "We'd not worry if that were all," snapped the mayor. "It's vastly worse. You know the old fighting beams?" "I know them," said Kim grimly. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 The Deadly Beams. He did. They were the most terrible weapons ever created by men. They had ended war by making all battles mass suicide for both sides. They were beams of the same neuronic frequencies utilized in the disciplinary circuits which had kept men enslaved. But where the disciplinary circuits were used in place of police and prisons and merely tortured the individual citizens to whom they were tuned, whenever he might be upon a planet, the fighting beams killed indiscriminately. They induced monstrous, murderous currents in any living tissue containing the amino chains normally a part of human flesh. They were death rays. They killed men and women and children alike in instants of shrieking agony. But no planet could be attacked from space if it was defended by such beams. It was 2,000 years since the last attempt at attack from space had been made. That fleet had been detected far out and swept with fighting beams, and every living thing in the attacking ships died instantly. So planets were independent of each other, but when spaceships ceased to be used, the fighting beams were needless, and ultimately were scrapped or put into museums. "Somebody," the mayor said wrathfully, "has changed those beams. They're not tuned to animal tissue in general anymore. They're tuned to male tissue, to blood containing male hormones, perhaps. And Senab 2 is building an empire with them. We found out only 2 weeks ago. There's a planet near AIDS, Tom 4. 4 years ago, its matter transmitters ceased to operate. The galaxy's going to pot anyhow. Nothing new about that. But we just learned the real reason. The real reason was that 4 years ago, fighting beams killed men and left women unharmed. Every man on Tom 4 died as the planet rotated. The beams came from space. Every man and every boy and every male baby died. There were only girls and women left." He added curtly, "There were 500 million people on Tom 4. Kim stiffened. Donna beside him drew closer. "Every man killed?" said Kim. "What?" The mayor beside him swore angrily. "Half the population. On AIDS, we're 9/10 men. Women don't run to revolt or crime. There'd be not much left on AIDS if those beams swept us. But I'm talking about Tom 4. The men died, all of them. So many that the women couldn't bury them all. One instant, the planet was going about its business as usual. The next, every man was dead, his heart burst and blood running from his nostrils, lying in the streets, toppled in the baths and eating halls, crumpled beside the machines. Boys in schools dropped at their desks, babes in arms with their mothers shrieking at the sight. Only women left. A world of women, cities and continents filled with dead men and women going mad with grief." Kim felt Donna's hand fumbling for his. She held it fast. "Go on," said Kim. "When they thought to go to the matter transmitter and ask for help from other planets, the matter transmitter was smashed. They didn't go at first. They couldn't believe it. They called from city to city before they realized theirs was a manless world. Then when they'd have told the men of another planet what had happened, they couldn't. For 4 years, there was not one man or boy on the planet Tom 4, only women. The old ones grew older, the girls grew up. Some couldn't remember ever seeing a man. No communication with other worlds. Then one day there was a new matter transmitter in the place of the smashed one. Men came out of it. The women crowded about them. The men were very friendly. They were from Senab 2. Their emperor had sent them to colonize. There were 1,000 women to every man, 10,000. Some of the women realized what had been done. They'd have killed the newcomers, but some of the women fell in love with them, of course. In a matter of days, every man had women ready to fight all other women who would harm him. Their own men were dead 4 years. What else could they do? More and more men colonists came. Presently things settled down. The men were happy enough. They'd no need to work with all the women about. They established polygamy naturally. Presently it was understood that Tom Four was part of the empire of Greater Sanab. So it was. What else? In a generation there'll be a new population, all its citizens descended from loyal subjects of the emperor. And why shouldn't they be loyal? 1,000,000 colonists inherited the possessions and the women of a planet. It was developed. Everything was built. Every man was rich and with a harem. A darned clever way to build an empire. Who'd want to revolt and who could? He stopped. The 2 moons of Terra Nova floated tranquilly higher in the sky. The sweet, soft, unfamiliar smells of a Terra Nova night came to the small group on the terrace of Kim Rindell's house. "That's what's ahead of AIDS," raged the mayor of Stideham. "And I've 4 sons." A woman of Tom Four smashed the lock on the new matter transmitter, which set it to send only to Sanab, and traveled to Kiev 5 to warn them. But they laughed at her, and when she begged to be sent to a distant planet, they grinned and sent her to AIDS. He paused. Not long after, a criminal from Kiev 5, he'd struck a minor noble for spitting on him, came to AIDS. There'd been inquiry for that woman, spies doubtless from Tom Four trying to trace her. It was clear enough she'd told the truth. "So," said Kim slowly, "you think AIDS will be next?" "I know it," said the mayor of Stideham. "We've checked the planets that have cut communications in our star cluster. 20 once inhabited planets have ceased to communicate in the past few years. The 20 planets nearest to Sanab. We figured Kiev 5 would be next. Then we'd be in line for it. Kiev 5 cut communications 4 days ago. Every man on Kiev 5 is dead. We've had exiles from a dozen nearby planets. All know Kiev 5 is cut off. It's inhabited only by women going mad with grief. In a few years, when they grieve no longer but despair instead, new colonists from Sanab will come out of a new matter transmitter to let the women fall in love with them and to breed new subjects for the empire of Sanab. So we've got to have spaceships, man, we've got to." Kim was silent. His face was hard and grim. 20 planets those so-and-sos have taken over, roared the mayor. "They've murdered not less than 4 billion men already, and the weasels have 100 wives apiece and the riches of generations for reward. Do you think I'll let that happen to AIDS? With my 4 sons there, space? No, I want ships to fight with." The 2 small moons rose higher. Strange sweet smells floated into the air. Donna pressed close to Kim. On Terra Nova, across the gulf between island universes, Kim was surely safe. But any woman can feel fear for her man on any excuse. "It's a hard problem," said Kim evenly. "We barely made Terra Nova with the Starshine, and there's just about enough fuel left to take off with. Of course, on transmitter drives she could go anywhere, but I doubt that we've fuel enough to land her. Here on Terra Nova, we need supplies from AIDS to live. If fighting beams play on AIDS, we'll starve. And even if we had fuel, the Starshine isn't armed, and they'll have a fleet preparing to fight anything." Donna murmured in his ear. "We're beaten then," said the colony organizer bitterly. "AIDS will be wiped out. We'll starve. And the Sanabians will go through the first galaxy, killing off the men on planet after planet, and then moving in to take over." Donna murmured again in Kim's ear. The mayor of Stideham growled profanely, furiously. Donna laughed softly. The 2 visitors stared at her suspiciously. "What do we do, Kim Rindell?" "I suppose," said Kim wryly, "we'll have to fight. We've no fuel and no weapons, but that ought to surprise them." "Eh?" "They'll be prepared," Kim explained, "to defend themselves against any conceivable resistance by any conceivable weapon. And a warship a fairly intelligent planet could build should be able to wipe out 10,000 starshines. So when we attack them without any weapons at all, they won't quite know what to do." The 2 visitors simply stared at him. "You've got to get hafnium. You've got to get fuel. You can't face a battleship." "But," said Kim, "battleships have fuel on board, and they'll have hafnium too. It'll be risky, but convenient." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Contact. Actually, there was less than a quart of fuel in the Starshine's tanks. Kim knew it ruefully well. It would run the little ship at interplanetary speed for perhaps 6 hours. On normal overdrive, 200 light speeds, it would send her just about 1/7 of a light year, and star systems averaged 8 light years apart in both the first and second galaxies. Of course, on transmitter drive, the practically infinite speed the Starshine alone in history had attained, the ship might circumnavigate the cosmos on a quart of fuel, but merely rising from Terra Nova would consume 1/3 of it, and landing on any other planet would take another third. Actually, the little ship was in the position of being able to go almost anywhere, but of having no hope at all of being able to come back. It rose from Terra Nova, though, just 3 days after the emergency was made clear. There were a few small gadgets on board, hastily made in the intervening 72 hours, but nothing deadly, nothing that could be really termed a weapon. The Starshine climbed beyond the atmosphere of the second galaxy planet. It went on overdrive, at 200 light speeds, to a safe distance from Terra Nova's planetary system. Then it stopped in normal space, not stressed to allow for extra speed. Kim jockeyed it with infinite care until it was aimed straight at the tiny wisp of nebulous light, which was the first galaxy, unthinkable thousands of light years away. At long last he was satisfied. He pressed the transmitter field button, and all space seemed to reel about the ship. At the moment the transmitter field went on, the Starshine had a velocity of 20 miles per second and a mass of perhaps 200 tons. The kinetic energy it possessed was fixed by those two facts. But when the transmitter field enveloped it, its mass dropped, divided by a factor approaching infinity, and its speed necessarily increased in exact proportion because its kinetic energy was undiminished. It was enclosed in a stressed space in which an infinite speed was possible. It approached that infinite speed on its original course. Instantly, it seemed, alarm gongs rang and the cosmos reeled again. Suddenly, there was a glaring light pouring in the forward vision ports. There were uncountable millions of stars all about, and almost straight ahead, a monstrous, palpitating, Cepheid sun swam angrily in emptiness. The Starshine had leaped the gulf between galaxies in a time to be measured in heartbeats, and the transmitter field was thrown off when the total quantity of radiation impinging upon a sensitive plate before her had reached a certain total. Donna watched absorbedly as Kim made his observations and approximately fixed his position. The Mayor of Stidham looked on suspiciously. "What's this?" "Locating ourselves," Kim explained. "From the second galaxy, the best we could hope for was to hit somewhere in the first. We did pretty well at that. We're about 60 light centuries from AIDS." "That's good, eh?" The Mayor mopped his face. "Will we have fuel to get there?" Kim jockeyed the Starshine to a new line. He adjusted the radiation-operated switch to a new value to throw off the field more quickly than before. He pressed the field button again. Space reeled once more, and the gongs rang, and they were deep within the galaxy. A lurid purple sun blazed balefully far to the left. Kim began another jockeying for line. "Kev 5 was beamed about a week ago," he said reflectively. "We're headed for there now. I think there'll be a warship hanging around, if only to drop into the stratosphere at night and pick up the broadcasts, or to drop off a spy or two. Donna, you've got your wristlet on?" Donna unsmilingly held up her hand. A curious bracelet clung tightly to the flesh. She looked at his forearm, too. He wore a duplicate. The Mayor of Stidham rumbled puzzledly. "These will keep the fighting beams from killing us," Kim told him wryly. "And you too. But they'll hurt like the dickens. When they hit, though, these wristlets trip a relay that throws us into transmitter drive. and we get away from there in the thousandth of a second, the beams simply won't have time to kill us, but they'll hurt. He made other adjustments to a newly installed switch on the instrument board. Now, we see if we get back to Terra Nova. He pressed the transmitter button a third time. Stars swirled insanely, with all their colors changing. Then they were still, and there was the ringed sun Kiev with its family of planets about it. Kiev 5 was readily recognizable by the broad, straight bands of irrigated vegetation across its otherwise desert middle, where the water of the melted ice caps was pumped to its winter hemisphere. It was on the far side of its orbit from the stopping place of the starshine, though, and Kim went on overdrive to reach it. This used as much fuel as all the journey from the second galaxy. The 3-speed ranges of the starshine were, if Kim had but known it, quaintly like the 3 speeds of ancient internal combustion land cars. Interplanetary drive was a low speed necessary for taking off and landing, but terribly wasteful of fuel. Overdrive had been the triumph of space navigation for thousands of years. It was like the second gear of the ancient land cars, and the transmitter drive of Kim's devising was high-speed, almost infinite speed. But it could not be used within a solar system. It was too fast. Kim drove to the farther orbit of Kiev 5, and then went into a long, slow freefall toward the banded planet below. In the old days, it would have been changed to a landing parabola at an appropriate moment. Now, said Kim grimly, my guess is that we haven't enough fuel to make anything but a crash landing, which would mean that we should all get killed. So we will hope very earnestly that a warship is still hanging about Kiev 5 and that it comes and tries to wipe us out. Donna pointed to a tiny dial. Its needle quivered ever so slightly from its point of rest. Said Kim. Right at the limit of the detector's range. Something's using power. We should know how a worm on a fish hook feels right now. We're bait. He waited and waited and waited. The small 100-foot hull of the spaceship seemed motionless, seen from without. The stars were infinitely far away. The great ring sun was 120 million miles distant. Even the belted planet Kiev 5 was a good 500,000 miles below. Such motion as the starshine possessed was imperceptible. It floated with a vast leisureliness in what would be a parabolic semi-orbit, but it would take days to make sure. And meanwhile, the starshine seemed to spawn. A small object appeared astern. Suddenly it writhed convulsively. Light glinted upon it. It whirled dizzily, then more dizzily still, and abruptly it was a shape. It was, in fact, the shape of a spaceship practically the size of the starshine itself, but somehow it was not quite substantial. For minutes it shimmered and quivered. You'll find it instructive, said Kim dryly to the mayor of Stidham, to look out of a stern port. The mayor lumbered toward a stern port. A moment later they heard him shout. Minutes later he lumbered back. What's that? He said angrily. I thought it was another ship. When I first saw it, I thought it was ramming us. It's a gadget, said Kim abstractly. His eyes were on the indicator of one of the detectors. The needle was definitely away from its point of rest. There's something moving toward us. My guess is that it's a warship with fighting beams and hafnium and fuel. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 Encounter in the Void. The mayor of Stidham looked from one to the other of them. Donna was pale. She looked full of dread. Kim's lips were twisted wryly, but his eyes were intent on the dial. The mayor opened his mouth and closed it, then spoke wrathfully. I don't understand all this. Where'd that other ship come from? It isn't a ship, said Kim, watching the dial that told of the approach of something that could only be an enemy. And it had been a matter of faith that only the starshine roamed the spaceways. I got it made back on Terra Nova. We took a big reel of metal spring wire and wound it round and round a shape like that of the starshine. When it was in place, we annealed and tempered it so it would always resume that shape. And then we wound it back on its reel. I just dumped it out in space from the special lock astern. It began to unroll, and of course to go back to the form it had been tempered in. Here, with no gravity to distort it, it went perfectly back into shape. Close to, of course. You can see it's only a shell, and a thin one, but a few miles away it would fool you. The needle on the detector dial crept over and over. Kim wet his lips. Donna's face was white. Then Kim winced, and the mare of Stidham roared furiously, and the universe without the viewports swayed and dissolved into something else. Alarm gongs rang, and the starshine was in a brand-new place, with a blue and white giant sun, and a dwarf companion visible nearby. The ringed sun Kiev had vanished. "Kim," said Donna, choking. "I'm quite all right," he told her, but he wiped sweat off his face. "Those beams aren't pleasant, no matter how short the feeling is." He turned back to the controls. The faint whine of the gyros began. The starshine began to turn about. Kim applied power, but it took a long time for the ship's nose to be turned exactly and precisely back in the direction from which it had come. "It's getting ticklish," he said abruptly. "There's less than a cupful of fuel left." "Space," said the mayor of Stidham. He looked sick and weak and frightened. "What happened?" "We were in a sort of orbit around Kiev 5, said Kim succinctly. "We had a decoy ship out behind us. A warship spotted our arrival. It sneaked up on us and let go a blast of its beams. The same beams that killed all the men on Kiev 5. They didn't bother Donna, she's a girl, but they would have killed us had not a relay flung the starshine away from there. The beams got left behind, so did the dummy ship. I think they'll clamp onto it and look it over, and if our engines keep turning over long enough, we'll be all right. Now let's see." His jaw was set as the transmitter drive came on and the familiar crazy gyration of all the stars again took place, and the gongs rang once more. But his astrogation was perfect. There was the ringed sun Kiev again with its banded fifth planet and its polar ice cap and its equatorial belt of desert with the wide bands of irrigated land crossing it. Kim drove for the planet. He looked at the fuel gauge. "Our tanks," he said evenly, "read empty. What fuel's left is in the catalyzer." A needle stirred on the bank of indicators. Donna caught her breath. Kim sweated. The indication on the dial grew stronger. The electron telescope field sparkled suddenly where light glinted on a glistening metal. Kim corrected course subtly. There was the tiny form, which looked so amazingly like a duplicate of the starshine. It was actually a thin layer of innumerable turns of spring wire. On any planet, it would have collapsed of its own weight. Here in space, it looked remarkably convincing. But the three in the starshine did not look at it. They looked at the shape that had come alongside it and made fast with magnetic grapples that distorted the thin decoy wildly. The shape that gave no sign of any activity or any motion or any life. That shape was a monster spaceship, 1,000 feet long. It looked as if it bulged with apparatus of death. It was gigantic. It was deadly. "Our trick worked," said Kim uneasily. "We should begin to feel uncomfortable, you and I, in minutes, if only our engines keep running." He spoke to the mayor of Stidham. Almost as he spoke, a tiny tingling began all over his body. As the ship went on, that tingling grew noticeably stronger. "What?" "We've no weapons," said Kim, "nor time to devise them. But when we were slaves on the planets we came from, we were held enslaved by a circuit that could torture us or paralyze us at the will of our rulers. The disciplinary circuit, remember? I put a disciplinary circuit generator in that little decoy ship. I took a suggestion from what our friends yonder did to the fighting beams. I tuned the disciplinary circuit to affect any man but no woman within its range. The generator went on when she grappled the decoy. Every man in it should be helpless. If it stands like that, we'd be paralyzed too if we went near, but not Donna. The tingling was quite strong. It was painful. Presently, it would be excruciating. It would be completely impossible for any man within 50 miles of the decoy spaceship to move a muscle. However, said Kim, I've arranged that. I'd disciplinary circuit projectors fitted on the Starshine. We turn them on that ship. Automatically, the generator on the decoy will cut off. Our friends will still be helpless, and we can go up and grapple if our engines keep going. He threw a switch. A relay snapped somewhere, and a faint humming noise began. The tingling of Kim's body ceased. The decoy and the enemy spaceship grew large before them. The enemy was still motionless. Its crew, formerly held immobile by the circuit in the decoy, was now held helpless by the beams from the Starshine. But neither Kim nor the Mayor of Stideham could enter the enemy's ship without becoming paralyzed too. Donna slipped quietly from the control room. She came back, clad in a spacesuit, with the helmet faceplate open. All ready, Kim, she said quietly. Sweat stood out in droplets on Kim's face. The Starshine drifted ever so gently into position alongside the pair of motionless shapes. The one so solid and huge, the other so flimsy and insubstantial. Kim energized the grapples. There was a crushing impact as the Starshine anchored itself to the enemy. Kim reached over and pulled out a switch. That's the wristlet relay switch, he told Donna. We stay here until you come back, even if a fighting beam hits us. You've got to go on board that monster and get some fuel, and if you can, a hafnium catalyzer. If another battleship's around and comes up, you drive the Starshine home with what fuel you can get. We'll be dead, but you do that, you hear? I'll hurry, Kim, Donna said. Be careful, commanded Kim fiercely. There shouldn't be a man on that ship who can move, but be careful. She kissed him quickly and closed the faceplate on her helmet. She went into the airlock and closed the inner door. There was silence in the Starshine. Kim sweated. The outer airlock door opened. The two ships were actually touching. The clumping of the magnetic shoes of Donna's spacesuit upon the other ship's hull was transmitted to the Starshine. Kim and the Mayor of Stideham heard the clankings as she opened the other ship's outer airlock door, the inner door. Then they heard nothing. Donna was in an enemy spaceship, unarmed. Subjects of the Empire of Greater Chenevert manned it. They or their fellows had murdered half the population of the banded planet below. They were helpless, now to be sure, held immobile by fields maintained by the precariously turning engines of the Starshine. But the fuel gauge showed the fuel tanks absolutely dry. The Starshine was running on fuel in the pipeline and catalyzers. It had been for an indefinite time. Its engines would cut off at any instant. When the lights flickered, Kim groaned. This meant the last few molecules of fuel were going from the catalyzer. He feverishly cut off the heaters which kept the ship warm in space. He cut off the air purifier. He became desperately economical of every watt of energy. He used power for the disciplinary circuit beams, which kept the enemy crew helpless, and for the grapples, which kept the two ships in contact. For nothing else. But still, the lights flickered. The engines gasped for power. They started and checked, and ran again and again checked. The second they failed, finally, the immobile monster alongside would become a ravening engine of destruction. The two men in the Starshine would die in an instant of unspeakable torment. Donna, now fumbling desperately through the unfamiliar passageways amid contorted and glaring figures, would be at the tender mercy of the crew. And when the three of them were dead, the drive of the Starshine would be at the disposal of the Empire of Greater Chenevert, if they only chose to look at it. The beastly scheme of conquest would spread and spread and spread throughout the galaxy, and enslave all women and murder all human men not parties to the criminality. The lights flickered again. They almost died on the Starshine. Kim clenched his hands in absolute despair. On the enemy warship, the frozen, immobile figures of the crew made agonized, raging movements. But the engines caught fugitively once more. Donna worked desperately, and then fled toward the airlock with her booty, while the disciplinary circuit field, which froze the Cenobian crew, wavered and tightened and wavered once more, and died. Donna dragged open the enemy's inner airlock door as a howl rose behind her. She flung open the outer as murderous projectors warmed. She clattered along the outer hull of the Cenobian ship on her magnetic shoes, and saw the starshine drifting helplessly away, even the grapples powerless to hold the two bodies together. At that sight, Donna gasped. She leaped desperately, with star-filled nothingness above and below and on every hand. She caught the starshine's airlock door. As Kim cut out the disciplinary circuit beams and the flow of current to the grapples, and with a complete absence of hope pressed the transmitter drive button, he had no shred of belief that it would work. But it did. The equalizer batteries from the engines gave out one last surge of feeble power and were dead. But that was enough, since nothing else drew current at all. The stars reeled. This was a test. Almost anything could happen. Kim held his breath, anxiously watching and waiting for the worst, his senses attuned to the delicate mechanisms about him. And then, slowly, the reaction was fully determined, and he smiled. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Needed Fuel. The starshine had a mass of about 200 tons and an intrinsic velocity of so many miles per second. When the field went on, her mass dropped almost to zero, but her kinetic energy remained the same. Her velocity went up almost to infinity, and the universe went mad. The vision ports showed stark lunacy. There were stars, but they were the stars of a madman's dream. They formed and dissolved into nothingness in instants too brief for estimate. For fractions of microseconds, they careened upon impossible trajectories across the vision port's field of view. Now a monstrous blue-white sun glared in terribly, seemingly almost touching the ship. An instant later, there was utter blackness all about. Then colossal flaring globes ringed in the starshine, and shriveling heat poured in. Then there was a blue, watery seeming cosmos all around like the vision of an underwater world, and dim shapes seemed to swim in it, and then stars again, and then it was stark, gibbering madness. But Kim reached the instrument board. With the end of the last morsel of power, he had ceased to have weight, and had floated clear of the floor and everything else. By the crazy, changing light, he sighted himself, and when he touched a sidewall, flung himself toward the now dark bank of instruments. He caught hold, fumbled desperately, and through the switch a radiation relay should have thrown. And then the madness ended. There was stillness. There was nothing anywhere. There was no weight within the ship, nor light, nor any sound, save the heavy breathing of Kim and the mare of Stidham. The vision ports showed nothing. Looking carefully, with eyes losing the dazzle of now vanished suns, one could see infinitely faint, infinitely distant luminosities. The starshine was somewhere between galaxies, somewhere in an unspeakable gulf between islands of space, in the dark voids which are the abomination of desolation. There were small clankings aft. The outer airlock door went shut. A little later the inner door opened, and then Kim swam fiercely through the weightlessness and clung to Donna, still in her spacesuit, unable to speak for his emotion. The mare of Stidham arose in the darkness, which was the interior of the starshine, and the outer cosmos for tens of thousands of light years all about. "What's this?" he rumbled wrathfully as he floated without weight in darkness. "Is this what happens when a man dies? It'll be frightfully tedious." Donna now had the faceplate of her helmet open. She kissed Kim hungrily. "Brought you something," she said unsteadily. I'm not sure what, but something. They've separate engines to power their generators on that ship, and there were tanks I thought were fuel tanks. Space, roared the mayor of Stideham forward. Who's that talking? Am I dead? Is this Hades? You're not dead yet, Kim called to him. I'll tell you in a minute if you will be. There were no emergency lights in the ship, but Donna's suit was necessarily so equipped. She turned on lights, and Kim looked at the two objects she had brought. My dear, he told her, you did it. A little fuel tank with gallons in it, and a complete catalyzer. By the size of it, one of their beams uses an engine big enough for 50 ships like this. Clutching at every projection, he made his way to the engine room. Donna followed. I'm glad, Kim, she said unsteadily, that I was able to do something important. You always do everything. The heck I do, he said, but anyhow. He worked on the tank. She'd sheared it off with a tiny atomic torch, and the severed fuel line had closed of itself, of course. He spliced it into the Starshine's fuel line and waited eagerly for the heavy viscous fluid to reach the catalyzer and then the engines. We'll be all right now? Asked Donna hopefully. We were on transmitter drive for 5 minutes at a guess. You know what that means. She caught her breath. Kim, we're lost. To say that we're lost is a masterpiece of understatement, he said wryly. At transmitter speed, we could cross the first galaxy in a 10,000th of a second, which means roughly 100,000 light years in a 10,000th of a second, and we traveled for 300 seconds or thereabouts. What are our chances of finding our way back? Oh, Kim, she cried softly, it's unthinkable. He watched the meters. Suddenly the engines caught. For the fraction of a second they ran irregularly, then all was normal. There was light, there was weight. An indignant roar came from forward. If this is Hades! They went to the control room. The mayor of Stideham sat on the floor, staring incredulously about him. As they entered, he grinned sheepishly. I was floating in the air and couldn't see a thing, and then the lights came on and the floor smacked me. What happened? Where are we? Kim went to the instrument board and plugged in the heaters. Already the vision ports had begun to frost, and the air purifier and the other normal devices of a spaceship. What happened is simple enough, said Kim. The last atom of power on board the ship here threw us into a transmitter field drive, and when that field is established, it doesn't take power to maintain it. So we started to move. There's a relay that should have stopped us, but there wasn't enough power left to work it. So we traveled for probably 5 minutes on transmitter drive. We went a long way, eh? Said the mayor comfortably. We did, said Kim grimly. To Aids and from its sun is nearly 90 million miles, 8 light minutes. Minutes, remember? The first galaxy is 100,000 light years across. Light travels 100,000 years going 90 million miles every 8 minutes to cross it. The starshine travels 100,000 light years in the 10,000th part of a second. In 1 second, 1 billion light years. The most powerful telescope in the galaxy cannot gather light from so far away. But we went at least 300 times farther. 300 billion light years plus or minus 30 billions more. We went beyond the farthest that men have ever seen and kept on beyond the farthest that men have ever thought of. The light from the island universes we can see through the ports has never yet reached the first galaxy since time began. It hasn't had time. We're not only beyond the limits that men have guessed at, we're beyond their wildest imagining. The mayor of Stideham blinked at him. Then he got up and peered out the vision ports. Dim remote luminosities were visible, each one a galaxy of 1,000 million suns. Ha, grunted the mayor. Not much to look at that. Now what? Kim spread out his hands and looked at Donna. Turning about and trying to go back, he said, would be like starting from an individual grain of sand on a desert and flying 1,000 miles and then trying to fly back to that grain of sand again. That's how the first galaxy stacks up. Donna took a deep breath. You'll find a way, Kim. And anyhow, she smiled at him shakily. Whether or not they ever saw another human being, she was prepared to take what came with him. The possibility of being lost amid the uncountable island universes of the cosmos had been known to them both from the beginning of the use of the starshine. "We'll take some pictures," Kim told her, "and then sit down on a planet and figure things out." He set to work making a map of all the island universes in view of the starshine's current position, with due regard to the starshine's course. On the relatively short jumps within a galaxy, and especially those of a few light years only, he could simply turn the ship around and come very close to its original position, the line of it anyhow. But he did not know within many billions of light years how far he had come, and he did know that an error of 1/100th of a second of arc would amount to millions of light years at the distance of the first galaxy. The positions of galaxies about the first were plotted only within a radius of something like 2 million light years. There had never been a point in even that. At 1,500,000 times that distance, he was not likely to strike the tiny mapped area by accident. He set to work. Presently, he was examining the photographs by the enlarger for a sign of structure in one of the galaxies in view. One showed evidence of supergiant stars, which proved it the nearest. He aimed the starshine for it. He threw the ship into transmitter drive. The galaxy was startlingly familiar when they reached it. The stellar types were normal ones, and there were star clusters and doubtless star drifts too. And Kim was wholly accustomed to astronavigation now. He simply chose a Sol-type sun, set the radiation switch to stop the little spaceship close by, aimed for it, and pressed a button. Instantly they were there. They visited 6 solar systems. They found a habitable planet in the last, a bit on the small side, but with good gravity, adequate atmosphere, and polar ice caps to assure its climate. They landed, and its atmosphere was good. The mayor of Stidham stepped out and blinked about him. "Ha," he said gruffly. "If we've come as far as you say, it was hardly worth the trip." Kim grinned. "It looks normal enough," he acknowledged, "but chemistry's the same everywhere, and plants will use chlorophyll and sunlight from a Sol-type sun. Stalks and leaves will grow anywhere, and the most efficient animals will be warm-blooded. Given similar conditions, you'll have parallel evolution everywhere." Said the mayor of Stidham. "A planet like this for each of my 4 sons to settle on now, when we've settled with those rats from Senab." The planet was a desirable one. The starshine had come to rest where the mountain range rose out of lush, strange, forest-covered hills, which reached away and away to a greenish sea. There was nothing in view which was altogether familiar, and nothing which was altogether strange. The mayor of Stidham stamped away to a rocky outcrop, where he would have an even better view. "Poor man," said Donna softly. "When he finds out we can never go back, and there'll be only the 3 of us here, with horrible things happen back home." But Kim's expression had suddenly become strained. "I think," he said softly, "I see a way to get back. I was thinking that a place as far away as this would be ideal for the Empire of Senab to be moved to. True, they've murdered all the men on 19 or 20 planets, but we couldn't repair anything by murdering all of them in return. If we moved them out here, though, there'd be no other people for them to prey on. They'd regret their lost opportunities for scoundrelism, but their real penalty would be that they'd have to learn to be decent in order to survive. It's a very neat answer to the biggest problem of the war with Senab, a post-war settlement. But we haven't any chance of getting back, have we? If we wanted to send them here, how'd we do it?" asked Kim. "By matter transmitter, of course. A receiver set up here, as there used to be one on AIDS, to which a sender would be tuned. When a transmitter's tuned to a receiver, you can't miss. But our transmitter drive is just that, a transmitter which sends the ship and itself, with a part which is tuned to receive itself, too. I'll set up the receiving element here for later use, and I'll tune the sender element to AIDS. We'll arrive at the station, and everyone will be surprised." He paused and spoke reflectively. "A curious war, this. We've no weapons, and we arrive at a post-war settlement before we start fighting. We've decided how to keep from killing our enemies before we're sure how we'll defeat them, and I suspect that the men had better stay at home and let the women go out to battle. I'm not sure I like it." He set to work. In 12 hours, one half of the transmitter drive of the Starshine had been removed and set up on the unnamed planet of a galaxy not even imagined by human beings before. In 15 hours, the Starshine, rather limpingly, went aloft. An hour later, Kim carefully tuned the transmitting part of the little ship's drive to the matter receiving station on Eds. In that way, and only in that way, the ship would inevitably arrive at the home galaxy of humanity. And he pushed a button. It arrived at the matter station on Eds instead of descending from the skies, and the people on Eds were surprised. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 Man-Made Meteor. No obvious warlike move had been made on either side, of course. Ades swam through space, a solitary planet circling its own small sun. About it glittered the thousands of millions of stars which were the suns of the first galaxy. Nearby, bright and unwinking, Sinab, Kiev, and Phanis were the largest suns of the star cluster, which was becoming the empire of Sinab. 20 planets, 21 with Kiev 5, were already cut off from the rest of the galaxy, apparently by the failure of their matter transmitters. Actually, those 20 planets were the cradles of a new and horrible type of civilization. On the other inhabited worlds, every conceivable type of tyranny had come into being, sustained by the disciplinary circuit, which put every citizen at the mercy of his government throughout every moment of his life. On most worlds, kings and oligarchs reveled in the primitive satisfaction of arbitrary power. There is an instinct still surviving among men which allows power, as such, to become an end in itself, and when it is attained, to be exercised without purpose save for its own display. Some men use power to force abject submission or fawning servility or stark terror. In the empire of Greater Sinab, there was merely the novelty that the rulers craved adulation, and got it. The rulers of Sinab were, without doubt, served by the most enthusiastic, most loyal, and most ardently cooperative subjects ever known among men. Every member of the male population of Sinab, where women were considered practically a lower species of animal, could look forward confidently to a life of utter ease on one planet or another, served and caressed by solicitous females, with no particular obligation save to admire and revere his rulers, and to breed more subjects for them. It made for loyalty, but not for undue energy. There was no great worry about the progress of the splendid plan for a Greater Sinab. All went well. The planet Kiev 5 had been beamed from space some 9 days ago. Every man upon the planet had died in one instant of unholy anguish, during which titanic convulsions of the muscles of his heart burst it, while the ligaments and anchorages of other muscles were torn free of his skeleton by the terrific contraction of muscle fibers. Every woman on Kiev 5 was still in a state of frantic grief, which would become despair only with the passage of time. It was strange that 2 guard ships circling Kiev 5 no longer reported to headquarters, but it was unthinkable that any harm could have come to them. Records showed that no other planet had practiced space travel for centuries or millennia. Only the Empire of Sinab had revived the ancient art for purposes of conquest. There was no reason to be solicitous, so the Empire of Sinab waited somnolently for time to pass, when colonists would be called up to take over the manless Kiev 5 and all its cities and its women. There was another small planet called Ades next in order for absorption into the Empire. A squadron had been dispatched to beam it to manlessness, though volunteers for its chilly climb would not be numerous. The failure of 2 guard ships to report, of course, could have no meaning to that other squadron. Of course not. There were no spaceships save the fleet of Greater Sinab. There were no weapons mounted for use against spacecraft anywhere. There was nothing to hinder the expansion of Greater Chenevert to include every one of the galaxy's 300 million inhabited planets. So nobody worried on Chenevert. On Aids it was different. That small planet hummed with activity. It was not the ordered, regimented from above sort of activity any other planet in the galaxy would have shown. It was individual activity, often erratic, doubtless inefficient, but it made for progress. First, of course, a steady stream of human beings filed into the matter transmitter, which communicated with Terra Nova in the second galaxy. Gangling boys, mostly, and mothers with small boy children made the journey, taking them to Terra Nova, where the beams of Cenobian murdercraft could not cause their death. The adults of Terra Nova were not anxious to flee from AIDS. The men with wives, though there were only 1/10 as many women on AIDS, savagely refused to abandon them. Those without wives labored furiously to complete the spaceships that waited for their finishing touches on the outskirts of every community on the planet. The small drum of fuel taken by Donna from the warship off Kiev 5 was depleted by Kim's use of it, but the rest was enormously useful. The catalyzer from the same warship was taken apart and its previous hafnium parts recovered. And then the values of individualism appeared. A physicist who had been exiled from Mahraman II for the crime of criticizing a magistrate presented himself as an expert on autocatalysts. With a sample of the catalyzed fuel to start the process, he shortly had a small plant turning out space fuel without hafnium at all. The catalyzed fuel acted as a catalyst to cause other fuel to take the desired molecular form. A power plant engineer from Hullon 3 seized upon the principle and redesigned the catalyzers to be made for the ships. For safety's sake, a particle of hafnium was included, but the new type catalyzers required only a microscopic speck of the precious material. Hafnium, from the one bit of machinery from the one beam generator of an enemy warcraft, was extended to supply the engine rooms of 1,000 spacecraft of the Starshine's design. In a myriad other ways, individuals worked at their chosen problems. Hundreds undoubtedly toiled to contrive a shield for the fighting beams, tuned to kill men only, which were the means by which AIDS was to be devastated. The scientists of half a galaxy had tried that 5,000 years before without success. But one man did come up with a plausible device. He proposed a shielding paint containing crystals of the hormone to which the fighting beams were tuned. The crystalline material should absorb the deadly frequencies, so they could not pass on to murder men. It would have been simple enough to synthesize any desired organic substance, but Kim pointed out grimly that the shield would be made useless by changing the tuning of the beams. Other men devised horrific and generally impractical weapons. But again, one man came up with a robot ship idea, a ship which could be fought without humans on board, and controlled even at interstellar distances. Radio signals at the speed of light would be fantastically too slow. He proposed a miniature matter transmitter, automatically shuttling a magnetic element between ship and planet station and back to the ship again. The solid object conveying all the information to be had from the ship's instruments to the planet station and relaying commands to the ship's controls. The trick could have been made to work, and it would be vastly faster than any radiation beam, but there was no time to manufacture them. Actually, only 4 days after the return of the partly dismantled Starshine from the farther side of nowhere, Kim took off again from AIDS with 50 other ships following him. There were 20 other similar squadrons ready to take space in days more. But for a first operation, he insisted on a small force to gain experience without too much risk. At transmitter speeds, there could be no such thing as cruising in fleet formation, nor of arriving at any destination in a unit. Guerrilla warfare was inevitable. The navy of the criminals of AIDS, though, went swirling up through the atmosphere of that cold planet like a column of voyaging wild geese. It broke through the upper atmosphere, and there were all the suns of the galaxy shining coldly on every hand. The ships headed first for Kiev 5, lining up for it with such precision as the separate astrogators, hurriedly trained by Kim, could manage. It was a brave small company of tiny ships, forging through space away from the sunlit little world behind them. The light of the local sun was bright upon their hulls. Glinting reflections of many-colored stars shimmered on their shadowed sides. They drove on planetary drive, seemingly motionless in space. Then the starshine winked out of existence. By ones and twos and half-dozens, the other ships vanished from space. It was the transmitter drive, of course. The repaired starshine vanished from space near AIDS because it went away from AIDS at such a speed that no light could possibly be reflected from it. It reappeared in space within the solar system of Kiev because it slowed enough to be visible. But it seemed utterly alone. Yet presently an alarm gong rang, and there was one of its sister ships, a bare 10,000 miles away. The rest were scattered over parsecs. Kim drove for the banded planet on which dead men still lay unburied. His fleet was to rendezvous above its summer pole, as shown by the size of the ice cap. There had been 2 guard ships circling Kiev 5 to keep account of the development of grief into despair. Donna had robbed one of them, while its crew was held helpless by the projectors of the disciplinary circuit field. A second had been on the way to its aid when the starshine reeled away with the last morsel of energy in its equalizing batteries. With 50 small ships, swift as gadflies, though without a single weapon, Kim hoped to try out the tactics planned for his fleet, and perhaps to capture one or both of the giants. He picked up a third member of his force on the way to the planet, and the 3 drove on in company. Detectors indicated 2 others at extreme range, but as the 3 hovered over the polar cap of Kiev 5, others came from every direction. Then a wheezing voice bellowed out of the newly installed space radio in the Starshine's control room. It was the voice of the mayor of Stidham, grandly captaining a tiny ship with his 4 tall sons for crew. "Kim Rindell," he bellowed. "Kim Rindell, enemy ships in sight. We're closing with them, and His voice stopped utterly. Kim snapped orders, and his squadron came swarming after him. The direction of the message was clear. It had come from a point a bare 2,000 miles above the surface of Kiev 5, and with coordinates which made its location easy. It was too close for the use of matter transmitter drive, of course. Even overdrive at 200 light speeds was out of the question. On normal drive, the little ships, bare specks in space, spread out and out. Their battle tactics had been agreed upon. They wove and darted erratically. They had projectors of the disciplinary circuit field, which would paralyze any man they struck with sufficient intensity, but that was all, for the good and sufficient reason that such fields could be tested upon grimly resolute volunteers and adjusted to the utmost efficiency. On the prison world of AIDS, to which criminals were sent from all over the galaxy, there was no legal murder. Killing fighting beams could not be calibrated. There were no available victims. The detectors picked up a single considerable mass. Electron telescopes focused upon it. Kim's lips tensed. He saw a giant warcraft, squat and ungainly. With no air resistance in space, there is no point in streamlining a spaceship, and with the look of a mass of crammed generators of deadly beams. It turned slowly in its flight. It was not one spaceship but 2. 2 giant ships grappled together. It turned further, and there was a shimmering, unsubstantial tiny shape clutched to one. "The dickens," Kim said bitterly. He called into the space phones. "Kim Rindell speaking. Don't attack. Those ships aren't driving, they're falling. They'll smash on Kiev 5, and we can't do anything about it. Keep at least 50 miles away." A wheezing voice said furiously from the communicator, "They tricked me. I went for 'em, and the transmitter drive went on. I'll get 'em this time." Kim barked at the mayor of Stidham. Even as in the field of the electron telescope, he saw a tiny mote of a spaceship charge valorously at the monsters. It plunged toward them and vanished. Donna spoke breathlessly. "Well, what happened, Kim?" "This," said Kim bitterly, "is the end of the battle we fought with one of those ships a week ago. We put out a decoy, and that ship grappled it. A disciplinary circuit generator went on and paralyzed its crew. You remember that we went up to it, and you went on board. I turned off its generator from a distance and held the crew paralyzed with the beams from the starshine. There was another ship coming when you got off, and we got away to the other side of beyond. Yes, but we vanished, said Kim. The other enemy ship came up. Its skipper must have decided to go on board the first for a conference, or perhaps to inspect the decoy. It grappled to the first, and the magnetic surge turned on the disciplinary field again in the gadget in the decoy. Every man in both ships was paralyzed all over again. Both ships were drifting with power off. They've been falling toward Kiev 5. Every man of both crews must be dead by now. But the field's still on, and it will stay on. They'll crash. But can't we do anything? Demanded Donna anxiously. I know you want a ship. It would be handy to have those beams modified so we could paralyze a planet from a distance, said Kim grimly. But these ships are gone. I could go on board again, said Donna breathlessly. No, they'll hit the atmosphere in minutes now. And even if we could cut off the paralyzing field and get to the control room, nobody could pull an unfamiliar ship out of that fall. I wouldn't let you try it anyhow. They're falling fast, miles a second. They'll hit with the speed of a meteor. But try, Kim. For answer, he pulled her away from the electron telescope and pointed through the forward vision port. The falling ships had seemed almost within reach of the electron telescope screen, but through the vision port, one could see the whole vast bulk of Kiev 5. 2/3 of it glowed brightly in sunlight, but night had fallen directly below. The falling ships were the barest specks the eye could possibly detect, too far for hope of overhauling on planetary drive, too close to risk any other. Any speed that would overtake the derelicts would mean a crash against the planet's disk. I think, said Kim, they'll cross the sunset line and fall in the night area. They did. They vanished as specks against the sunlit disk. Then minutes later, a little red spark appeared where the bulk of the banded planet faded into absolute black. The spark held and grew in brightness. They've hit atmosphere, Kim told her. They're compressing the air before them until it's incandescent. They're a meteoric fall. The spark flared terribly, minute though it was from this distance. It curved downward as the air slowed its forward speed. It was an infinitesimal comet, trailing a long tail of fire behind it. It swooped downward in a gracefully downward curving arc. It crashed. Which, said Kim coldly in the Starshine's control room, means that 2 Cenobian warships are destroyed without cost to us. It's a victory, but it's very, very bad luck for us. With those 2 ships and transmitter drive, we could end the war in one day. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Ready for Action. Indignantly, the mayor of Stidham bellowed from the space phone speaker, and Kim answered impatiently. The decoy still had a disciplinary circuit field on, he explained for the 10th time. You know about it. When you tried to go galumphing in, the field grabbed you and paralyzed you. When your muscles went iron hard, the relay on your wrist, you wear it to protect you from fighter beams, threw your ship into transmitter speed travel. So you were somewhere else. When you came back, you charged in again, and the same thing happened. The relay protected you against our field as well as the enemy fighter beams. That's all. The mayor wheezed and sputtered furiously. It was plain that he had meant to distinguish himself and his 4 sons by magnificent bravery. There's something that needs to be done, said Kim. Those 2 ships are smashed, but they hadn't time to melt. There'll be hafnium in the wreckage anyhow, and metal is scarce on AIDS. See what you can salvage and get it to AIDS. It's important war work. Ask for other ships to volunteer to help you. The mayor of Stidham roared indignantly, and then consented like a lamb. In the space navy of AIDS, there could not yet be anything like iron discipline. Kim led his forces as a feudal baron might have led a motley assemblage of knights and men-at-arms in ancient days. He led by virtue of prestige and experience. He could not command. The fleet grew minute by minute as lost ships came in, and Kim worked out a new plan of battle to meet the fact that he could not hope to appear over Sanab with gigantic generators able to pour out disciplinary circuit beams over the whole planet. He explained the plan painstakingly to his followers, and presently set a course for Sanab. A surprising number of ships volunteered to go around on Kiev 5 with the Mayor of Stidham to salve what could be retrieved of the shattered 2 warships. No more than 30 little craft of aides pointed their noses toward Sanab. They went speeding toward it in a close-knit group, matching courses to almost microscopic accuracy and keeping their speed identical to a hair in hopes of arriving nearly in one group. "So we'll try it again," said Kim into the space phone. "Here we go." He pressed the transmitter drive button, and all the universe danced a momentary saraband, and off to the left the giant sun Sanab glowed fiercely. 5 of the little ships from AIDS were within detector range, but there were 4 monstrous moving masses which by their motion and velocity were spaceships rising from the planet and setting out upon some errand of the murder empire. The same thought must have come instantly to those upon each of the little ships. They charged. There had been no war in space for 5,000 years. The last space battle was that of Canis Major, when 40,000 warships plunged toward each other with their fighting beams stabbing out savagely, aimed and controlled by every device that human ingenuity could contrive. That battle had ended wars for all time, the galaxy believed, because there was no survivor on either side. In seconds, every combatant ship was merely a mass of insensate metal, which fought on in a blind futility. The fighting beams killed in thousandths of seconds. The robot gunners aimed with absolute precision. The 2 fleets joined battle, and the robots fixed their targets, and every ship became a coffin, in which all living things were no longer, which yet fought on with beams which could do no further harm. With every man in both fleets dead, the warships raged through emptiness, pouring out destruction from their unmanned projectors. It was 100 years before the last warcraft, its fuel gone and its crew mere dust, was captured and destroyed. But there had been no space fight since, until now. And this one was strangeness itself. 4 huge squat ships of war rose steadily from the planet Sanab II. They were doubtless bound on a mission of massacre. The Empire of Sanab gave no warning of its purpose. It did not permit the option of submission. Its ships headed heavily into space, crammed with generators of the murder frequency. They had no inkling of any ships other than those of their own empire as being in existence anywhere. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a slim, slender spacecraft winked into being. A member of Kim's squadron just arrived. Within a fraction of an instant, it was plunging furiously for the Sanabian monster. The Starshine also flung itself into a headlong attack, though it was unarmed save for projectors of a field that would not kill anyone. The other ships, and more as they appeared, darted valorously for the giants. Meteor repellers lashed out automatically. Scanners had detected the newcomers and instantly flung repeller beams to thrust them aside. They had no effect. Meteor repellers handle inert masses, but by the nature of its action, an interplanetary drive neutralizes their effect. The small ships flashed on. Kim found himself grinning sardonically. There would be alarms ringing frantically in the enemy ships, and the officers would be paralyzed with astonishment at the sudden appearance and instant attack by spacecraft which could not, to Sanabian knowledge, exist. 4 ships plunged upon one monster. 3 dashed at another. 8 little motes streaked for a third, and the 4th seemed surrounded by deadly mites of spaceships, flashing towards it with every indication of vengeful resolution. The attacks were sudden, unexpected, and impossible. There was no time to put the murder beams into operation. They took priceless seconds to warm up. In stark panic, the control room officer of the ship at which the Starshine drove jammed his ship into overdrive travel. The Sanabian flashed into flight at 200 times the speed of light. It fled into untraceable retreat. Stress space folded about it. Kim spoke comfortably into the space phone. "Everything's fine if the others do the same." A second giant fled in the same fashion. The small ships of aids were appearing on every hand and plunging toward their enemies. A third huge ship made a crazy, irresolute half-turn and also took the only possible course by darting away from its home planet on overdrive. Then the fourth. "They'd no time to give an alarm," said Kim crisply. "Into atmosphere now and we do our stuff." The tiny craft plunged toward the planet below them. It swelled in the starshine's forward vision ports. It filled all the firmament. Kim changed course and aimed for the limb of the planet. The ship went down and down. A faint trembling went through all the fabric of the ship. It had touched atmosphere. There was a monstrous metropolis ahead and below. Kim touched a control. A little thing went tumbling down and down. He veered out into space again. He watched by electron telescope. Like tiny insects, the fleet of aids flashed over the surface of the planet. They seemed to have no purpose. They seemed to accomplish nothing. They darted here and there and fled for open space again, without ever touching more than the outermost reaches of the planet's atmosphere. But it took time. They were just beginning to stream up into the emptiness again when the first of the giant warships flashed back into view. This time, it was ready for action. Its beam projectors flared thin streams of ions that were visible even in empty space. The ships of aids plunged forward in masses. The fighting beams flared terribly, and the little ships vanished, diving for it, plunging for it, raging toward it with every appearance of deadly assault. They flicked into transmitter drive when the deadly beams touched them, because the crews of every one were fitted with the wristlets and the relays which flung them into infinite speed when the fighting beam struck. In seconds, when the second, third, and fourth Cenobian warships came back from the void prepared for battle, they found all of space about their home planet empty. They ragingly reported their encounter to headquarters. Headquarters did not reply. The big ships went recklessly, alarmedly down to ground to see what had happened. They feared annihilation had struck Cenob too, but it hadn't. The fleet of aids had bombed the enemy planet to be sure, but in a quite unprecedented fashion. They had simply dropped round cases containing apparatus which was very easily made, and to which not even the most conscientious of the exiles on aids could object. They were tiny broadcasting units, very much like one Kim had put in a decoy ship, which gave off the neuronic frequencies of the disciplinary circuit tuned to men. The cases were seamless spheres made of an alloy that could only be formed by powder metallurgy, and could not be melted or pierced at all. It was the hardest substance developed in 30,000 years of civilization, and at least one of those cases had been dropped on every large city of Cenob too. When they struck, they began to broadcast. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 Pitched Battle. Every man in every city of the capital planet of the Empire was instantly struck motionless. From the gross and corpulent emperor himself down to the least considered scoundrel of each city's slums, every man felt his every muscle go terribly and impossibly rigid. Every man was helpless and convulsed, and the women were unaffected. On Cenob, too, which was the capital of a civilization which considered women inferior animals, the women had not been encouraged to be intelligent. For a long time, they were merely bewildered. They were afraid to try to do anything to assist their men. Those with small boy children, doubtless, were the first to dare to use their brains. It was unquestionably the mother of a small boy gone terribly motionless, who desperately set out in search of help. She reasoned fearfully that since her own city was full of agonized statues, which were men, perhaps in another city there might be aid. She tremblingly took a land car and desperately essayed to convoy her son to where something might be done for him. And she found that in the open space beyond the city he recovered from immobility to a mere howling discomfort. As the city was left farther behind, he became increasingly less unhappy, and at last was perfectly normal. But it must have been hours before that discovery became fully known, so that mothers took their boy children beyond the range of the small cases dropped from the skies. And then wives dutifully loaded their helpless husbands into land cars or into freight conveyors, and so got them out to where they could rage in unbridled fury. The emperor and his court were probably last of all to be released from the effects of the disciplinary circuit broadcasts by mere distance. The empire was reduced to chaos. For 50 miles about every bomb, it was impossible for any man to move a muscle. For 75, it was torment. No man could go within 100 miles of any of the small objects dropped from the Starshine and her sister ships without experiencing active discomfort. Obviously, the cities housed the machinery of government and the matter transmitters by which the empire communicated with its subject worlds, and the food synthesizers, and the shelters in which men were accustomed to live, and the baths, and lecture halls, and amusement centers in which they diverted themselves. Men were barred from such places absolutely. They could not govern, nor read, nor have food or drink or bathe or even sleep upon comfortable soft couches. For the very means of living they were dependent upon the favor of women, because women were free to go anywhere and do anything, while men had to stay in the open fields like cattle. The foundation of the civilization of Greater Chenevert was shattered, because women abruptly ceased to be merely inferior animals. The defenses of that one planet were non-existent, and even the 4 ships just taken off went down recklessly to the seemingly unharmed cities, to land with monstrous crashes, and every man in them helpless. The ships were out of action for as long as the broadcast should continue. But the fleet of Aids rendezvoused at Aids and again put out into space. They divided now and attacked the subjugated planets. They had no weapons save the devices which every government in the galaxy used. It was as if they fought a war with the nightsticks of policemen. But the disciplinary circuit, which made governments absolute, by the most trivial of modifications became a device by which men were barred from cities, and therefore from government. All government ceased. Active warfare by the Empire of Chenevert became impossible. Space yards, armories, spaceships grounded. And spaceships, as they landed from the void, every facility for war or rule in an empire of 20 planets, became useless, without the killing of a single man and without the least hope of resistance. Only a long while since, a squadron of Cenabian warships had headed out for Aids as a part of a program of expansion of the empire. It had lifted from Chenevert too, then the thriving, comfortable capital of the empire, and gone into overdrive on its mission. The distance to be covered was something like 30 light-years. Overdrive gave a speed 200 times that of light, which was a very high speed indeed, and had sufficed for the conquest of a galaxy in the days when the human race was rising. But even 30 light-years at that rate required 6 weeks of journeying in the stress space of overdrive. During those 6 weeks, of course, there could be no communication with home base. So the squadron bound for Aids had sped on all unknowing and unconscious, while Kiev 5 was beamed and all its men killed, and while the Starshine had essayed a return journey from the second galaxy, and then sped crazily to universes beyond men's imagining and returned, and while the midget fleet of Aids wrecked the empire in whose service the travelers set out to do murder. The journeying squadron, every ship wrapped in the utter unapproachability of faster-than-light travel, was oblivious to all that had occurred. Its separate ships came out of overdrive some 40 million miles from the solitary planet Aids, lonelily circling its small remote sun. The warships of Chenevert had an easier task in keeping together on overdrive than ships of the Starshine class on transmitter drive. But even so, they went back to normal space 40 million miles from their destination, 2 seconds' journey on overdrive, to group and take final counsel. Kim Rindell, in the Starshine, flashed back from the last of the 20 planets of Chenevert as 6 monster ships emerged from seeming nothingness. The Starshine's detectors flicked over to the danger signal strength. Alarm gongs clanged violently. The little ship hurtled past a monster at a bare 200 miles distance, and there was another giant 1,000 miles off, and 2 others a 5th and 6th. The 6 ships drew together into battle formation. Their detectors, too, showed the starshine, more as other midgets flicked into being, returning from their raid upon the Empire. They also registered upon the detector screens of the battle fleet. The fighter beams of the ships flared into deadliness. They were astounded, no doubt, by the existence of other spacecraft than those of Sanab. But as the little ships flung at them furiously, the fighting beams raged among them. Small, agile craft vanished utterly as the death beams hit, thrown into transmitter drive before the crews could die. But the Sanabians could not know that. They drove on, grandly, ruthlessly. This planet alone possessed spacecraft and offered resistance. It appeared only normal that all the men on Age should die. Now it became essential. The murder fleet destroyed, apparently, the tiny things which flung themselves recklessly and went on splendidly to bathe the little planet in death. The midgets performed prodigies of valor. They flung themselves at the giants with the small, hard objects that had destroyed an empire held loosely to the outside of their hulls. When the death beam struck and they vanished, the small, hard objects went hurtling on. They could have been missiles. They traveled at miles per second, but meteor repellers flung them contemptuously aside once they were no longer parts of a spacecraft with drives in action. The little ships tried to ram, and that was impossible. They could do nothing but make threatening dashes, and the giants went on toward Aids. From 40 million miles to 30 millions, the enemy squadron drove on with its tiny antagonist darting despairingly about it. At 30 millions, Kim commanded his followers to flee ahead to Aids to give warning and to take on board what refugees they could. But there were 19 million souls on Aids. At most, 1 million had crowded through to Terra Nova in the second galaxy, and they could do next to nothing. At 20 million of miles, some of the midgets were back with cases of chemical explosive. They strewed them in the path of the Juggernaut ships, with no velocity of their own, almost stationary in space. Someone had thought they might not activate the Cenebian repellers, but that thought was futile. The repeller beams stabbed at them with the force of collisions. The chemical explosives flashed luridly in emptiness and made swift expanding clouds of vapor. Of the tenuity of comets' tails. The enemy ships came on. At 10 million miles, 2 unmanned ships, guided by remote control, flashed furiously toward the leading warcraft. They at least should be able to ram. Repeller beams which focused upon them were neutralized by the space torpedoes' drives. They drove in frenziedly. But as they drew closer, the power of the repeller beams rose to incredible heights and overwhelmed the power of the little ship's engines, and shorted the field-generating coils and blew out the motors, and the guided missiles were hurled away, broken hulks. The fleet reached a mere 5 million miles from the planet Aids. Its separate members had come to realize their invincibility against all the assaults that could be made against them by the defending forces, unexpected as they were, of this small world. The fleet divided to take up appropriate stations above the planet and direct their projectors of annihilation downward. They would wipe out every living male upon the planet's surface. They would do it coldly, remorselessly, without emotion. Presently the planet would become part of an empire which in fact had ceased to function. The action of the fleet would not only be horrible, it would be futile, but its personnel could not know that. The giant ships took position and began to descend. Odd little blue-white glows appeared in the atmosphere far below. They seemed quite useless, those blue-white glows. The only effect that could at once be ascribed to them was the sudden vanishing of a dozen little ships preparing to make for the 100th time despairing dashes at the monsters. Those little ships winked out of existence, gone into transmitter drive. And then the big ships wavered in their flight. Automatic controls seemed to take hold. They checked in their descent and presently were motionless. A roar of triumph came to Kim Rindell's ears from the space phone speaker in the Starshine's control room. The mayor of Stidham bellowed in exultation. "We got 'em, by space, we got 'em." "Something's happened to them," said Kim. "What?" "I'm sending up a couple shiploads of women," rumbled the mayor of Stidham zestfully.
Women from Kiev 5. They'll take over. Remember, you had us go to ground to salvage the 2 ships that crashed there. They bounced when they landed. They shook themselves apart and spilled themselves in little pieces instead of smashing to powder. We picked up half a dozen projectors that could be repaired, all neatly tuned to kill men and leave women unharmed. We brought them back to AIDS and mounted them. Brought 'em up here with wives for my 4 sons and promises of vengeance for the other women whose men were murdered. We just gave those devils a dose of the medicine they had for us. Those ships are coffins, Kim Rindell. Every man in the crew is dead, but no man can go aboard until their beams are cut off. I'll send up the women from Kiev 5 to board them. They'll attend to things. If any man's alive, they'll slit his throat for him. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Manless Worlds by Murray Leinster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Homecoming. Considerable time later, Kim Rindell eased the starshine down through the light of the 2 Terranovan moons to the matted lawn outside his homestead in the second galaxy. A figure started up from the terrace and hurried down to greet him as he opened the exit port and helped Donna to the ground. "Who's this?" asked Kim, blinking in the darkness after the lighted interior of the starshine. "Who?" "It's me, Kim Rindell," said the colony organizer for Terra Nova. He sounded unhappy and full of forebodings. "We've been doing all we can to take care of the crowds who came through the matter transmitter, but it was a difficult task. Now the crowd of new colonists has dropped to a bare trickle. Every one has a different story. I was told, though, that you were coming back in the starshine and could advise me. I need your advice, Kim Rindell. The situation may be terrible." Kim led the way to the terrace of his house. "I wouldn't say it will be terrible," he said cheerfully enough. "It's good to get back home. Donna, I want to look inside," said Donna firmly. She went within to satisfy the instinct of every woman who's been away from home to examine all her dwelling jealously on her return. Kim stretched himself out in a chair. The stars, unnamed, unexplored, and infinitely promising of all the second galaxy twinkled overhead. Terra Nova's 2 moons floated serenely across the sky, and the strange soft scents of the night came to his nostrils. Kim sniffed luxuriously. "Ah, this is good," he said zestfully. "Well, what's happened?" demanded the colony organizer anxiously. "In 3 weeks we had 400,000 new arrivals through the transmitter. Most of them were children and boys. Then the flood stopped. Like that. What are we to do about them? Did you get fuel for your ship? I understand the danger from Sanab is over, but we find it hard to get information from AIDS. Everyone there is busy," said Kim comfortably. "You see, we smashed the Empire without killing more than a very few men. On Sanab 2, where the Empire was started, we chased the men out of the cities and put them at the mercy of the women. So many men had emigrated to the planets whose men had been killed off that there was a big disproportion even on Sanab. And the women were not pleased. They'd been badly treated too. We didn't approve of the men, though. We gave them their choice of emigrating to a brand new world with only such women as chose to go with them or of being wiped out. They chose to emigrate. So half the technical men on AIDS have been very busy supervising their emigration." "Not to here?" asked the colony organizer in alarm. "We can't feed ourselves yet." "No, not to here," said Kim dryly. "They went to a place we scouted accidentally in the starshine. They're not likely to come back. I left them at a receiver there, and when they've all gone through it, all the men from 20 planets with what women want to go with them, will smash that receiver and they'll be on their own. They're quite a long way off. 300 billion light years, more or less. They're not likely to come in contact with our descendants for several million years yet. By that time, they'll either be civilized or else." The colony organizer asked questions in a worried tone. Kim answered them. "But 21 planets with no men on them," said the organizer. "Those women will want to come here." "Not quite all. There were 10 men on AIDS for every woman. A lot of them will settle on the 20 planets where the proportion is reversed. A surprising lot will want to move on to the second galaxy, though. But we'll be ready for them," said Kim. We've spaceships enough for exploration now. The mayor of Stideham wants a planet for each of his 4 sons to colonize. They picked up wives on Kiev 5 and want to get away from the old chap and indulge in a little domesticity. And there'll be plenty of others, he added. We've some big warcraft to bring over, too, in case there's any dangerous animals or entities here. But, said the colony organizer again, we're sending ships through the first galaxy, too, said Kim, to do a little missionary work. After all, 21 planets without men. So the Starshine sister ships will drop down secretly on one planet after another to start whisperings that a man who's sent to AIDS is a pretty lucky man. If he has courage and brains, he's better off than living as a human sheep under kings or technarchs. We'll clap the disciplinary circuit on him if he thinks for himself. There'll be more criminals and rebels than usual from now on. The flow of men who are not quite sheep will increase. With 300 million planets to draw from, and the way whispers pass from world to world, the adventurous spirits will start getting themselves sent to AIDS. There'll be planets for them to move to, and women to marry, and 11 of hardy souls to teach them that being a free man is pretty good fun. We won't make an empire of those 21 planets, just a refuge for every man with a backbone in all the galaxy. The colony organizer looked worried. But there are Terra Nova and the second galaxy waiting to be explored and colonized. Maybe they'll be satisfied to stay there. Kim laughed. When he ceased to laugh, he chuckled. I'm here. I've got a wife. Do you suppose that any woman will want her husband to stay on one of those 21 planets for years to come, where women outnumber men, where, well, a man with a roving eye sees plenty of women about for his eyes to rove to? The colony organizer still worried nevertheless until Donna came out from the inside of the house. She had assured herself that everything was intact and her mind was at rest. She brought refreshments for Kim and their guest. I was just saying, said Kim, that I thought there would still be plenty of people coming from AIDS and the 21 planets to Terra Nova and to settle on the new worlds as they're opened up. Of course, said Donna. I wouldn't live there. Any normal woman, when she has a husband, will want to move where he'll be safe. And she might have been referring to the Holocaust on those planets caused by the death beams of the dead Cenobian Empire, but even the colony organizer did not think it so. End of Chapter 9 of the Manless Worlds.
Chapter 1 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster, Chapter 1, Damaged Transmitter. Kim Rendell had almost forgotten that he was ever a matter transmitter technician. But then the matter transmitter on Terra Nova ceased to operate and they called on him. It happened just like that. One instant the wavering, silvery film seemed to stretch across the arch in the public square of the principal, but still small settlement on the first planet to be colonized in the second galaxy. The film bulged, and momentarily seemed to form the outline of a human figure as a totally reflecting, pulsating cocoon about a moving object. Then it broke like a bubble film, and a walking figure stepped unconcernedly out. Instantly the silvery film was formed again behind it, and another shape developed on the film's surface. Only seconds before, these people and these objects had been on another planet in another island universe, across unthinkable parsecs of space. Now they were here, bales and bundles and parcels of merchandise. Huge containers of foodstuffs. The colony on Terra Nova was still not completely self-sustaining, and drums of fuel for the spaceships busy mapping the new galaxy for the use of men, and more people, and a huge tank of viscous, opalescent plastic. Then came a pretty girl, smiling brightly on her first appearance on a new planet in a new universe, and crates of castings for more spaceships, and a family group with a pet Zorag on a leash behind them, and a batch of cryptic pieces of machinery, and a man. Then nothing. Without fuss, the silvery film ceased to be. One could look completely through the archway which was the matter transmitter. One could see what was on the other side instead of a wavering, pulsating reflection of objects nearby. The last man to come through spoke unconcernedly over his shoulder to someone he evidently believed just behind, but who was actually now separated from him by the abyss between island universes and some thousands of parsecs beyond. Nobody paid any attention to matter transmitters ordinarily. They had been in use for 10,000 years. All the commerce of the first galaxy now moved through them. Spaceships had become obsolete, and the little starshine, which was the first handiwork of man to cross the gulf to the second galaxy, had been a museum exhibit for nearly 200 years before Kim Rendell smashed out of the museum in it with Donna, and the two of them went roaming hopelessly among the ancient, decaying civilizations of man's first home in quest of a world in which they could live in freedom. But the matter transmitter had ceased to operate. 5 millions of human beings in the second galaxy were isolated from the first. Hades was the only planet in the home galaxy on which all men were criminals by definition, and hence were friendly to the people of the new settlements. Every single other planet, save the bewildered and almost manless planets which had been subject to Synab, was a tyranny of one brutal variety or another. Every other planet regarded the men of Hades as outlaws, rebels, and criminals. The people of Terra Nova, therefore, were not cut off from the immigrants and supplies and the technical skills of Hades. They were necessarily isolated from the rest of the human race. And then, besides that, there were 16 millions of people left on Hades, cut off from the hope that Terra Nova represented. Kim Rendell was called on immediately. The colony organizer of Terra Nova himself went in person to confer and to bewail. Kim Rendell was peacefully puttering with an unimportant small gadget when the colony organizer arrived. The house was something of a gem of polished plastic. Donna had designed it, and it stood on a hill with a view which faced the morning sun and the rising twin moons of Terra Nova. The atmosphere flyer descended, and Donna led the organizer to the workshop in which Kim puttered. The organizer had had half an hour in which to think of catastrophe. He was in a deplorable state when Kim looked up from the thing with which he was tinkering. "Enter and welcome," he said cheerfully in the formal greeting. "I'm only amusing myself, but you look disturbed." The colony organizer bewailed the fact that there would be no more supplies from Hades, no more colonists. Technical information, urgently needed, could not be had. Supplies were necessary for exploring parties, and new building machines were desperately in demand, and the storage reserves were depleted and could last only so long if no more came through. "But," said Kim blankly, "why shouldn't they come through?" The matter transmitter stopped working. The colony organizer wrung his hands. "If they're still transmitting on Hades, think of the lives and the precious material that's being lost." "They aren't transmitting," said Kim. "A transmitter and a receiver are a unit. Both have to work for either one to operate, except in the very special case of a transmitter-drive ship. But it's queer. I'll come take a look." He slipped into the conventional out-of-door garments. Donna had listened. Now she said a word or two to Kim, her expression concerned. Kim's expression darkened. "That's what I'm afraid of," he told her. "A transmitter is too simple to break down. They can get detuned, but we made the pairs for Hades and Terra Nova especially. Their tuning elements are set in solid plastite. They couldn't get out of tune." He picked up a small box. He tucked it under his arm. "I'll be back," he told Donna heavily. "But I suspect you'd better pack." He went out to the grounded flyer. The colony organizer took it up and across the green-clad hills of Terra Nova. The vegetation of Terra Nova is extraordinarily flexible, and the green stuff below the flyer swayed elaborately in the wind. The top of the forests bowed and bent in the form of billows and waves. The effect was that of an ocean which complacently remained upraised in hillocks and had no normal surface. It was not easy to get used to such things. "I'm terribly worried," said the organizer anxiously. "There is a tremendous shortage of textiles, and the ores we usually send back to balance our account are piling up." "You're badly worried, eh?" said Kim grimly. "Of course. How can we keep our economic system now?" Kim made an angry noise. "I'm a lot more worried than you are," he snapped. "Nothing should have stopped this particular pair of transmitters from working but the destruction of one or the other. This box in my pocket might tell me the answer, but I'm afraid to find out. I assure you that temporary surpluses and shortages of ores and textiles are the least of the things we have to worry about." The little flyer sped on, with the great waving billows of the forest beneath it. On one hillock there was a clearing with a group of 4 plastic houses shining in the sunlight. They looked horribly lonely in the sea of green, but the population on Terra Nova was spread thin. Far over at the horizon there was another clearing. Sunlight glinted on water, a pleasure pool. There was a sizable village about it. Half a dozen soarers spun and whirled lazily above. Kim said, "The thing is that 80s and the planets left over after we handled Synab are the only places in the whole first galaxy where there are no disciplinary circuits. 80s is the only place where a man can spit in the eye of another man and the two of them settle it between themselves. There's a government of sorts on 80s, as there is here, but there's no ruler. Also, there's nobody who can strut around and make other men bow to him. A woman on 80s, and here, belongs to the man she wants to belong to. She can't be seized by some lordling for his own pleasure and turned over to his guards and underlings when he's through with her." "That's true," said the colony organizer, who was still worried. "But the transmitter—" "Gossip of the admirable state of things on 80s has gone about," said Kim hardly. "Some of our young men appointed themselves missionaries and went roaming around the planets, spreading word that 80s wasn't a bad place, that if you were exiled to 80s you were lucky. They probably bragged that we whipped the Empire of Synab in a fight." At this the mouth of the organizer dropped open in astonishment. Of course. The number of exiles arriving at 80s increased. It was excellent. We need people for the second galaxy, and people who earn exile are usually people with courage, willing to take risks for the sake of hope. Don't you realize that such things have been dangerous? When people on Marcab 2 began to hope, Kim said impatiently. When peasants on the planets of Elioth began to imagine that things might be better, when slaves on Utbeg began to tell each other in murmurs that there was a place where people weren't slaves, don't you see that such things would alarm the rulers of such planets? How can people be held as slaves unless you keep them in despair?" The colony organizer corrected his course a trifle. Far away the walls of the capital city of Terra Nova glinted in the sunlight. "And there are the 21 planets which fell into our laps when we had to smash Synab," said Kim. 80s became the subject of dreams. Peasants and commoners think of it yearningly, as a sort of paradise. But kings and tyrants dream of it either as a nightmare which threatens the tranquility of their realms, or else as a very pretty bit of loot to be seized if possible. There are probably 10,000 royal courts where ambitious men rack their brains for some plausible way to wipe out 80s as a menace and take over our 21 planets for loot. 80s is already full of spies, sent there in the guise of exiles. There have been men found murdered after torture, seized and tortured by spies hoping to find out the secrets by which we whipped Synab. There's one bomb crater on 80s already, where a bomb smuggled through the transmitter was set off in an effort to wipe out all the brains on the planet. It didn't, but it was bad. End of Chapter 1. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 2 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 2, Enemy Sabotage. Skillfully, the colony organizer sent the flyer into the long, shallow glide that would land it in the planet capital city. There were only 20,000 people in that city. It would rate as a village anywhere except on 80s, but it was the largest settlement on Terra Nova. "Then you think," said the harassed organizer, "that some outrage has been committed and the transmitter on 80s damaged, perhaps by another bomb?" "I hope it's no worse than that," said Kim. "I don't know what I fear, but there are still 16 million people on 80s, and some of them are very decent folk. In a little while I'll know if it's nothing important or if it's bad. I could have found out back at home, but I wanted to hold on to hope." His lips were tightly compressed. The flyer landed. The two men got out and went along a yielding walk to the central square of the city. Many persons had collected in the square, more people in that one spot than Kim had seen together for a long time. Now at least 1,000 men and women and children had gathered and were standing motionless, looking at the tall arch of the transmitter. There would have been nothing extraordinary about the appearance of the arch to a man from past ages. It would have seemed to be quite commonplace, gracefully designed, to be sure, and with a smooth purity of line which the ancient artists only aspired to, but still not at all a remarkable object. But the throng of onlookers who stared at it did so because they could look through it. That had never before been possible. It had been a matter transmitter. Now it was only an arch. The people stared. Kim went in the technician's door at the base of the arch. The local matter technician greeted him with relief. "I'm glad you have come, Kim Rendell," he said uneasily. "I can find nothing wrong. Every circuit is correct. Every contact is sound, but it simply does not work." "I'll see," said Kim. "I'm sure you are right, but I'll verify it. Yet I'm afraid I'm only postponing a test I should have made before." He went over the test panel, trying the various circuits, all checked up satisfactorily. He went behind the test panel and switched a number of leads. He returned to the front and worked the panel again. The results were widely at variance with the original readings, but Kim regarded them with an angry acceptance. "I reversed some leads, just in case a checking instrument was out by the same amount as a circuit," he told the technician. "To be frank about it, I made sure you hadn't knocked out the transmitter on purpose. Such things have been done." Then he said grimly, "This one is all right. The transmitter on 80s is out of action. It not only doesn't work, but they haven't been able to fix it in how long?" "2 hours now," said the technician unhappily. "Too long," said Kim. He unpacked his box. It was very small, a foot by a foot by a foot. There was a cone-shaped hole in one end which diminished to a small hole at the other end. Kim sweated a little. "I should have tried this before," he said, "but I wanted to hope. With all the First Galaxy fearing and hating 80s, somebody would think of a way to do us damage, even without spaceships." He turned a tiny knob on the box and looked through the hole. His lips tautened. He began to make tests. His face grew more and more drawn and somber. At last he turned the little knob again, and nothing happened. His face went quite white. "What is it?" asked the colony organizer. Kim sat down, looking rather sick. "It's bad," he said. Then he gestured toward the box. "When we were fighting Sinab, somebody worked out an idea for the remote control of ships. Beam control would be too slow. At a few million miles, the information the robot gathered would take seconds to get back to the control board, and more seconds would be needed for the controlling signals to get back to the robot. In terms of light years, communications that way would be impossible." Kim glanced at the organizer, who signified by a nod that he understood. "If it took a year each way, there'd be 2 years between the robot's observation of something to be acted on," Kim continued, "and the signal that would make it act. So this man proposed very tiny matter transmitters, one on the robot and one on the home planet. A solid object would receive all the information the robot's instruments gathered. The transmitter would send it back to the control board at transmitter speed, and the board would impress orders on it and send it to the robot again. It could shuttle across the width of a galaxy 100 times a second and make robot control at any distance practical. A few of them were made, but not used. This is one of them. I had it for measuring the actual speed of transmitter travel between here and 80s. We thought the distance would be enough for a good measurement. It wasn't, but this is a transmitter like the big one, and it has a mate on 80s, and its mate is a hemisphere away from 80s' main transmitter. And neither one works. Something's happened on 80s that involves both hemispheres, and the transmitter couldn't have been knocked out by something that only killed people. It looks as if 80s may have been destroyed." There was an instant's uncomprehending silence. Then the realization struck home. In all of human history, no planet had ever been completely destroyed. Dozens, even hundreds, had been devastated before wars came to an end by the discovery of a weapon too terrible to be used. 4 had been depopulated by that weapon, the fighting beam. But never before had it even been imagined that a planet could be wiped out of existence. "There are theoretic considerations," said Kim, dry-throated, "which make a material weapon like atomic explosive unthinkable. There are other considerations which make it certain that any immaterial weapon that could destroy a planet would have infinite speed and therefore infinite range. If 80s has been destroyed, all the human race, including us, must sooner or later be subject to those who control such a weapon." Kim Rendell paused and cleared his throat. "If they start off by destroying the only world on which men are free, I don't think I like it. Now I must go back home. I'd better get over to the first galaxy in the starshine and find out what's happened." The 1,000 million suns of the first galaxy swam in space, attended by their families of planets. 300 million worlds had been populated by the human race. For 30,000 years, the descendants of the people of Earth, that almost mythical first home of humanity, had spread through the vastness of what once had seemed to them the very cosmos itself. In the older, long-settled planets, civilization rose to incredible heights of luxury and of pride, and then took the long dive down into decadence and futility, while newer, fresher worlds still struggled upward from the status of frontier settlements. But at long last, humanity's task in the first galaxy was ended. The last planet suitable for human occupancy had been mapped and colonized. The race had reached the limit of its growth. It had reached, too, or so it seemed, its highest possible point of development. Matter transmitters conveyed parcels and persons instantly and easily from rim to rim of the galaxy. Disciplinary circuits enforced the laws of planetary governments beyond any hope of evasion or defiance. There were impregnable defenses against attacks from space. There could be no war. There could be no revolt. There could be no successful crime, save by those people who controlled governments, and there could be no hope. So humanity settled back toward barbarism. Perhaps it was inevitable that conquest should again become possible, revolt conceivable, and crime once more feasible even to individuals, so that hope could return to men. And perhaps it was the most natural thing imaginable that hope first sprang from the prison world of Hades. Whispers spread from planet to planet. Hades, to which all rebels and nonconformists had been banished in hopeless exile, was no longer a symbol for isolation and despair. Its citizens, if criminals could be citizens anywhere, had revived the art of space travel by means of ships. The rest of the galaxy had abandoned spaceships long ago as antiquities. Matter transmitters far surpassed them, but Hades had revived them and fought a war with the Empire of Sinab and won it, and 21 planets with all their cities and machines had fallen to them. But the men of Sinab had been sent to an unimaginable fate, leaving wives and daughters behind. The fact that the women of the Sinabian Empire were mostly the widows of men massacred for the Empire's spread was not clearly told in the rumors which ran about among the worlds. If you became a criminal and were exiled to Hades, you were lucky. There were not enough men on Hades to accomplish the high triumphs awaiting them on every hand. There was hope for any man who dared to become a rebel. Exile to Hades was the most fortunate of adventures instead of the most dreadful of fates. Those whispers were fascinating, but they were seditious. The oligarchs and tyrants and despots and politicians who ruled their planets by the threat of the disciplinary circuit found this new state of affairs deplorable. Populations grew restive. There was actually hope among the common people, who could be subjected to unbearable torment by the mere pressure of a button. And of course hope could not be permitted. Allow the populace to hope, and it would aspire to justice. Grant it justice, and it might look for liberty. Something had to be done. So something was done. Many things were done. Royal courts debated the question, alike of the danger and of possible loot in the empire to which Hades had fallen heir, and in consequence the despots had acted. The starshine winked into existence near the sun which had been the luminary of Hades. It was a small, cold sun, and Hades had been its only planet. The starshine had made the journey from Terra Nova in 4 leaps, of which the first was the monstrous one from the second galaxy to the first. Accuracy of aim could not be expected over such an expanse. The little ship had come out of its first leap near that preposterous group of the blue-white suns of Daheen, whose complicated orbits about each other still puzzled mathematicians, and Kim had come to the sector of the galaxy he desired on his second leap, and to the star cluster in the third, and the fourth brought him to the small sun he looked for. But space was empty about it. A sun without planets is a rarity so strange that it is almost impossible. This sun had possessed Hades. Nevertheless, Kim searched for Hades. He found nothing. He searched for debris of an exploded planet. He found nothing. He set cameras to photograph all the cosmos about him, and drove the starshine at highest interplanetary speed for 12 hours. Then he looked at the plates. In that 12 hours the spaceship had driven some hundreds of thousands of miles. Even nearby stars at distance of light years would not have their angles change appreciably, and so would show upon the plates as definite, tiny dots. But any planet or any debris within 1,000 million miles would make a streak instead of a dot upon the photographic plate. There was nothing. Hades had vanished. He aimed for the star Kiev and flashed to its vicinity. The banded planet Kiev 5 swam sedately in emptiness. Kim drove for it, at first on mere overdrive, and then on the interplanetary drive used for rising from and landing on the surface of worlds. He landed on Kiev 5. Women looked at him strangely. A spaceship which landed on Kiev 5, or anywhere else for that matter, must certainly come from 80s, but ships were not commonplace sights. Kim was no commonplace sight either. 6 years before, the men on Kiev 5 had died in one rotation of the planet. Every man and boy was murdered by the killing beams of the now defunct Cenabian Empire. Now there were only women, save for the very few men who had migrated to it in quest of wives, and had remained to rear families. The population of Kiev 5 was overwhelmingly female. Kim found his way to the governing center of the capital city. Donna walked with him through the city streets. There were women everywhere. They turned to stare at Kim. They looked at Donna with veiled eyes. Long years on an exclusively feminine world does strange things to psychology. There were women wearing the badges of mourning for husbands dead more than half a decade. In a sense, it was a dramatization of their loss, because all women, everywhere, take a melancholy pleasure in the display of their unhappiness. But in part to boast of grief for a lost husband was an excuse for not having captured one of the few men who had arrived since the mass murder. As a matter of fact, Kim did not see a single man in the capital city of Kiev 5, but its streets swarmed with women. He asked for the head of the planet government, and at long last found an untidy woman at a desk. He asked what was known of 80s. "I was on Terra Nova," he explained. "The matter transmitter went off and it did not come back on. I came back by spaceship to find out about it, and went to where 80s should have been. I'm Kim Rendell, and I used to be a matter transmitter technician. I thought I might repair the one on 80s if it needed repairing, but I could find no planet circling 80s' sun." The woman regarded him with what was almost hostility. "Kim Rendell," she said, "I've heard of you. You are a very famous man. But we women on Kiev 5 can do without men." "No doubt," Kim said patiently, "but has there been any word of 80s?" "We are not interested in 80s," she said angrily. "We can do without 80s." "But I'm interested in 80s," said Kim, "and after all, it was 80s which punished the murderers of the men of Kiev 5. A certain amount of gratitude is indicated." "Gratitude?" said the untidy woman harshly. "We'd have been grateful if you men of 80s had turned those Cenabians over to us. We'd have killed them, every one, slowly." "But the point is," said Kim, "that something has happened to 80s. It might happen to Kiev 5. If we can find out what it was, we'll take steps so it won't happen again." "Just leave us alone," said the untidy woman fiercely. "We can get along without men or 80s or anything else. Go away." End of Chapter 2, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 3 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 3. Dangerous Trip. Donna plucked at Kim's arm. He turned, seething, and went out. Outside he vented his bitterness. "I thought men were crazy," he said. "If she's the head of the planet government, I pity the planet." "She could talk to another woman quite rationally," Donna said with satisfaction. "But she's had to persuade herself that she hates men. and you had me with you, and I'm prettier than she is, Kim, and I have you, so she couldn't talk to you." "But she's unreasonable," Kim said stubbornly. "We'll go back to the ship," said Donna brightly. "I'll lock you in it and then go find out what we want to know." She smiled comfortably all the way back to the Starshine. But the staring women made Kim acutely uncomfortable. When he was safely inside the ship, he wiped perspiration from his forehead. "I wouldn't want to live on this planet," he said feverishly. "I wouldn't want you to," said Donna. "Stay inside, darling. You'd better not even show yourself at a vision port." "Heaven forbid," said Kim. Donna went out. Kim paced up and down the living quarters of the ship. There was something in the back of his mind that would not quite come out. The disappearance of Hades was impossible. Men had conquered one galaxy and now started on a second, but never yet had they destroyed a planet. Never yet had they even moved one. But nevertheless, only 36 hours ago the planet Hades had revolved about its sun, and men and women had strolled into its matter transmitter with no hint of danger, and between 2 seconds something had happened. Even had the planet been shattered into dust, its remnants should have been discoverable, and surely a device which could destroy a planet would have had some preliminary testings, and the galaxy would have heard of its existence. This thing that had happened was inconceivable. On the basis of the photographs, Hades had not only been destroyed, but the quintillions of tons of its substance had been removed so far that sunlight shining upon them did not light them enough for photography, which simply could not be. Kim wrestled with the problem while Donna went about in the world of women. There was something odd about her in the eyes of women of Kiev 5. Their faces were unlike the faces of the women of a normal world. On a world with men and women, all women wear masks. Their thoughts are unreadable, but where there are no men, masks are useless. The women of Kiev 5 saw plainly that Donna was unlike them, but they were willing to talk to her. She came back to the Starshine as Kim reached a state of complete bewilderment. Hades could not have been destroyed, but it had vanished. Even if shattered, its fragments could not have been moved so far or so fast that they could no longer be detected. But they were undiscoverable. The thing was impossible on any scale of power conceivable for humans to use. But it had happened. So Kim paced back and forth and bit his nails until Donna returned. "We can take off, Kim," she said quietly. She locked the inner airlock door as if shutting out something. She twisted the fastening extra tight. Her face was pale. "What about Hades?" asked Kim. "They had matter transmission to it from here, too," said Donna. "You remember, the original transmitter on Hades was one way only. It would receive but not send. Some new ones were built after the war with Sinab, though, and this planet's communication with Hades cut off just when ours did, 36 hours ago. None of the other 20 planets had communication with it either. Something happened, and on the instant everything stopped." "What caused it?" Kim asked, but Donna paid no attention. "Take off, Kim," she said. "Men are marching out of the matter transmitter." "Marching," I said, "Kim. Armed men, marching as soldiers with machine-mounted heavy weapons. Somebody knows Hades can't protect its own anymore, and invaders must be crowding in for the spoils. I'm afraid, Kim, that Hades has been destroyed, and our planets are part of a tyrant's empire now." Later, the Starshine swooped down from the blue toward the matter transmitter on Kiev 5. Serried ranks of marching figures were tramping out of the transmitter's silvery, wavering film. In strict geometric rows they marched, looking neither to the right nor to the left. They were a glittering stream, moving rhythmically in unison, proceeding to join an already arrived mass of armed men already drawn up in impressive array. Racing toward the high arch of the transmitter with air screaming about the Starshine's hull, Kim saw grimly that the figures were soldiers, as Donna had said. He had never before seen a soldier in actual life, but pictures and histories had made them familiar enough. These were figures out of the unthinkably remote past. They wore helmets of polished metal. They glittered with shining aurichalk and chromium. The bright small flashes of faceted corundum, synthetic sapphire in all the shades from blue-white to ruby, shone from their identical costumes and equipment. They were barbarous in their splendor, and strange in the precision and unison of their movements, which was like nothing so much as the antics of girl precision dancers, without the extravagance of the dancers' gestures. The starshine dipped lower. It shot along a canyon-like open way between buildings. The matter transmitter was upon a hill within the city, and the ship was now lower than the transmitter and the heads of the soldiers who still tramped out of the archway in a scintillating stream. Kim raged. Soldiers were an absurdity on top of a catastrophe. Something had erased the planet 80s from its orbit around a lonely sun. That bespoke science and intelligence beyond anything dreamed of hitherto. But soldiers marching like dancing girls, bedecked with jewels and polished metal like the women of the pleasure world of Deity. This military display was pure childishness. "Our pressure wave'll topple them," said Kim savagely. "At least we'll smash the transmitter." There was a monstrous roaring noise. The starshine, which had flashed through intergalactic space at speeds no science was yet able to measure, roared between tall buildings in atmosphere. Wind whirled and howled past its hull. It dived forward toward the soldiers. There was one instant when the ship was barely yards above the gaping faces of startled, barbarously accoutred troopers. The following spreading pressure wave of the ship's faster-than-sound movement spread out on every side like a three-dimensional wake. It toppled the soldiers as it hit. They went down in unison, in a wildly waving, light-flashing tangle of waving arms and legs and savage weapons. But Kim saw, too, squat and bell-mouthed instruments on wheels, in the act of swinging to bear upon him. One bore on the starshine. It was impossible to stop or swerve the ship. There was yet another fraction of a second of kaleidoscopic confusion, of momentary glimpses of incredibly antique and childish pomp. And then anguish struck. It was the hellish torment of a fighting being, more concentrated and more horrible than any other agony known to mankind. For the infinitesimal fraction of an instant, Kim experienced it to the full. Then there was nothingness. There was no sound. There was no planet. There was no sunlight on tall and stately structures built by men long murdered from the skies. The vision ports showed remote and peaceful suns and all the tranquil glory of interstellar space. The starshine floated in emptiness. It was, of course, the result of that very small device that Kim had built into the sunshine before even the invention of the transmitter drive. It was a relay which flung on faster-than-light drive the instant fighting beams struck any living body in the ship. The starshine had been thrown into full interstellar drive while still in atmosphere. It had plunged upward, along the line of its aiming, through the air. The result of its passage to Kiv 5 could only be guessed at, but even the unthinkably minute part of a second it remained in air, the ship's outside temperatures had risen 200 degrees. moving at multiples of the speed of light, it must have created an instantaneous flash of literally stellar heat by the mere compression of air before it. Kim was sick and shaken by the agony which would have killed him had it lasted as long as the 100th of a second. But Donna stared at him. "Kim, what? Oh!" She ran to him. The beam had not touched her. So close to the projector, it had been narrow, no more than a yard across. It had struck Kim and missed Donna. "Oh, my poor Kim!" He grimaced. "Forget it," he said, breathing hard. "We've both had it before, but not as bad as this. It was a mobile fighting beam projector. I imagine they'll think we burned up in a flash of lightning. I hope there were X-rays for them to enjoy." For a long time Kim Rendell sat still, with his eyes closed. The dosage of the fighting beam had been greater than they had ever experienced together, though. It left him weak and sick. "Funny," he said presently. "Barbarous enough to have soldiers with decorative uniforms and shiny dingle-dangles on them, and modern enough to have fighting beam projectors, and a weapon that's wiped 80s out of space. We've got to find out who they are, Donna, and where they came from. They've something quite new." "I wonder," said Donna, but she still looked at Kim with troubled eyes. "Eh?" "If it's new," said Donna. "If it's a weapon, even if 80s is destroyed." Kim stared at her. "Now, what do you mean by that?" "I don't quite know," admitted Donna. "I say things, and you turn them over in your head, and something quite new comes out. I told you a story about a dust grain once, and you made the transmitter drive that took us to 80s in the first place and made everything else possible afterward." Said Kim meditatively. "If it's new, if it's a weapon, if 80s is destroyed, why did you think of those three things?" "You said no planet had ever been destroyed," she told him. "If anybody could think of a way to do such a thing, you could. And when Synab had to be fought, and there weren't any weapons, you worked out a way to conquer them with things that certainly weren't weapons. Just broadcasters of the disciplinary circuit field. So I wondered if what they used was a weapon. Of course, if it wasn't a weapon, it was probably something that had been used before for some other purpose, and it wouldn't be new." "I've got to think about that," said Kim. He cogitated for a moment. "Yes, I definitely have to think about that." Then he stood up. "We'll try to identify these gentry first. Then we'll go to another of the 21 planets." End of Chapter 3. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 4 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 4. Despots Take Over. He took his observations and swung the little ship about. He adjusted the radiation switch to throw off the transmitter drive on near approach to a sun. He aimed for the star Tom. Its fourth planet had been subjugated to the Empire of Synab 10 years before and freed by the men of 80s 6 years since. The starshine winked into being some 20 million miles from it, and 200 million from the star. Kim looked annoyed, and then glanced at the relay and adjusted it again. He pointed the starshine close to the planet's disk. He pressed the transmitter drive button. Instantly the ship was within mere thousands of miles of the planet. Nice. Kim was pleased. Saves a lot of overdrive juggling. Those horrible fighter beams seem to make one think more clearly. Donna, get us down to the night side while I try to work something out. Don't ground, just drop into atmosphere enough to pick up any broadcasts. She took his place at the controls. He got out his writing materials and a stylus and began busily to sketch and to calculate. Donna drove the ship to atmosphere on the dark side of Tom 4, not too far from the sunset's rim. In the earlier night hours, on a given continent, the broadcasts should be greater in number. Communicator bands murmured in soprano. Tom 4 was more than 95% female, too. Kim worked on. After a long time, a speaker suddenly emitted a blast of martial music. Until now, the broadcast programs had gone unheeded by both Kim and Donna, because from each wave band only women's voices had come out, and only women's music. The sound of brazen horns was something new. Donna smiled at Kim and turned up the volume. A man's voice said pompously, "To the people of Tom 4, greeting. Whereas His Most Gracious Majesty, Elim the 40th, of high and noble lineage, has heard with distress of the misfortunes of the people of the planet Tom 4, of the injuries they have suffered at the hands of enemies, and of their present distressful state, and whereas His Most Gracious Majesty, Elim the 40th, of high and noble lineage, is moved to extend his protection to all well-disposed persons in need of a gallant and potent protector. Therefore His Most Gracious Majesty, Elim the 40th, of high and noble lineage, has commanded his loyal and courageous troops to occupy the said planet Tom 4, to defend it against all enemies whatsoever, and to extend to its people all the benefits of his reign. Given at his palace of Gornith, on the 2nd day of the 10th month of the 16th year of his reign, and signed by His Most Gracious Majesty, Elim the 40th, of high and noble lineage." The voice stopped. There was another blare of martial music. The broadcast ended. 10 minutes later, on another wavelength, the same proclamation was repeated. That broadcast stopped too. 5 minutes later came still another broadcast, and so on, and so on. At long last there was but a single wavelength coming into the communicators. It was a broadcast of a drama with only female characters, and in which there was no reference to the fact that the human race normally includes two sexes. It was highly emotional, and it was very strange indeed. Then a pompous male voice read the silly proclamation, and the broadcast cut off. "The question," said Kim, "is whether I'd better try to catch a soldier and make him tell us where Gornith is and what planet is ruled by Elim the 40th of high and noble lineage. I think I'd better find out." "Darling," said Donna, "I'm afraid of soldiers bothering you, but I certainly won't let you venture out on a planet full of women. And there's something else." "What?" "There are 21 planets which Hades used to protect. What planetary ruler could send troops to occupy 21 other planets? Do you think this King Elim the 40th has tried to seize all of them? Or do you think he arranged a cooperative deal with the rulers of other planets, and an arrangement for them all to help protect each other? Hadn't we better make sure?" Kim looked up at her from the desk where he worked. "You're an uncomfortably brainy woman, Donna," he said dryly. "Do you think you could find Sinab?" Sinab, too, was the capital planet of the empire we had to take over. Donna looked carefully on a star chart. Kim went back to his task. He had drawn, very carefully, an electronic circuit. Now he began to simplify it. He frowned from time to time, however, and by his expression was thinking of something else than the meticulous placing of symbols on paper. It was symptomatic of his confidence in Donna, though, that he remained absorbed while she worked the ship. Presently there were mutterings in the speakers. Donna had navigated to another solar system and entered the atmosphere of another planet. "Listen, Kim," she said suddenly. From a communicator blared a heavy male voice. "People of Sinab 2, the voice said. "You are freed from the tyranny of the criminals of Hades. From this time forth, Sinab 2 is under the protection of the dynast of Tabor, whose mercy to the meek, justice to the just, and wrath toward the evildoer is known among all men. People of Sinab 2, the soldiers now pouring in to defend you are to be received submissively. You will honor all requisitions for food, lodgings, and supplies. Such persons as have hitherto exercised public office will surrender their authority to the officials appointed by the dynast to replace them. For your protection, absolute obedience is essential. Persons seeking to prevent the protection of Sinab 2 by the troops of the dynast of Tabor will be summarily dealt with. They can expect no mercy. People of Sinab 2, you are freed from the tyranny of the criminals of Hades." So Elam the 40th of high and noble lineage has a competitor, Kim said grimly. "The dynast of Tabor, eh? But there are 21 planets that used to belong to Sinab. I'm afraid we'll have to check further." They did. While Kim scowlingly labored over the drawing of a new device, Donna drove the Starshine to 6 worlds in succession, and 4 of these 6 worlds had been taken over by the Sardathian League, by King Ulbert of Arth, by the Emperor and Council of the Republic of Sind, which was a remarkable item, and by the Imperator of Donat. On the last 2 worlds there was confusion. On one the population was sternly told by one set of voices that it now owed allegiance to Queen Amritha of Megar, and by another set that King Jan of Pern would shortly throw out the Megarian invaders and protect them forever. On the 6th planet there were 4 armies proclaiming the exclusive nobility of their intentions. "That's enough, Donna," said Kim in a tired voice. "Hades vanished or was destroyed, and instantly thereafter gracious majesties and dynasts and imperators and such vultures pounced on the planets we'd freed. But I'd like to know how they made sure it was safe to pounce." Donna punched buttons on the Starshine's control board. The ship lifted. The great black mass which was the night side of the last planet faded behind, and the Starshine drove on into space. And Donna turned back to Kim from her post at the controls. "Now what?" Kim stared at nothing, his features somber. "It's bad," he said sourly. "There's the gang on Terra Nova. They're fair game if they land on any planet in the whole first galaxy, and Terra Nova isn't self-sustaining yet. They'll starve if they stay isolated. There are the people on Hades, 16 millions of them. Not a big population for a planet, but a lot of people to be murdered so a few princelings can feast on the leavings of Sinab's empire. There are all the people who had started to dream because Hades had come to mean hope, and there are all the people in generations to come who'd like to dream of hope and now won't be able to, and there are all the nasty little surprise attacks and treacheries which will be carried out by matter transmitters now that these gentry of high and noble lineage have been able to snatch some loot for themselves. It's pretty much of a mess, Donna." Donna gave an impatient toss of her head. "You're not responsible for it, Kim," she protested. "Maybe I should simply concentrate on finding a solution for Terra Nova, eh? Let decency as something to fight for go by the board and be strictly practical? You shouldn't try to take all the problems of 2 galaxies on your shoulders," said Donna. Kim shook his head impatiently. "Look," he said in vexation, "there's some way out of the mess. I just contrived a way to make a very desirable change in all the governments of the first galaxy, given time. It was one of those problems that seemed too big to handle, but it worked out very easily. But I absolutely can't think of the ghost of an idea of how to find a friendly world for Terra Nova. Donna waited. It occurs to me that I haven't slept for 40 hours, Kim said. I doubt that you've done any better. I think we should go to bed. There's one puzzle on which all the rest is based, and it's got me. What the devil happened to 80s? There's a whole planet, 7,000 miles in diameter, vanished as if it had never been. Maybe after some sleep I'll be able to work it out. Let's go to sleep. The spaceship Starshine drove on through emptiness at mere interplanetary speed, its meteor repellers ceaselessly searching space for any sign of danger. But there was no danger. In the midst of space, between the stars, there was safety. Only where men were was there death. The ship swam in the void, no lights showing in any of its ports. Then, in the midst of the darkness inside, Kim sat up in his bunk. "But hang it, 80s couldn't be destroyed," he cried in exasperation. End of Chapter 4. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 5 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 5. Industrial World. Planet Spicus 5 was an industrial world. According to the prevailing opinion in the best circles, its prosperity was due to an ample and adequate supply of raw materials, plus a skilled and thrifty population. There were 16 matter transmitters on the planet, and their silvery films were never still. From abecedaria for infants to zeolites, synthetic, for industrial use, its products ran in endless streams to the transmitters, and the other products and raw materials obtained in exchange came out in streams no less continuous. The industrial area covered a continent of sprawling rectangular buildings designed for the ultimate of efficiency, with living areas for the workmen spreading out between. The starshine descended through morning sunlight. Kim, newly shaved and rested, forgot to yawn as he stared through the vision ports at the endless vista of structures made with a deliberate lack of grace. From 100-mile height they could be seen everywhere to north and south, to the eastward where it was already close to midday, and to where shadows beyond the dawn hid them. Even from that altitude they were no mere specks between the cloud masses. They were definite shapes, each one a unit. The ship went down and down and down. Kim felt uncomfortable and realized why. He spoke dryly. "I don't suppose we'll ever land on any new planet without being ready to wince from a fighting beam and find ourselves snatched to hell and gone away." Donna did not answer. She gazed at the industrial plants as they swelled in size with the Starshine's descent. Buildings 2 miles to a side were commonplace. Great rectangles 3 and even 4 miles long showed here and there, and there were at least half a dozen buildings, plainly factory units, which were more than 10 miles in extent on each of their ground dimensions. When the starshine was below the clouds, Donna focused the electron telescope on one of them and gestured to call Kim's attention to the site. This factory building enclosed great quadrangles with gigantic courtyards to allow, perhaps, of light. And within the courtyards were dwelling units for workmen. The telescope showed them plainly. Workmen in factories like this would have no need and little opportunity ever to go beyond the limits of their place of employment. The factory in which they labored would confront them on every hand, at every instant of their life from birth until death. "That's something I don't like, without even asking questions about it," said Kim. He took the controls. The starshine dived. He remembered to flick on the communicators. A droning filled the interior of the spaceship. Donna looked puzzled and tuned in. A male voice mumbled swiftly and without intonation through a long series of numerals and initial letters. It paused. Another voice said tensely, "Tip." The first voice droned again. The second voice said, "Tip." The first voice droned. Donna looked blank. She turned up another wavelength. A voice barked hysterically. The words ran so swiftly together that they were almost indistinguishable, but certain syllables came out in patterns. "It's something about commerce," said Kim, arranging for some material to be routed on a matter transmitter. None of the wavelengths carried music. All carried voices, and all babbled swiftly, without expression, with a nerve-wracking haste. The starshine landed before a gigantic building. An armed guard stood before it at a gateway. Kim trudged across to him. He came back. "He's stupid," he said shortly. "He knows what to guard, and the name of the plant, and where a workman may go to be received into employment. That's all. We'll try again." The starshine rose and moved. She was designed for movement in space, with parsecs of distance on every hand. She was unhandy when used as now for an atmosphere flyer. She descended within a factory quadrangle. There was no one about, literally no one. The dwelling units were occupied, to be sure, but no one moved anywhere. When Kim opened the airlock, there was a dull, grumbling rumble in the air. It came from the many-storied building which surrounded this courtyard and stretched away for miles. Kim and Donna stood blankly in the airlock door. The air had no odor at all. There was no dust. There was not a single particle of growing stuff anywhere. To people who had lived on Terra Nova, it was incredible. Then bells rang. Hundreds and thousands of bells. They rang stridently in all the rooms and corridors of all the dwelling units which reached away as far as the eye could follow them. It was a ghastly sound, because every bell was in exactly the same tone and made exactly the same tintinnabulation. Then there was a stirring in the houses. Folk moved within them. Figures passed inside the windows. Now and again, briefly, faces peered out. But none lingered to stare at what must have been the unprecedented sight of a spaceship resting in the courtyard. After a little, figures appeared in the doors. Men and women swarmed out and streamed toward openings in the factory building. Their heads turned to gaze at the ship, but they did not even slacken speed in their haste toward the sound of industry. Kim hailed them. They looked at him blankly and hurried on. He caught hold of a man. "Where will I find the leader?" he asked sharply. "The boss, the government, the king, or whatever you have. Where?" The man struggled. "I be late," he protested unhappily. "I work. I be late." "Where's the government?" Kim repeated more sharply still. "The king or nobles or whoever makes the laws or whatever the devil." "I be late," panted the man. He twisted out of Kim's grasp and ran to join the swarming folk now approaching the great building. They hurried inside. The quadrangle was again empty. Kim scowled. Then other workers came out of the factory and plodded wearily toward the dwelling units. Kim waylaid a man and shot questions at him. His speech was slurred with fatigue. Donna could not understand him at all, but he gazed at the starshine and groped heavily for answers to Kim's questions, and at the end trudged exhaustedly into a doorway. Kim came into the ship, scowling. He seated himself at the control board. The ship lifted once more. He headed toward the curve of the plant's bulging form. "What did you learn, Kim?" "This is the work continent," said Kim shortly. "The factories and the workmen are here. The owners live in a place of their own. I have to talk to one of the more important merchants. I need information." Time passed and the ship went on over the rim of the planet. Orbital speed was impossible. The starshine stayed almost within atmosphere and moved eastward at no more than 1,500 miles an hour. "Here it is," said Kim at last. The ship settled down once more. There was a thin, hazy overcast here, and clear vision came suddenly as they dropped below it, and the coast and the land before them brought an exclamation from Donna. The shoreline was magnificent, all beautiful bold cliffs with rolling hills behind them. There were mountains on farther yet, and splendid vistas everywhere. But more than the land or the natural setting, it was what men had done which caused Donna to exclaim. The whole terrain was landscaped like a garden, as far as the eye could reach, and the starshine still flew high. Every hillside and every plain had been made into artificial but marvelous gardens. There were houses here and there. Some were huge and gracefully spreading, or airily soaring upward, or simple, with the simplicity of gems, and yet magnificent beyond compare. There was ostentation here, to be sure, but there was surely no tawdriness. There was no city in sight. There was not even a grouping of houses, yet many of the houses were large enough to shelter communities. "I see," said Kim. "The workmen live near the factories or in their compounds. The owners have their homes safely away from the ugly part of commerce. They've a small-sized continent of country homes, Donna, and undoubtedly it is very pleasant to live here. Whom shall we deal with?" Donna shook her head. Kim picked a magnificent residence at random. He slanted the starshine down. Presently it landed lightly upon smooth lawn of incredible perfection, before a home that Donna regarded with shining eyes. "It's lovely," she said breathlessly. "It is," agreed Kim. "It even has a feeling all its own," he said. "The palace of a king or a tyrant always has something of arrogance about it. It's designed to impress the onlooker. A pleasure palace is always tawdry. It's designed to flatter the man who enters it. These houses are solid. They're the homes of men who are thinking of generations to follow them and, meanwhile, only of themselves. I've heard of the merchant princes of Spicus V, and I'm prejudiced. I don't like those factories with the workmen's homes inside. But I like this house. Do you want to come with me?" Donna looked at the house yearningly, at the view all about, every tree and every stone so placed as to constitute perfection. The effect was not that of a finicky aestheticism, but of authentic beauty and dignity. But after a moment Donna shook her head. "I don't think I'd better," she said slowly. "I'm a woman, and I'd want one like it. I'll stay in the ship and look at the view. You've a communicator?" Kim nodded. He opened the airlock door and stepped out. He walked toward the great building. Donna watched his figure grow small in its progress toward the mansion. She watched him approach the ceremonial entrance. She saw a figure in formalized, rich clothing appear in that doorway and bow to him. Kim spoke with gestures. The richly clothed servant bowed for him to go first into the house. Kim entered, and the door closed. Donna looked at her surroundings. Dignity and tranquility and beauty were here. Children growing up in such an environment would be very happy and would feel utterly safe. Wide, smooth, close-cropped lawns, with ancient trees and flowering shrubs stretched away to the horizons. There was the gleam of statuary here and there, rarely. A long way off she could see the glitter of water, and beside it a graceful colonnade, and she knew that it was a pleasure pool. Once she saw two boys staring at the spaceship. There was no trace of fear in their manner, but a richly dressed servant, much more carefully garbed than the boys, led up two of the slim riding sards of Fanis, and the boys mounted and their steeds started off with that sinuous, smooth swiftness which only sards possess in all the first galaxy. Time passed, and shadows lengthened. Finally Donna realized how many hours had elapsed since Kim's departure. She was beginning to grow uneasy when the door opened again and Kim came out, followed by 4 richly clad servants. Those servants carried bundles. Kim's voice came over the communicator. "Close the inner airlock door, Donna, and don't open it until I say so." Donna obeyed. She watched uneasily. The 4 servants placed their parcels inside the airlock at a gesture from Kim. Then there was an instant of odd tension. Donna could not see these servants, but she saw Kim smiling mirthlessly at them. He made no move to enter. He spoke sharply, and she heard them file out of the airlock. Donna could see them again. Kim stepped into the spaceship and closed the door. "Take her up, Donna, fast!" The starshine shot upward, with the 4 servants craning their necks to look at it. It was out of sight of the ground in seconds. It was out of the atmosphere before Kim came into the control room from the lock. "Quite a civilization," he said. "You'd have liked that house, Donna. There's a staff of several hundred servants, and it is beautiful inside. The man who owns it is also master of one of the bigger industrial plants. He doesn't go to the plant, of course. He has his offices at home, with a corps of secretaries and a television screen for interviews with his underlings. Quite a chap." "Were those 4 men servants?" Donna asked. "No, they were guards," said Kim dryly. "There are no proletarians around that place, and none are permitted. Guards stand watch night and day. I had told my friend that the Starshine was packed with lethal gadgets with which 80s had won at least one war, and he's in the munitions business, so I wasn't going to let his guards get inside. They wanted to, badly, insisting they had to put their parcels in the proper place. He'd have paid them lavishly if they could have captured a ship like the Starshine." He laughed a little. "I was lucky to pick a munitions maker. There aren't many wars in the ordinary course of events, but he turns out weapons for palace guards, mobile fighting beam projectors, and so on. All the equipment for a planet ruler who wants a fancy army for parades, or a force with a punch to fight off any sneak attack via matter transmitter. That's what your average ruler is afraid of, and what he keeps an army to defend himself against. Of course, the disciplinary circuit takes care of his subjects." End of Chapter 5. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 6 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 6. Vanished World. Ahead of them loomed the sun, Spicus, many millions of miles away, while beneath them lay the planet, Spicus 5, a vast hemisphere which was rapidly shrinking into the distance. Kim moved over beside Donna and stared reflectively at the instrument board. "I got frightened, Kim," the girl said. "You were gone so long." "I was bargaining," Kim answered. "I told him I came from 80s. I'd a spaceship, so he could believe that. Then I told him what had happened. Selling munitions, he should have known about it beforehand, and I think he did. He doubted that I had come from 80s as quickly as I said, though, until I recited the names of some of the gracious majesties who are making a grab of planets. Then he was sure. So he wanted to strike a bargain with me for Terra Nova. He'd supply it with arms, he said, in exchange for a star cluster of his own in the second galaxy. If I'd set up a private matter transmitter for him. Kim laughed without mirth. He could colonize a couple of planets himself and make a syndicate to handle the rest. He saw himself changing his status from that of a merchant princeling to that of a landed proprietor with half a dozen planets as private estates, and probably a crown to wear on weekends and when he retired from business on Spicus 5. There are precedents, I gather. But Kim, protested Donna, what did you do? I did one thing that's been needed for a long time, said Kim grimly. It seems to me that I do everything backwards. I should have attended to the matter of 80s first, but I had a chance and took it. I think I put something in motion that will ultimately smash up the whole cursed system that's made slaves of every human being but those on 80s and Terra Nova, the disciplinary circuit. Back on 80s, we've talked about the need to free the people of this galaxy. It's always seemed too big a job, but I think it's started now. It will be a profitable business, and my friend who wanted to bargain for some planets in the second galaxy will make a pretty penny of the beginning, and it will carry on of itself. The planet below and behind was now only a globe. It soon dwindled into a tiny ball. Kim touched Donna on the shoulder. I'll take over, he said. We've got work to do, Donna. Donna stood up and stamped her foot. Kim, you're misunderstanding me on purpose. What about 80s? Did you find out what happened to it? Kim began the process of sighting the starshine's nose upon a single, distant, minute speck of light which seemingly could not be told from a million other points of light, all of which were suns. I think I found out something, he told her. I thought a merchant planet would be the place to hear all the gossip of the galaxy. My friend back yonder put his research organization to work finding out what I wanted to know. What they dug up looks plausible. Right now I'm going to get even for it. That's a necessity. After that, we'll see. There were 16 million people on 80s. We'll try to do something about them. They aren't likely to be all dead, yet. The sun of 80s swam in emptiness. For uncountable billions of years it had floated serenely, with its single planet circling it in the companionability of bodies separated only by millions of miles, when their next nearest neighbors are light years away. A sun with one planet is a great rarity. A sun with no satellites, save for giant pulsing Cepheids and close-coupled double suns, is almost unknown. But for billions upon billions of years that sun and 80s had kept each other company. Then men had appeared. For 1,000 years great spaceships had grimly trundled back and forth to unload their cargoes of criminals upon the chilly small world. 80s was chosen as a prison planet from the beginning. Later, matter transmitters made the journeys of spacecraft useless. For 6, 7, 8,000 years there was no traffic but the one-way traffic of its especially contrived transmitter, which would receive criminals from all the galaxy, but would return none or any news of them to the worlds outside. During all that time a lonely guard ship hung drearily about, watching lest someone try to rescue a man doomed to hopeless exile and return him to happier scenes. And finally the guard ship had gone away, because the spaceways were no longer used by anybody, and there were no ships in the void save those of the patrol itself. Accordingly, the patrol was disbanded. For hundreds of years nothing happened at all. And then Kim Rendell came in the starshine, and shortly thereafter tiny ships began to take off from 80s, and they fought valorously on distant star systems, and at last a squadron of warcraft came to subjugate 80s for the beastly empire of Sinab. Finally there was a battle in the bright beams of the lonely sun itself. And after that, for a time, little spaceships swam up from the planet and darted away, and darted back, and darted away, and back. But never before had there been any such situation as now. The sun, which had kept company with 80s for so long, now shone in lonely splendor, amid emptiness, devoid of its companion. And that emptiness was bewildering to a small ship, sister to the Starshine, which flicked suddenly into being nearby. The ship had come back from a journey among the virgin stars of the second galaxy with honorable scars upon its hull and a zestful young crew who wished to boast of their journeying. They had come back to Hades, so they thought, direct, not even stopping at Terra Nova. And there was no Hades. The little ship flashed here and there about the bereft sun in bewilderment. It searched desperately for a planet some 7,000 miles in diameter, which had apparently been misplaced. And as it hunted, a second ship whisked into sight from faster-than-light drive. The detectors of the two ships told them of each other's presence, and they met and hung in space together. Then they searched in unison, but in vain. At long last they set out in company for one of the planets of the former Cenabian Empire, on which there must be some news of what had happened to Hades. On transmitter drive they inevitably separated, and one was much closer to the chosen planet when they came out of stressed space. One drove down into atmosphere while the other was still thousands of miles away. The leading ship went down at landing speed toward a city. The other ship watched by electron telescope and prepared to duplicate its course. But the man of the second ship saw, and there could be no doubt about it, that suddenly the landing ship vanished from its place as if it had gone into intergalactic drive in atmosphere. There was a flash of intolerable, unbearable light, and then there was an explosion of such monstrous violence that half of the planet's capital city vanished or was laid in ruins. The crew of the second ship were stunned, but the second ship went slowly and cautiously down into atmosphere, and its communicators picked up voices issuing stern warnings that troops must be welcomed by all citizens, and that absolute obedience must be given to all men wearing the uniform of His Magnificence the Despot of Lith. And then there was babbling confusion and contradictory shoutings, and a hoarse voice ordered all soldiers of His Magnificence to keep a ceaseless watch upon the sky, because a ship had come down from overhead, and when the fighting beam struck it, to kill its crew, it appeared to have fired some devastating projectile which had destroyed half a great city. All ships seen in the sky were to be shot down instantly. His Magnificence, the Despot of Lith, would avenge the outrage. The lonely surviving ship went dazedly away from the planet which once had been friendly to the men of Hades. It went back to Hades's sun, and searched despairingly once again, and then fled to the second galaxy and Terra Nova to tell of what it had seen. That was an event of some importance. At least all of one planet had been rocked to its core from the detonation of a spaceship which flashed into collision with it at uncountable multiples of the speed of light, and was thereby raised to the temperature of a hot sun's very heart. And besides, there was agitation and suspicion and threats and diplomatic chaos among the planetary governments who had joined to loot the dependencies of Hades, once Hades was eliminated from the scene. But a vastly, an enormously more significant event took place on a planet very far away at almost the same instant. The planet was Donnet 3, the only habitable planet of its system. It was a monstrous, sprawling world, visibly flattened by the speed of its rotation and actually habitable only by the fact that its rotation partly balanced out its high gravity. The Starshine approached over a polar region and descended to touch atmosphere. Then, while Donna looked curiously through the electron telescope at monstrous ice mountains below, Kim donned a spacesuit, went into the airlock, and dropped a small object out of the door. He closed the door, returned to the control room, and took the Starshine out to space again. That was the most significant single action, in view of its ultimate meaning, that had been performed in the first galaxy in 10,000 years. And yet, in a sense, it was purely a matter of form. It was not necessary for Kim to do it. He had arranged for the same effect to be produced, in time yet to come, upon every one of the 300 million inhabited planets of the first galaxy. The thing was automatic, implicit in the very nature of the tyrannical government sustained by the disciplinary circuit. Kim had simply dropped a small metal case to the surface of Donnet 3. It was very strong, practically unbreakable. It contained an extremely simple electronic circuit. It fell through the frigid air of the flattened pole of Donnet 3, and it struck the side of a sloping ice mountain, and bounced and slid down to a valley and buried itself in snow, and only instants later the small hole left by its fall was filled in and covered up completely by snow riding on a 100-mile gale. It was undiscoverable. It was irretrievable. No device of man could detect or recover it. Kim himself could not have told where it fell. Kim then sighted the starshine on another distant target and found the planet Arth, and dropped a small metal object into the depths of the humid and festering jungles along its equator. Human beings could live only in the polar regions of Arth. Then he visited a certain planet in the solar system of Tabor, and a small metal case went twisting through deep water down to the seabed of its ocean. He dropped another on the shifting desert sands which cover 1/3 of Sind, where an emperor and council rule in the name of a non-existent republic, and yet another on a planet of Megar, where an otherwise unidentified Queen Amritha held imperial power, and others. He dropped one small metal case, secured from a merchant prince on Spicus 5, on each of the planets whose troops had moved into the planets left defenseless by the vanishment of Hades. I wanted to do that myself, because what we've got to do next is dangerous and we may get killed, he told Donna dryly. But now we're sure that men won't stay slaves forever, and now we can try to do something about Hades. I'm afraid our chances are pretty slim. End of Chapter 6. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 7 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster, Chapter 7, One Chance in a Million. In spite of his pessimism, Kim settled down to the fine calculations required for a voyage to a blue-white dwarf star not readily distinguished from others. Most inhabited planets, of course, circled Sol-type suns. Light much different from that in which the race had developed was apt to have produced vegetation inimical to humanity, and useful vegetation did not thrive. And of course Sol-type stars are most readily spotted by space navigators. As he checked his course with star charts, Donna spoke softly. Thanks, Kim. For what? For not wanting to put me in safety when you're going to do something dangerous. I wouldn't let you, but thanks for not trying. Said Kim. You're too useful. He lined up his course and pressed the transmitter drive stud on the control panel. Space danced a momentary saraband, and there was a blue-white dwarf 200 million miles away, showing barely a planet-sized disk, but pouring out a pitiless white glare that hurt the eyes. That's it, said Kim. That's the sun, Alice. There should be 4 planets, but we're looking for number 1. It goes out beyond 2 at aphelion, so we have to check the orbit, if we can find it, before we can be sure. No, we should be able to tell by the rotation. Very slow. And what are you going to do with it? Demanded Donna. There were bright spots in emptiness which the electron telescope instantly declared to be planets. Kim set up cameras for pictures. Alice 1 is the only really uninhabitable planet in the galaxy that's inhabited. he observed painstakingly. "It belongs to Pharos III. I understand it's the personal property of the king. It has no atmosphere in spite of an extremely high specific gravity and a reasonable mass, but the plutonium mines have been worked for 5,000 years. Plutonium mines with that half-life? Donna said skeptically. You must be joking. No, said Kim. It's a very heavy planet, loaded with uranium and stuff from bismuth on out. It has an extremely eccentric orbit. As I told you, at aphelion it's beyond the orbit of Pharos II. At perihelion, when it's nearest to its sun, it just barely misses Roche's limit, the limit of nearness a satellite can come to its primary without being torn apart by tidal strains. And at its nearest to its sun, it's bombarded with everything a sun can fling out into space from its millions of tons of disintegrating atoms. Alpha rays, beta rays, gamma particles, neutrons, and everything else pour onto its surface as if it were being bombarded by a cyclotron with a beam the size of a planet's surface. You see what happens? Donna looked startled. But, Kim, every particle of the whole surface would become terrifically radioactive. It would kill a man to land on it. According to my merchant prince friend on Spicus 5, it did kill the first men to set foot on it. But the point is that its heavy elements have been bombarded, and most of its uranium has gone on over to plutonium and americium and curium. In ancient days, when it went out on the long sweep away from its sun, it cooled off enough for men to land on it at its farthest out point. With shielded spacesuits, they were able to mine its substance for 4 to 5 months before heat and rising induced radioactivity drove them off again. Then they'd wait for it to cool off once more on its next trip around. They went to it with spaceships, and the last space line in the first galaxy ran plutonium and americium and the other radioactives to a matter transmitter from which they could be distributed all over the galaxy. But it wasn't very efficient. They could only mine for 4 or 5 months every 4 years. All their equipment was melted and ruined when they were able to land again. A few hundred years ago, however, they solved the problem. Donna stared out the vision ports. There were 2 planets which might be the one in question, but there were only 3 in sight. How did they solve it? Donna asked. Somebody invented a shield, said Kim as dryly as before. It was a force field. It has the property of a magnetic field on a conductor with a current in it, except that it acts on mass as such. A current-carrying conductor in a magnetic field tends to move at right angles both to the current and the field. This force field acts as if mass were an electric charge. Anything having mass entering the field tries to move sidewise. The faster it moves, the stronger the sidewise impulse. Neutrons, gamma particles, met rays, and even electrons have mass. So has light. Everything moving that hits the shielding field moves sidewise to its original course. Radiation from the sun isn't reflected at right angles. So, with the shield up, men can stay on the planet when it is less than 3 diameters from its sun. No heat reaches it, no neutrons, no radiations at all. It doesn't heat up, and that's the answer. For 3 months in every 4-year revolution, they have to keep the shield up all the time. For 3 months more, they keep it up intermittently, flashing it on for fractions of a second at a time, just enough to temper the amount of heat they get. They live on great platforms of uranium glass, domed in. When they go out mining, they wear shielded spacesuits and work in shielded machines. The whole trick was worked out about 500 years ago, they say, and the last space line went out of existence because they could use a matter transmitter for all but 6 of our months of that planet's year. And did you find out how it's done? Asked Donna. Hardly, said Kim. The planet belongs to the king of Pharos III. Even 500 years ago, the governments of all the planets were quite tight corporations. Naturally, Pharos wouldn't let the secret get out. There are other planets so close to their primaries that they're radioactive. If the secret were to be disclosed, there'd be competition. There'd be other plutonium mines in operation. so he's managed to keep it to himself. But we've got to find out the trick." There was silence. Kim began to check over the pictures the cameras had taken and developed. He shook his head. Then he stared at a photograph which showed the blue-white dwarf itself. His face looked suddenly very drawn and tired. "Kim," said Donna presently, "it's stupid of me, but I don't see how you're going to learn the secret." Kim put the picture on the enlarger for examination in a greater size. "They made the shield to keep things out," he said wearily. "Radiation, charged particles, neutrons, everything. The planet simply can't be reached, not even by matter transmitters when the shield is up. But by the same token, nothing can leave the planet either. It can't even be spotted from space because the light of the sun isn't reflected. It's deflected to a right-angled course. You might pick it up if it formed a right-angled triangle with you and the sun, or you might spot it in transit across the sun's disk, but that's all." "Yes, this shield was a special job," said Kim, "for a special purpose. It was not a weapon, but there were all those planets that could be grabbed if only 80s were knocked out. So why shouldn't King Pharaoh sneak a force field generator onto 80s? When the field went on, 80s would be invisible and unreachable from outside, and the outside would be unreachable from it. Spaceships couldn't get through the field. Matter transmitters couldn't operate through it. If a few technicians were sneaked to 80s as supposed exiles and promised adequate reward, don't you think they'd hide out somewhere and turn on that field, and leave it on until the folk on 80s had starved or gone mad?" Horrified, Donna stared at him. She went pale. "Oh, horrible! The sky would be black, always. Never a glimmer of light. No stars, no moons, no sun. The plants would die and rot, and the people would grow bleached and pale, and finally they'd starve." "All but the little gang hidden away in a well-provisioned hideout," said Kim grimly. "I think that's what's happened to 80s, or is happening. And this is the solar system where the little trick was worked out. I'd hoped simply to raid the generator and find out how it worked, which would be dangerous enough. Look." He pointed to the projected image of the sun. There was a tiny dot against its surface. It was almost, it seemed, bathed in the tentacular arms of flaming gases flung up from the sun's surface. "There's the planet," said Kim, "at its closest to the sun, with the shield up so that nothing can reach its surface. Nothing. And that includes spaceships such as this. And at that distance, Donna, the hard radiation from the sun would go right through the starshine and kill us in seconds before we could get within millions of miles of the planet. If there's any place in the universe that's unapproachable, there it is. It may be anything up to 3 months before the shield goes down, even for fractions of a second at a time. And my guess is that the people on 80s won't last that long. They've had days in which to grow hopeless already. Want to gamble?" Donna looked at him. He regarded her steadily. "Whatever you say, Kim." 16 million lives on 80s, besides other aspects of the situation," said Kim. "The odds against us are probably about the same, 16 million to 1. That makes it a fair bet. We'll try." He got up and began to tinker with the radiation-operated relay which turned off the transmitter drive. Presently he looked up. "I'm glad I married you, Donna," he said gruffly. As the starshine moved closer in, the feeling in the control room grew tense. The little ship had advanced to within 20 millions of miles of the blue-white sun, and even at that distance there was a detectable X-ray intensity. Kim turned on a Geiger counter, and it was silent simply because there was no measurable interval between its discharges. A neutron detector showed an indication very close to the danger mark, but Kim had the starshine's nose pointed to the intolerably glaring sun. The electron telescope showed the sun's surface filling all its field, and because the illumination had been turned so low, raging sunstorms could be seen on the star's disk. Against it, The black silhouette of the planet was clear. It was small. Kim estimated its diameter at no more than 6,000 miles. The starshine's gyros hummed softly, and the field of the telescope swayed until the planet was centered exactly. There was a little sweat on Kim's forehead. "I don't mind taking the chance myself, Donna," he said, dry-throated. "But I hate to think of you. If we miss, we'll flash into the sun." "And never know it," said Donna, smiling. "It'll be all over in the skillionth of a second if we miss, but we won't." "We are aiming for the disk of the planet," he reminded her. "We have to go in on transmitter speed to cut the time of our exposure to hard radiation. That speed will make the time of exposure effectively zero. But we have to move at a huge multiple of the speed of light, and we have to stop short of that planet. It may not be possible." "Do you want me to press the button, Kim?" Donna said softly. He took a deep breath. "I'll do it. Thanks, Donna." He put his finger on the stud that would throw the ship into transmitter drive, aimed straight at the disk of planet against the inferno of sun beyond. There was nothing more certain than that to miss the planet would fling them instantly into the sun. And there was nothing more absurd than to expect to come out of transmitter drive within any given number of millions of miles, much less within a few thousands. But Kim pressed the stud. Instantly there was blackness before them. A monstrous, absolute blackness filled half the firmament. It was the force field-shielded planet, blotting out its sun and half the stars of the galaxy. Kim had made a bullseye on a target relatively the size of a dinner plate at 1,100 yards. More than that, he had stopped short of his target, equivalent to stopping a bullet 3 inches short of that place. He said in a queer voice, "The relay worked, even backward, Donna." End of Chapter 7. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 8 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 8. Dark Barrier. For a time Kim sat still and sweat poured out on his skin, because their chances had seemed slight indeed. To stop a spaceship at transmitter speed was impossible with manual means, anyhow. It could cross a galaxy in the 10th of a millisecond. So Kim had devised a radiation-operated relay which threw off the drive when the total radiation reaching a sensitive plate in the bow had reached an adjustable total. If, in an ordinary flight, the starshine headed into a sun, unlikely as such an occurrence was, the increased light striking the relay plate would throw off the drive before harm came. But this time they had needed to approach fatally close to a star. So Kim had reversed the operation of the relay. It would throw off the drive when the amount of light reaching it dropped below a certain minimum. That could only happen if the ship came up behind the planet, so the sun was blacked out by the world's shadowed night side. It had happened. The glare was cut off. The transmitter drive followed. The starshine floated within a bare few million miles, perhaps less than 1 million, of a blue-white dwarf star, and the 2 humans in the ship were alive because they had between them and the sun's atomic furnaces a planet some 6,000 miles in diameter. "We don't know how our velocity matches this thing," said Kim after an instant. "We could be drifting toward the edge of the shadow. You watch the stars all around. Make sure I head directly for that blackness. When we touch, I'll see what I can find out." He reversed the ship's direction. He let the starshine float down backward. The mass of unsubstantial darkness seemed to swell. It engulfed more and more of the cosmos. A long, long time later, there was a strange sensation in the feel of things. Donna gave a little cry. "Kim, I feel queer, so queer." Kim moved heavily. His body resisted any attempt at motion, and yet he felt a horrible tension within him, as if every molecule were attempting to fly apart from every other molecule. The controls of the ship moved sluggishly. Each part of each device seemed to have a vast inertia, but the controls did yield. The drive did come on. A little later the sensation ended, but both Kim and Donna felt utterly exhausted. "It was getting dark, too," said Donna. She trembled. "When we tried to move," said Kim, "our arms had a tendency to move at right angles to the way we wanted them to, at all the possible right angles at once. That was the edge of the shield, Donna. Now we'll see what we've got." He uncovered the recording cabinet. There had been no need to set up instruments especially for the analysis of the field. They had been a part of the Starshine's original design for exploration. Now Kim read the records. Cosmic ray intensity went down, he reported, studying the tapes. The dielectric constant of space changed. It just soared up. The relationship of mass to inertia. That particular gadget never recorded anything significant before, Donna. In theory, it should have detected space warps. Actually, it never amounted to anything but a quantitative measure of gravitation on a planet one landed on. But it went wild in that field. And here, look. He exultantly held out a paper recording. "Glance at that, Donna. See? A magnetometer to record the strength of the magnetic field on a new planet. It recorded the ship's own field in the absence of any other, and the ship's field dropped to 0. Do you see? Do you?" "I'm afraid not," admitted Donna. But she smiled at the expression on Kim's face. "It's the answer," said Kim zestfully. "Still, I don't know how that blasted field is made, but I know now how it works. Neutrons have no magnetic field, but this thing turns them aside. Alpha and beta and gamma radiation do have magnetic fields, but this thing turns them aside, too. And the point is that it neutralizes their magnetic fields because otherwise it couldn't start to turn them aside. So if we make a magnetic field too strong for the field to counter, it won't be able to turn aside anything in that magnetic area. The maximum force field strength needed for the planet is simply equal to the top magnetic field the sun may project so far. If we can bury the Starshine in magnetic flux that the force field can't handle—" He grinned. He hugged her. "And there's a loop around the Starshine's hull for space radio use," he cried. "I'll run a really big current through that loop and we'll try again. We should be able to put quite a lot of juice through a 6-turn loop and get a flux density that will curl your hair." He set to work, beaming. It took him less than half an hour to set up a series-wound generator in the airlock, couple in a thermocell to the loop, so it would cool the generator as the current flowed and thereby reduce its internal resistance. "Now," he said, "we'll try once more. The more juice that goes through the outfit, the colder the generator will get and the less its resistance will be, and the more current it will make and the stronger the magnetic field will be." He flipped a switch. There was a tiny humming noise. A meter needle swayed over and stayed. The Starshine ventured into the black globe below. Nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. "The stars are blotted out, Kim," Donna at last said uneasily. "But you feel all right, don't you?" He grinned like an ape in his delight. "Why, yes." "I feel unusually good," said Kim happily. The vision screens were utterly blank. The ports opened upon absolute blackness, blackness so dead and absorbent that it seemed more than merely lack of light. It seemed like something horrible pressing against the ports and trying to thrust itself in. And suddenly a screen glowed faintly, and then another. Then there was a greenish glow in the ports, and Donna looked out and down. Above that was blackness, complete and absolute. But below, seen with utter clarity, because of the absence of atmosphere, lay a world. Nothing grew upon it. Nothing moved. It was raw, naked rock with an unholy luminescence. Here and there the glow was brighter where mineral deposits contain more highly active material. The surface was tortured and twisted, in swirled, stained writhings of formerly melted rock. They looked. They saw no sign of human life, nor any sign that humans had ever been there. But after all, even 5,000 years of mining on a globe 6,000 miles through would not involve the disturbance of more than a fraction of its surface. "We did it," said Kim. "The shield can be broken through by anything with a strong enough magnetic field. We won't disturb the local inhabitants. They undoubtedly have orders to kill anybody who incredibly manages to intrude. We can't afford to take a chance. We've got to get back to 80s. He pointed the starshine straight up. He drove her, slowly, at the ceiling of impenetrable black. He worked upon the transmitter drive relay. He adjusted it to throw the starshine into transmitter speed the instant normal starlight appeared ahead. The ship swam slowly upward. Suddenly there was a momentary impression of reeling, dancing stars. Kim swung the bow about. "Now for 80s," he said gleefully. "Did you know, Donna, that once upon a time the word 80s meant hell?" The stars reeled again. They found 80s. Knowing how now, it was not too difficult. There were two positions from which it could be detected. One was a position in which it was on a line between the starshine and the sun. The other was a position in which the invisible planet, the spaceship, and the sun formed the 3 points of a right-angled triangle with 80s in the 90-degree corner. Kim sent the little ship in a great circle beyond the planet's normal orbit, watching for it to appear where such an imaginary triangle would be formed. The deflected light of the sun would spread out in a circular, flat, thin plane, and somewhere about the circuit the starshine had to run through it. It would be a momentary sight only, and it would not be bright. It would be utterly unlike the steady radiance of a normal planet. Such flashes, if seen before, would have been dismissed as illusions or as reflections from within the ship. Even so, it was a long, long time before Donna called out quickly. "There!" she said, and pointed. Kim swung the starshine back. He saw the dim, diffused specter of sun's reflection. They drove for it, and presently a minute dark space appeared. It grew against the background of a radiant galaxy, and presently was a huge blackness, and the starshine's space radio loop was once more filled with a highly improbable electrical amperage by the supercooled generator in the airlock. The ship ventured cautiously into the black. And later there were lonely, unspeakable, desolate little lights of the lost world down below. Kim drove for them with a reckless exultation. He landed in the very center of a despairing small settlement which had believed itself dead and damned, or at any rate doomed. He shouted out his coming, and Donna cried out the news that the end of darkness was near, and men came surging toward her to listen. But it was Donna who explained, her eyes shining in the light of the torches men held up toward her. Kim had gone back into the ship and was using the communicators to rouse out the mayors of every municipality and to say he had just reached the planet from Terra Nova. There was no time to tell of adventures in between. and he needed atmosphere flyers to gather around him at once, with armed men in them, for urgent business connected with the restoration of a normal state of affairs. They came swiftly, flittering down out of the blackness overhead, to land in the lights of huge bonfires built by Kim's orders. And Kim, on the communicators, asked for other bonfires everywhere to help in navigation, and then he went out to be greeted by the bellowing mayor of Stedheim. "What's this?" he roared. "No sunlight, no stars, no matter transmitter, no ships. Our ships took off and never came back. What the devil happened to the universe?" Kim grinned at him. "The universe is all right. It's 80s. Somewhere on the planet there's a generator throwing out a force field. It will have plenty of power, that generator. Maybe I can pick it up with the instruments of the starshine, but we'll be sure to find it with magnetic compasses. What we want is for everyone to flick their compasses and note the time of swing. We want to find the place where the swings get slower and slower. When we find a place where the compasses point steadily, without a flicker, not even up and down, we'll be at the generator. And everybody put on navigation lights or there'll be crashes." He lifted the starshine and by communicator kept track of the search. Toward the polar regions was the logical hiding place for the generator, because there the chilly climate of 80s became frigid and there were no inhabitants. But it was a long search. Hours went by before a signal came from a quarter way around the globe. Then the starshine drove through darkness, but cautiously, with atmosphere flyers all about. And there was an area where the planet's magnetic field grew weaker and weaker, and then a space in which there was no magnetic field. But in the darkness they could find no sign of a depot. End of Chapter 8. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. Chapter 9 of the Boomerang Circuit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster. Chapter 9. Gadget of Hope. Grimly, Kim set the starshine on the ground, in the very center of the dark area, and started the generator in the airlock. When it worked at its utmost and nothing happened, Kim threw in the leads of the ship's full engine power. There was a surging of all the terrific energy the ship's engines could give. Then the radio loop went white-hot and melted, with a sputtering arc as the circuit broke. Abruptly the stars appeared overhead, and simultaneously came the leaping flame of a rumbling explosion. Then followed the flare of fuel burning savagely in the night. The starshine's full power had burned out the force field generator an instant before the loop melted to uselessness. Kim was with the men who ran toward the scene of the explosion, and he would have tried to stop the killing of the other men who ran out of underground burrows, but the victims would not have it. They expected to be killed, and they fought wildly. All died. Later, Kim inspected the shattered apparatus which now lay in pieces, but he thought it could be reconstructed and perhaps in time understood. "Night's nearly over," he announced to those who prowled through the wreckage. "It shouldn't be much more than an hour until dawn. If I hadn't seen sunlight for a week or more, I think I'd go for a look at the sunrise." In seconds the first atmosphere flyer took off. In minutes the last of them were gone. They flew like great black birds beneath the starlight, headed for the east to greet a sun they had not expected to see again. But the mayor of Stedheim stayed behind. "Ha!" he said, growling. "It's over my head. I don't know what happened, and I never expect to understand. How are my sons in the new galaxy?" "Fine, when last we heard." said Donna, smiling. "Come into the ship." He tramped into the living space of the Starshine. He eased himself into a seat. "Now tell me what's gone on, and what's happened, and why," he commanded dictatorially. Kim told him as well as he could. The mayor of Stedheim fumed. "Took over the 21 planets, eh?" he sputtered. "We'll attend to that. We'll take a few ships, go over there, and punish 'em." "I suspect they've pulled out," said Kim. "If they haven't, they will, and soon. The gracious majesties and magnificents and the other planetary rulers who essayed some easy conquests have other need for their soldiers now. Plenty of need." "Eh, what?" cried the mayor. "What's the matter? Those rulers have got to have a lesson. We didn't try to free the whole galaxy because it was too big a job, but it looks like we'll have to try." "I doubt the need," said Kim, amused. "After all, it's the disciplinary circuit which has enslaved the human race. When the psychogram of every citizen is on file, and a disciplinarian has only to put his card in the machinery and press a button to have that man searched out by disciplinary circuit waves and tortured, wherever he may be, when that's possible, any government is absolute. Men can't revolt when the whole population or any part of it can be tortured at the ruler's whim." Donna's expression changed. "Kim," she said accusingly, "those things you got on Spicus 5 and dropped on the planets the soldiers came from, what were they?" "I'll tell you," said Kim. "The disciplinary circuit is all right to keep criminals in hand, not rebels like us, but thieves and such, and it does keep down the number of officials who have to be supported by the state. Police and guards aren't really needed on a free planet with the disciplinary circuit in action. It's a useful machine for the protection of law and order. The trouble is that, like all machines, its use has been abused. Now it serves tyranny, so I made a device to defend freedom." The mayor of Stedheim cocked a suspicious eye upon him. "I procured a little gadget," said Kim. "I dropped the gadget in various places where it wasn't likely to be found. If one man is under disciplinary circuit punishment, or 2 or 3 or 4, that's not unreasonable on a great planet. Nothing happens. But if 25 or 50 or 100 are punished at once, the disciplinary circuit is blown out as I just blew out that force field generator." The mayor of Stedheim considered this information. He said profoundly. "Criminals can be kept down, but a revolt can't be suppressed," Kim went on. "The soldiers who are occupying the 21 planets will be called back to put down revolts as soon as the people discover the disciplinary circuits on their planets are blowing out, and that they blow out again as fast as they are remade and used." Said the mayor of Stedheim. "Not bad. And the rebels will have some very tasty ideas of what to do to the folk who have tyrannized over them. No troops can stop a revolt nowadays. Not for long." "No, not for long," said Kim. "No government will be able to rule with a dissatisfied population. Not if it has a little gadget hidden somewhere that will blow out the disciplinary circuit, if it's used to excess." Good enough, grumbled the mayor. "When rulers are kept busy satisfying their people, they won't have time to bother political offenders. That's sensible enough. But it's too fiendish bad that only those 20 planets have the gadgets on them. I suppose we criminals will have to set up a factory and make them, and then visit all the 300 million inhabited planets, one by one, and drop one little contrivance on every one. But it'll take us centuries. Space, that's a pity." "It won't take centuries," said Kim dryly. "I made a deal with a factory owner on Spicus 5. He turned out the ones I personally dropped in exchange for the design. He's going to manufacture them in quantity. He'll make a fortune out of them." "How? Who'll buy them?" demanded the mayor. "Every king will outlaw them. Space, yes, they'll be scared to death." "The kings," said Kim more dryly than before. "The kings and despots and emperors will be the ones to buy them. They'll want them to drop in their neighbors' dominions. Every king or ruler will buy a few to put where they will weaken his enemies, and every one has enemies. We don't have to plant the gadgets that make the disciplinary circuit into a boomerang. We'll let the kings weaken each other and bring back freedom. And they will." The mayor of Stedheim puffed in his breath until it looked as if he would explode. Then he bellowed with laughter. "Make the tyrants dethrone each other!" he roared delightedly. "They'll weaken each other until they find they've their own people to deal with. There'll be a fine scramble. I give it 5 years, no more, before there's not a king in the galaxy who dares order an execution without a jury trial first." "A consummation devoutly to be wished," said Kim, smiling. "I rather like the idea myself." The mayor heaved himself up. "Ha!" he said, still chuckling. "I'll go back to my wife and tell her to come outdoors and look at the stars. What will you two do next?" "Sleep, I suspect," said Kim. It was all over. The realization made him aware of how tired he was. "We'll probably put in 24 hours of just plain slumber. Then we'll see if anything more needs to be done, and then I guess Donna and I will head back to Terra Nova. The organizer there is worried about a shortage of textiles." "To the devil with him," grunted the mayor of Stedheim. "We've had a shortage of sunlight. You're a good man, Kim Rendell. I'll tell my grandchildren about you when I have them." He waved grandly and went out. A little later his flyer took off, occulting stars as it rose. Kim closed the airlock door. He yawned again. "Kim," said Donna, "we had to break that shield, but it was dangerous." "Yes," said Kim. He yawned again. "So it was. I'll be glad to get back to our house on Terra Nova." "So will I," said Donna. Her face had become determined. "We shouldn't even think of leaving it again, Kim. We should anchor ourselves to it, so nobody would think of asking us to leave." "A good idea," said Kim, "if it could be done." Donna looked critically at her fingers, but she flushed suddenly. "It could," she said softly. "The best way would be children." End of Chapter 9. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, February 2025. End of the Boomerang Circuit by Murray Leinster.